Chains of Fate, Atlantis Outcasts. Book 6, written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. Imagine the greatest battle ever fought. Picture the clash of steel, the roar of battle cries, and the stench of blood and death as gods, Jotnar, elves, dwarves, and beasts collided in a maelstrom of violence. Everyone who lived or died in that chaos had little choice. Even I. Prophecies are a blighted curse upon the realms. Self-fulfilling curses that touch blood and bone. Even your soul. When I saw both kith and kin succumb to their fates in that war, I felt, perhaps, a tinge of sadness for what had been. But for what became, I felt nothing but anger and hatred. And the war? That was only the aftermath. An inevitable outcome, as it turned out. The real Ragnarök came before. Wait, Red said, then squeezed her eyes shut as searing pain, no doubt, shot through her. She gasped and then got hold of herself, fingers clutching the sheets. You can't just start in the middle of some war with fairy tale characters and expect me to keep up. Fairy tale? I repeated, arching an eyebrow. Do I look like a fairy tale character? Obviously, I'm more than handsome enough, but I am real. Shut up, she said, tried a smile, and then coughed hard instead, her thin frame shaking with the force of it. She lay on her side in her bed, where she'd been ever since we brought her back from the Anwin realm. I sat on the edge, attempting to figure out whether bedside manner was something I possessed. Obviously, I had to have some. It didn't seem that hard. She was in a poor state, though. Fevers, pain, and visions wrecked her body. She hardly ate and seemed deeply wounded by her parents' actions, both in having her in the first place and then valuing their cult above her. For the moment she was lucid, but she'd been overcome with more and more fever dreams the last couple of days. Her innate magic was fighting her, and untrained as she was, I suspected this was a fight she might lose. Anti-magic and a blood witch in one body? I'd never heard of such a thing. You said you'd tell me how you're connected to all this, why both people who hate magic and people who don't are after you, she mumbled, exhaustion lacing her voice. Did I? I forget so easily these days. Stop it, Loki. I don't have the energy to argue. She exploded into another coughing fit and buried her face in a pillow to dampen it, her shoulders heaving. I waited it out, taking in the room she'd moved into when she returned to Atlantis on the day we first encountered each other. Nicely furnished with a plush 4-poster bed, an antique writing desk, and velvet armchairs, and a sofa arranged around a marble fireplace. It held hardly any trace of her personality. She seemed to have moved in and left things as they'd always been. Walworth, the house butler, had told me the room had been her mother's before she came back. Her coughing finally subsided, and she went limp, turning her face and drawing breath in hurried heaves, beads of sweat dotting her pale forehead. You decidedly do not have energy, I concluded, crossing one ankle over the other. So, just tell me, please. Her voice was barely above a whisper now. You didn't like what I told you, I said, tilting my head, studying her wan face. She swallowed hard and opened her eyes, yet stared straight ahead, unfocused. Her red hair lay in a mess around her head, tangles beginning to form. Just do it so I can understand, she said. Tell me what's relevant, not about people slaughtering each other. That's a side effect, not the cause. That made me chuckle. War is a disease, eh? It sure feels like it right now. Just tell me the truth, Loki. She shifted slightly to look at me, bottle green eyes pleading. I smiled wryly. Usually when people say that to me, they don't actually believe I'll do it. Well, I do. Her gaze didn't waver, though it clearly took effort. I considered her for a long moment. Yes, she likely did believe that. Then again, she had also believed a disease-riddled man with a penchant for young lovers and power had been the solution to great societal change, a promise of a better, more equal realm. I sighed heavily. Very well, though you should know I do not enjoy storytelling, neither listening to it nor telling it. Too much power lies with the storyteller. They can twist and alter all they like, and things never turn out the way they truly happened. Never trust a bard unless you know his loyalties. Only then can you trust how he'll sing to eager ears. Red stared at me for a while, her brow furrowed as if trying to focus through the haze of fever, then nodded slightly. Okay, tell me your truth then, and I'll figure out if I believe it. I considered for another moment, tapping my fingers against my thigh. Very well. And don't start with ancient gods stabbing each other with swords again. She managed a weak smirk. Each to his own, but I will acquiesce. I cleared my throat and shifted to face her more fully. It started with 2 of my sons. I shared them, along with another child, with Angrboda, the giantess. They were... Wait, a giantess? You have an ex who's a giant? How does that even work? Red interrupted, despite her pained expression. For a moment, she sounded like her irreverent self again, but her face paled further, and she looked like she was trying not to throw up from the exertion of speaking. Oh, chastity, I said, shaking my head in mock dismay. Still with your mind in that filthy gutter. Hey, don't call me, She trailed off, brow creasing as the retort died on her lips. That was worrisome. She didn't even have the strength to be properly annoyed. It works perfectly fine, and we didn't call it an ex in those days. She was the mother of some of my children. I suppose a former kinswoman knows little of giants, in that they are just like shifters. Instead of changing their form, they increase it. They do not exist in that giant form all the time. Does this explain everything? Because how the children came to be was not really part of what you asked me to tell you, though I'll oblige. It is quite an entertaining tale. I grinned impishly. I don't think I need those exact sordid details, no. She grimaced, closing her eyes again. Well, your loss. I shrugged. Yes. Her words slurred slightly. As I said, it all began with the 2 sons I shared with Angrboda. Chapter 2. It is difficult sometimes to do the realm of Asgard justice. It was a beautiful realm. To an extent, it looked like the Earthside realm, from where most of the gods of old hailed. This is why the gods were so connected to that realm and frequently returned there. In Asgard, the beauty and colors were enhanced. Picture towering snow-capped mountains reaching towards the heavens, their peaks shrouded in mist. Dense ancient forests blanketed the lower slopes, teeming with game. Majestic stags, fierce boars, and swift rabbits. Glacial fjords carved into the rugged coastline, their crystal waters reflecting the vibrant auroras dancing in the sky above. Pristine lakes dotted the landscape, so clear you could see to their very depths. The grand halls of the gods rose amidst this splendor, golden and gleaming. Aesir and Vanir lived in harmony with the light elves. Their lilting laughter often carried on the breeze, while the secretive dwarves kept to their subterranean kingdoms, and the Jutnar roamed the wild, untamed places beyond. But at some point, before I was born even, Odin found the realm, and with his host took it from those who belonged there, by force. After that came the Asgard I came to know, the place where the first pantheon welcomed me among them. I thrived there at first, and yes, I did have to solve some of their frequent troubles. Maybe that was one of the reasons I was welcomed, or perhaps needed. Odin had likely foreseen that, but he could not foresee everything clearly. No one can, except perhaps one. Some of the gods, on the other hand, were a bit naive, in my opinion. But that is truly ancient history. As I said, it began with my sons. They were fine sons. With their heritage from both their mother and me, they grew to become fierce and powerful. And of course, power brings out the worst in those who feel threatened by it. Jealousy and fear. A horrid combination. I shifted from my wolf form and arose on the lakeshore of Amsvartnir early one morning, feeling a chilly breeze. The wind was bone-chilling along these shores due to the depths beneath the lake's surface. The sun was up, making the usually dark water glitter. Out in that water lay the island of Lyngvi, my destination that day. I had hurried from the hearth of my home the moment word had reached me the night before. There was no boat to be seen, something that was likely done on purpose. No one but me wanted to go there. No one, including me, was likely allowed to go there. It had been hushed. Did they truly think I wouldn't find out? I did not linger. Instead, I shifted into the form of a falcon to reach Lyngvi. The wind rushed past my wings as I soared over the dark waters, their glassy surface reflecting the clouds above. As I neared the island, a mournful howl echoed across the lake, filled with both rage and despair. I descended onto the beach, shifted, and landed in my true form. The island was a wild, untamed place, rocky shores giving way to dense thickets of trees clinging to the steep bluffs. From the shoreline, the terrain rose sharply into craggy hills and ridges. A howl sounded again, guiding me uphill. I followed the natural incline and soon came to a rock shelter at the base of a bluff, formed by a stone overhang. Beneath it lay the largest wolf in the realm, snarling at my approach. Those snarls made the rocky ground tremble. He was more than the size of a house now. He seemed to grow every time I saw him. His fur was usually shiny black, though now it had lost its luster. The wolf lay on the ground, forced down by a metal chain as thick as a tree trunk. The chain glowed in parts every time he tried to move, the magic keeping him tethered. I'd never seen anything like this, certainly never imagined it. That included the worst of it, a sword placed in his huge maw, the hilt wedged in the roof of his mouth, the point buried in the bottom, drawing blood and saliva. The pain was evident. I stepped closer, drawing his attention fully, his sharp eyes on me, his snarls lessening. "They fared worse with you than I feared, son," I said, and eyed the sword. I recognized the alloy merely from seeing it, Eitrin. My hopes were not high, but I had to attempt this nonetheless. My magic was for the most part transformative, not only of my own form, but of most things around me, if I so chose. I sent it against the sword, willing it to change form into something small, but the magic fizzled out in a huff of blue light. I shook my head and focused on the chains, but the same thing happened, only the metal glowed in waves as my magic was beaten back. They'd succeeded then. They had attempted this before, but my son had always broken the binds they'd used. I walked back around him, so I was by his head. "Can you shift, Fenrir?" I asked. Unlike me, he could take only one form, but in return, his one form had never stopped growing. He was a formidable beast and growing more powerful still. As it turned out, he could change his form, but as he did, shrinking down to his godly shape, the sword vanished and the chains shrank, yet they remained, coiled so tight around his body he couldn't stand for the pain. It was clear on his strained face. He was unable to hide the grimaces. "They tricked me," he wheezed. I nodded. What could I say to that? Every time the Aesir had attempted this before, Fenrir had been too strong. They'd put effort into it this time. But tricking him? Yes. Unfortunately, he was somewhat more brawn than brain. He took after me appearance-wise, with black hair, fair skin, and bright blue eyes. Unfortunately, I should have honed his intellectual capabilities. But then, perhaps this was part of the prophecy. I hadn't truly believed it, still didn't. That did not, however, matter when some did. "Can you help me?" "No, not at the moment." I shook my head and noted the despair in his eyes. "That sword, I am correct in thinking it reappears when you shift?" "Yes, the pain is unbearable, but it's better than suffocating." I could hear his breathing, rasping and shallow. He couldn't fully draw breath like this. The chain, which was no longer tree-thick in this form, still pressed against him with great force. His trousers and shirt were streaked with blood where the metal cut into his body. "I am going to kill him," Fenrir snarled. There was a binding promise in those words. I believe the fear of that is what caused Odin to do this in the first place, especially behind my back. Fenrir choked and coughed up blood. "Help me, father," he wheezed, and then shifted back to his wolf form, the chain growing, the sword returning to his mouth. Not long after, I again shed the form of a falcon and landed on the opposite shore, leaving the Isle of Lyngvi behind me. I turned for a moment and noticed that, since the sun had disappeared behind some clouds, the water of Amsvartnir was now fully dark, a pool of unknown depths. Pulling my cloak fully around myself, I began walking. I had taken 3 steps toward the forest ahead when a voice disturbed my thoughts. It had to be done. I stopped and looked to my right, where a seemingly old man sat on a fallen log. "Did it now?" The old man nodded. I walked over and stopped in front of him. Odin was in his preferred form this day, giving the appearance of the wise and sage god he wanted to be perceived as. He was lean and cloaked, his white hair and beard short. His missing eye and the empty socket the only remarkable things about him. "It is known what he will do if not stopped," he said. I pressed my lips together and glanced over at the rocky wooded island. Is it? Such revelations are hardly anything to go by. Only if they're not stopped in advance. There are prophecies that tend to take on a life of their own if left to slowly move the threads of the future. We wouldn't want that, would we? Don't do anything foolish, Loki. You know me better than that. Don't do anything clever then. I looked to the island again as a howl carried over the dark ripples of the lake. Disappointment in Fenrir for falling for their trap stirred in me, though I was not unmoved. I haven't seen Jormund in a while, I said, turning my gaze back on the old god. Odin gave a light shrug and turned his face up, closing his eye as the sun came back out, its rays warming his face. I'm sure your son is somewhere in the ocean. He thrives there more than anywhere else." I merely nodded, which he didn't see, and left him there. "You said you'd tell me the truth, Loki," Red said, her voice weak, her disappointment strong. "You cannot possibly have caught me in a lie," I argued, raising an eyebrow. She turned over on her back and winced at the light from the lamp hanging from the ceiling. "My head hurts," she mumbled, and pulled a pillow over her head to shield her eyes. After a few seconds, she drew a shaky breath. "You said your son looked like you, with blue eyes." "Yes." "You don't have blue eyes. They're so green, it's ridiculous." "True. Okay, so—" She peeked out from under the pillow, one bloodshot eye fixing on me. "You interrupted me." She sighed again, deeper this time. "All right, I won't do it again. And I'm sorry for what your dad did to your son. That was awful." "My father?" "Yeah, that Odin guy." I let out a mirthless chuckle. "That Odin guy was not my father. Where in the realms did you get such a silly notion?" "He wasn't?" She blinked in confusion. "No, my father was the Jotun Farbauti. Odin was my friend." "Oh, yes, and after this, he was no longer a friend." Bitterness laced my words. I simply couldn't help it. There was a moment's silence. Then, "Okay, I'll shut up now." I smiled, highly doubting she'd be able to, in the long run, even with magic driving her to illness. Good. It had taken me some time to search the oceans of Asgard, but in the end I had not found my son Jormund there. Therefore, I traveled through the Vale to Midgard, now known as the Earthside Realm. It was quite a different realm back then. Visually, it was much the same as now, but magic was ever present in most things. The realm was vibrant with it. Since my forebears also stemmed from this realm, I, like the other gods, drew most of my power from it. On this day, though, my presence here was not a pleasant one. I stood in the small wooden boat that brought me across the oceans, driving it forward with my magic. The bow plowed through the water, outdistancing any other vessel. The first sign I was on the right track was the god Aegir, showing his head above the surface of the frigid waters. I was far north this day. "Loki Leufeyson," he hailed, keeping pace with my boat, his blue eyes stern, his seaweed hair floating behind him in the waves he left in his wake. "I did not expect to see you here." His mere presence made me look forward instead of at him, and to no surprise, I spotted something far ahead on the horizon, something that looked like land where no land should be. "I am here to see my son," I told the sea god at my side. "No harm in that, is there?" "Be sure there is no harm," Aegir warned, and dove back into the freezing depths of his dominion, waves of white foam spilling over him. I went forward, soon seeing that the land in question was covered in blue and green scales that glittered in the sunlight. At my approach, the enormous sea serpent moved, its body undulating in the waves. Then it reared its head and rose from the ocean. Even at the distance I was at, waves rocked my boat as the snake the size of a mountain arose, eclipsing the sun from my view. I raised a hand and withdrew my magic, slowing the boat. Soon, only the waves shook it, but I remained safely aboard, the hull unharmed. The sea serpent stared at me, large yellow eyes flecked with red and orange. Like fire they were. My son Jormungandr was the largest of my children, so formidable nothing could compare in sheer size. Even with only his head and part of his serpent body above the surface, he dwarfed everything around him, which in this case was me and the boat. When he didn't shift form, I realized something had been done to him as well. It wasn't uncommon for him to travel to Midgard, but not changing form when needed was troublesome. He couldn't speak like this. I sighed in exasperation. I'd suspected something was amiss after what they'd done to Fenrir, and now it seemed I was right. For the most part, I took after my mother, the Asinja Laufey, but I had inherited a few tricks from my Jotun father as well. I raised my hands and let the frost magic flow forward, forming ice in the water, which grew and grew until a flat field lay before me. Below the surface, the ice thickened downward, making the field stable before I let a small part of it engulf the bow of the boat to keep it there. Then I climbed over the railing and onto the ice. I walked forward toward the enormous serpent, which hadn't moved so far. But now, as he saw me coming, he slid closer and laid his head down on the ice. It made the entire iceberg shift, wobbling up and down. I quickly grabbed a dagger at my belt and stabbed it into the ice to hang on, as the abrupt movement made it hard to stay upright, or not fall into the freezing water. But the ice held. No cracks threatened to break it, and the serpent made no more movements. Instead, he waited for me to reach his head, which I did shortly after the ice steadied, and I ripped my dagger free. I soon after stopped, right below Jormund's eye. Climbing up there would be like traversing a steep mountainside. I didn't need to do that, though. "Am I right in assuming they've trapped you in this form?" I bellowed. A snarl came as an answer, the sound a rumble that shook the ice. I took that as a yes. But this was no way to have a conversation with the lad. I eyed the hard, blue-tinted ice I stood on, but it couldn't be helped. I visualized the form I needed and shifted quickly, sinking down and feeling my entire body being molded into a serpent. As is the nature of serpents, I felt the ice inhibit me where I lay upon it. I instantly became sluggish. Cold didn't affect Jormund, but then he wasn't just any serpent either. He was the king of them. Compared to him, I must have looked like a mere worm, though unusually large for a serpent myself. But in this form, I could, to an extent, communicate with him. The bond we shared as family and the abilities of our magical forms allowed us some leeway. It wasn't words that passed between us, but images of what had happened to him. I saw with my mind's eye how a few of the other gods, Thor being the lead among them, had lured him in his godly form through the veil. Jormund, unlike Fenrir, took after his mother with silvery pale hair and steel-gray eyes. They had gone to Midgard to see who could best a blood witch. Already at this point, I winced. Blood witches were bad news, and one needed one's wits about them to go head-to-head with one. What my son had thought was a funny bet with the other gods had turned out to be a trap. I slithered closer to him, my movements slow, as I realized they had drawn everybody's blood to see who was strong enough to withstand her magic. My son had feared nothing, fool that he'd been, and as he changed form to prove his strength against her, he realized too late that none of the other gods did anything. They weren't in any danger, and suddenly he was in a lot of it. The witch had laid her curse, aided by the supramundane blood of the others, and as they all fled through the veil entrance nearby, Jormund had not been able to shift and go through. He'd crashed into the berg where the entrance was and crushed the stone there. The animosity he felt toward Thor and his helpers was palpable in its fiery rage. They'd trapped him in this form, in this realm, and there was no opening in the veil anywhere that could allow his size through. They didn't need to chain him as they'd done with Fenrir. Jormund couldn't return to Asgard to be a threat there. I changed back into my godly form and shivered from the cold a moment before getting to my feet and pulling my cloak around me. The cold wouldn't hurt me. The only thing that came close was seeing my children in pain. You are justified in your anger, I shouted at him, and added, I will find a way. And with that, I turned and walked away, only to find my boat missing at the other end of the ice field. Nothing remained but a small, broken piece of wood floating out there in the middle of the ocean. I eyed the water, dark blue, and with no land in sight. Aegir was still around then. No matter. I didn't need the boat, though it was less of an exertion. I simply shifted form again to a white Arctic tern and took to the wings, ready for the long flight to land and a gateway home. Chapter 3. Husband, did you find them? Sigyn asked the moment I returned to our shared home in Asgard. The concern in her voice was moving. She worried about my boys, even though they were not hers. But then, they had always treated her with respect. I did, I told her, slung my cloak on a nearby table, and waved the servants out of the house without a word. They scuttled out quietly. I didn't need more ears to hear this. We were in the guild hall, as this was where Sigyn and the rest had been preoccupied when I returned. It was as was said. They have been captured and trapped. Sigyn wrung her hands, her lovely face turned to the wall for a moment. What had they done? Nothing. They have done nothing but pose potential threats. The door opened, and we were interrupted. The servants wouldn't do that, and I was therefore not surprised to see my sons Vali and Nari hurry in. These were my sons with Sigyn, and like Fenrir, they took after me in appearance, raven black hair, blue eyes, and a pale complexion that still looked healthy. They were twins, and you couldn't tell them apart unless you knew them well. They were also young when considering the lifespan of immortal gods, merely 16, and this showed in their impatience. I was not unmoved, however, as I knew them to care for their brothers. Did you find them? Nari asked, as they navigated past the furniture and over to us. As I was telling your mother, I did. And? It's worse than I feared. They are trapped, and this was the Aesir's doing, with Odin taking the lead. It's worse than feared then, Sigyn said, and sank down on a bench, resting her arms on the massive table in front of her. But I don't understand why, Nari pressed, always the more forward of the twins. Did they do something wrong? I shook my head. Not yet. Sigyn slammed her hand on the table and seemed to wake from her moment of despair, replacing it with, in my opinion, righteous anger. It's that horrid prophecy, isn't it? I nodded. Nari looked from her to me. Well, what does it say? Everyone just seems to know there is a prophecy, not what it actually contains. And that was the thing. Odin had never told anyone the full truth, to my knowledge. But from the hints he dropped over the centuries, I gathered it was about the end of all there was, and I told the boys so. In the early days of Odin's reign in Asgard, he had sought a Volva, the strongest seeress ever to have lived, or so they say, and what she had told him of the future had shaken him enough to keep mostly quiet about it. Few things affected gods or humans to such a degree as the truth of their demise. When Jormund and Fenrir were born, his favor toward me lessened. It was like every time he saw them, he was reminded of something. I never took this fully to heart, as he was the one who welcomed me here, with trust and friendship. With only my mother being one of the Aesir, I had not been guaranteed a place among them, especially with my Jotun father, the natural enemies of the gods. But as it was, I had thrived here, apparently no more. I need to find out about this prophecy and what it entails. Odin won't tell you, Vali said, his voice ever calm. I nodded. I know, but there are those who can tell me, if persuaded. Sigyn, I added, find whatever we have of value. I will be needing it." The Tree of Life stood at the center of Asgard, and from there one could see the grand halls of the gods. Green fields and ridges spread out between the magnificent buildings, and one had to look far to see any semblance of forests in the cultivated landscape. The Tree of Life, Yggdrasil, loomed so large that even I, in my godly form, couldn't see the top of it. I'd have to take to the wings to do that up close. The massive branches were so thick they could have served as spears for the Jotnar, the leaves sprouting from them the size of dragon wings. Down on the ground, roots as tall as guild halls dug into the earth, and passing them took some climbing and detours. But staying as close to the tree itself as possible was best when searching for the inhabitants beneath it. I soon came upon the place where the space between the roots widened and a small clearing appeared. There, near the tree, was a grass-covered space with a single root, rotten and gray, damaged by the gnawing below by the great dragon Nidhogg, forever feasting on the flesh of dead cowards. I couldn't sense him at the moment, but then my mind was preoccupied with the other figures ahead. 3 goddesses lived in that clearing, performing their 2 tasks: watering the poisoned root so the rot wouldn't reach the rest of the tree, and weaving the web of life. They did the first by carrying water from a small, bright blue pond nearby, also hidden among the great roots. One of them was pouring water from an oblong amphora-like container before she carried it back to the pond, the Well of Urdur, and stuck the pointy end in the ground so it stood waiting for the next watering. The woman rose from her task. Her name was Verdandi, blonde and dressed in a simple long-sleeved dress with no adornments. She returned to the great tree and joined her 2 sisters in their main work. For this was the Norns, the 3 goddesses who saw every fate of every living creature, humans as well as gods. The other 2 sat spinning, forever tied to their task of weaving the web of life, which spread out above them. It looked, to everyone but them, I was sure, like a mishmash of threads, intertwining and twisting together in an impossible pattern. Various colors adorned the strands, and keeping one separate from another would be an impossible task for any but the 3 spinners. But they, who spun and twisted the threads, could of course see the connections of every fate in what was essentially the thread of destiny. "Loki Leufeyson, the blonde," Verdandi said, before I was close enough to think they could see me. "Step forward." I was already doing so, not surprised she, who saw all that is, knew I was there. Her older sister, sitting nearby in the grass, handling a drop spindle, the dark-haired Urdur, must already have seen and told her sisters. She was the one who saw what had already been, after all. The third Norn, reaching for a thread in the web above, conjuring it down to her hand, and then twirling it between her fingers, said nothing. She had fiery red hair, and was the one who could see what would be. Ah, yes, Skuld, who saw the future with more clarity than any being had ever done or would ever do, and yet she had a weaker sight than her sisters. The future could never be entirely clear, and so you couldn't quite trust her words, or take them literally. "Greetings, Norns," I hailed them as I walked closer. My intention was to seek them out and ask for their help, and they already knew this. "You come seeking our knowledge," Verdandi said. I nodded and stopped under the weave of destiny, the crisscrossing threads entangling. It was a grounding sight, even for a god. None of us could escape it. "You seek the future?" Skuld asked. I shook my head. "That is a fool's errand, no?" "You seek your own fate, then?" I smiled, because I knew her sisters had to know the truth of this. I answered the red-headed goddess nonetheless. No, that would make me an even bigger fool. I wish to see two of you. I need to know what was and what is. But I suspect what was will tell me everything I need to know." The Norns looked at each other, considering this. "Usually, gods, like humans, only wish to see their future," Verdandi said. "In this case, the past is both the present and the future," I argued. This made them smile knowingly at each other. Urdur stopped the undulating movement of the spindle, loosened the gray thread there, and then threw it upward where it connected with the web and vanished into the entanglement. "It is unusual that anyone comes here looking for answers to the fates of others," she said, reaching out and, like her sister, conjuring down another thread, yellow this time, before she continued her work. "But not unheard of." "Will you tell me what I've come for?" I asked them. "What will you give us in return?" I smiled. The Norns were goddesses, but of a special kind. Their minds didn't work like anyone else's. They could be a chore to talk to, and they stayed here in their secluded place under the giant branches of Yggdrasil. Seldom did they leave. They saw everything and barely experienced it themselves. If you wanted something from them, they wanted something in return, often a gift or favor. "I have brought 3 gifts for the 3 seers," I said, and opened a leather satchel I carried across my body. From it I removed the gifts one by one, laying them out on the grass in front of me. "A gold coin that will always find its way back to its owner unless given freely and not in an agreed-upon bargain." Urdur came closer, her eyes on the golden coin. 2 daggers of the metal Eitrin, sharp as the day the dwarves forged them. Verdandi walked over, a thread haphazardly in her hand, still connected to the web above. "A silver thread of starlight, forged over a spark from Surtur's fire," I added, nodding at the last item. Skuld moved toward me and bent down by the thread, which was in all truth a chain so intricately forged it looked like a strand of silk. "A gold coin we have no use for," Urdur said, picking it up and turning it over, the rays of the sun above making it glint. "What we need and want, we are given." She put the coin back down. 2 daggers forged of Eitrin. Verdandi took both of them and peered closer. "Dwarven craft. Yes, these will do," she decided, and gave one to her sister, Urdur. "A silver thread of starlight," Skuld said, and picked it up. "Metal of the heavens, dwarven craft, and the fire of Surtur." She abruptly stopped talking, and her head snapped back, so she looked straight up. When she bent her head forward again, turning her eyes on me, they shone with a bright golden light. "Surtur rides from the east with his fiery sword." She blinked, and her eyes turned back to their natural gray. "He will set the realm on fire." This time I blinked. What was that? "We accept your gift, Leufeyson," Verdandi said, as she passed the dagger in her hand to Skuld, who took it. Skuld then dropped the silver thread onto the grass so it landed next to the coin. They'd made their decision, it seemed, and it would cost me less than I had expected. I quickly bent and picked the items up, stuffing them back into the satchel. "Why settle for so little?" I asked them. They were known for liking and expecting their gifts. "It will begin," Skuld said. "We will play our part." "It has begun," Verdandi said. "You play your part." "It began some time ago," Urdur added, and nodded at me. "Ask your questions." And with that, they returned to their tasks, spinning, weaving their web, threads conjured down, woven, thrown back up. I shook my head slightly, but this was what you had to endure when dealing with the goddesses of fate. "What did Odin learn from the vulva? Why are my sons trapped? What is it he fears?" He fears them, especially your boy, Fenrir, Verdandi said. So he fears them even now, when they are harmless? Why? What did the prophecy foretell? Urdur looked to scold a moment, but her red-headed sister seemed not to be paying attention to either of us. Verdandi silently acknowledged her by accepting a pale green thread from her, which she cut with one of the daggers. It spoke of the end. The end? Everyone says he saw the fate of the gods. True, and that fate was the end. He was shown deaths, fates, ends, beginnings. Speak plainly, please. I can tell you what was, Urdur went on, and recounted what had once been told to Odin. How the Aesir had lived in peace and harmony with other creatures, even the Jötnar. But then signs of unrest would appear. Winters with no seeming end, eclipses, brother fighting brother. The realm would succumb to chaos, death, and an end to us all. He was told of his own demise, wasn't he? I asked, after hearing all this. He was, Urdur nodded while inspecting a thread closely. She let it go and grabbed another. He was told his life would end by the hand of your boy, Fenrir, that his thunderous son would end his life by the fangs of your boy, Jormungandr. For a moment, everything went quiet around me. I felt frozen to the ground. Had Odin believed this all this time? Then why did he welcome me here? I asked. For a long time, he couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe he'd fall in such a way, or at all. You cause trouble, and you solve their problems, Leufeyson. You also stand between two worlds, considering your kin. He hoped you would help in keeping the peace, the fragile balance, and he enjoyed your company. Not everyone can keep up with his wit. But then the signs came, the first ones being the birth of your eldest sons, as well as your daughter, of course. Omen followed omen, happening ever faster. The All-Father has one eye, but can never be deemed blind. What spurred him into action now then? Why wait so long to set my sons out of play? His ravens returned recently, informing him, as always, of what they'd seen. They surprised him greatly with the news of birds. Birds? I furrowed my brows, but waited. What else was there to do with these three? A red rooster crowed near a Jotun shepherd. A black rooster crowed shortly thereafter in the halls of the dead. While he received this news, he heard the rooster Gullinkambi crow in Asgard. This was foretold. This would be the beginning. The beginning of what? You said the end? Yes, it has begun, Verdandi said, taking over for her sister. We know what the Volva said would occur. We all play a role. How do I stop this and save my sons? Are you certain that's what you want? Verdandi turned her head and looked straight at me, a white thread resting in her hand. Yes, I don't know the future, so surely it's mine to change as I please. It could go either way. Verdandi sighed. At the moment, it all rests with Baldur, son of Odin. Baldur? Are you sure? Baldur wasn't who I'd wager to play any significant part in this. He'd never hurt a fly. In my opinion, he was a soft god, enjoying the luxuries of his life, never venturing anywhere. Adored by most, though. There was power in that. His fate is wrapped around him like a tight shirt. There is no escaping it. It all ends or begins with him. He is the catalyst. I nodded. I had to think on all this. Thank you. I'll be on my way then. I'd barely taken a step back when Skuld whirled around, her eyes glowing golden again as she pulled down a blue thread from above. A long one. Hear me, Loki Leufeyson, she said, and walked toward me. I attempted to take another step, but this time I truly was frozen. her unseen magic keeping me in place. "No, I will not," I shouted at her, realizing what was about to happen. Prophecies were not to be meddled with. They brought nothing but misfortune, but I couldn't move, nor could I shut out her words. I noticed Urdur and Verdandi returning to their work, clearly done with their part in this. "That vulva told almost the entire truth," Skuld said, a wistful tone to her voice. "She knew a lot. She could see far into the future. She was my daughter." I stopped fighting her. There was no point. Besides, her daughter? That piece of information was rather interesting. No wonder Odin had taken her visions so seriously then. She had to have been the next best thing to Skuld. "The hound will howl at death's door," Skuld went on. "The wolf breaks his bonds. Brother will fight brother. Kin will be at war with each other. The realm will be uninhabitable. It will be a time of depravity, a time for the axe, a time for the sword, a time for storms, and," she smiled, despite the trance she was obviously in, "a time for the wolf. Our land will sink into the ocean." She stopped right in front of me, clearly not bothered by my attempt to break free. "There is no escaping the future," she said, and lifted the hand in which she held the dagger, but she merely caressed my cheek with the back of her fingers in what was likely meant as a comforting gesture. I bent my head sideways to escape it, the only thing I could physically do as she had bound me to the spot. "She saw far into the future, my daughter," Skuld went on, her hand still raised, the dagger blade upside down in her grip, pointing away from me. "She saw far and until Ragnarök. That is what Odin fears, the end of the gods. But I see farther. I see until the end of us all, even my sisters and I." She pressed her lips together a moment and canted her head sideways, looking sorrowful at those words. "But that is a long way off yet. You will fight this," she went on, and lifted the blue thread in her other hand. I had a strong suspicion this particular thread was mine. "You will die. I will not tell you when. I will grant you that mercy." She took the dagger and turned it, cutting the thread. Then she dropped the blade and took one end of the thread in each hand, weaving the fibers in one of them. It turned green, and then she put the ends together, the fibers intertwining, blending them in a smaller section where blue and green overlapped. Then she sent the thread up to join the others. "I will give you this, though," she continued. I shook my head. "Stop it. I don't want to know my fate. Nothing good will come of it." Skuld shook her head. "You will suffer. It is the greatest suffering any can fathom. But after every end comes a new beginning, and I will give you this gift. Black wings, a red emerald. Keep them close. They will lead you to the second end, the end you all need." Skuld closed her eyes, and when she opened them, the golden light was gone yet again. She looked me in the eye, her state of mind unreadable. I knew better than to know the future. Nothing good ever came of it. That was why the vulva's prophecy had rattled Odin to the point that he'd trapped my sons. "Why did you tell me this?" I asked, unable to keep the accusation from my voice. Skuld sighed and released me from her magic. Then she conjured another thread and walked back to join her sisters. "Because it can't be stopped," she simply said. "Everything comes to an end." Chapter 4. Valaskjalf, the home of Odin and his wife Frigg, was shown from its best side this night. It lay on the highest hill with a view of everything in Asgard, a grand home rumored in all the 8 realms that shared a gateway with Asgard to be made entirely of silver. That was not true, but silver had been used lavishly throughout. Silver marquetry set into the stone, delicate filigree tracing the arches and door frames. Even the roof glittered with it. All the silver was naturally ensorcelled to never lose its luster, catching the light from the numerous torches and braziers and casting a warm glow over the assembled guests. The massive guild hall was filled to the brim with a throng of festive Aesir, Vanir, elves, and even visiting gods from other realms. All around, the air was full of laughter, tales being told, and music drifting from the corners where musicians played. Tables were laden with food and drink, the scent of roasted meats and sweet mead hanging heavy in the air. The hall itself was adorned with intricate silver filigree, silver marquetry inlaid into the furniture and walls, and delicate mother-of-pearl accents, all glittering in the flickering light. As Sigyn and I entered the guild hall, I met Odin's eyes as he sat on his high seat, Hlidskjalf, overseeing the festivities in his hall. He held my gaze for a beat, and then nodded quickly before letting his attention be drawn away. It was said that from Hlidskjalf he could see everywhere in the realm, and everything. That was not quite true. If it were, I wouldn't have been welcomed as a guest this night. As it was, Sigyn and I moved freely among the other guests, talking, gossiping, and drinking as was required. But we were there for a specific reason. After I'd returned from the Norns and Skuld's disturbing revelations, I'd been preoccupied with her predictions. That was a waste of time. Knowing the future was a curse, in my opinion. But I had little choice now. When Frigg had let everyone know this night was about her son Balder, we'd really had no choice but to attend. He was, after all, the one who would set the end of the gods into motion. If Skuld truly saw the future clearly, which I doubted, Sigyn was not so certain, and we had agreed to come alone, leaving the twins out of this. 2 of my sons were already trapped and unable to do anything. We didn't need anything else to happen to our boys. Who knew how many of them Odin feared? The night went on as usual. Sigyn and I separated to carefully fish for news and information. It became clear to me that not all were involved in, or even informed of, my son's fates. It was those who were evasive in their talk that I noted. There was a core of Aesir involved in this. Through metaphorically gritted teeth, I continued through the night, eventually ending up at a table, a tankard of ale in my hand, in the company of unknowing gods, when a commotion up by the high seat drew everyone's attention. It was Frigg who stood at her husband's side, drawing everyone's focus. This was, of course, what she'd invited everyone to witness. The rumor, as it was presented by guests this night, was that she'd woven a spell for her son Balder, but no one had been able to tell what the spell was. Frigg had kept that close. "You seem eager to find out what's going on, Forseti," I said to the god seated across the table from me. He'd turned his upper body to see better, but I could see the curiosity on his face in profile. "Have your father and grandmother not told you?" Forseti, son of Balder and grandson of Frigg, did not take after either of his relatives with his soft brown hair and beard, especially not in temperament. Where Frigg was quick to lash out, Forseti was thoughtful and considerate. Where Balder was mild-tempered and mellow, Forseti was determined and able to raise his voice when needed. It was part of what made him a good arbiter and mediator. "I'm as in the dark as anyone else here tonight," he said, and drank from his tankard. "My grandmother has kept this close to her chest. It must be grand, considering everyone in Asgard and beyond has made an appearance." "It can't be that special," Freyr, one of the Vanir, snorted. Seated to my left, he had an uncharacteristic frown on his face. While his good looks had goddesses and women swooning over him, Balder had the respect and admiration of most Aesir and Vanir. Personally, I didn't see the appeal. Balder had always seemed oddly feeble to me, not quite able to show initiative in much, and simply breezing through existence. It sounded dreadful, and honestly, boring. Surely she wouldn't have done this with so many in attendance if it were for something less than spectacular, I mused. Spectacular, Friar huffed, and I smiled. Welcome all, Frigg raised her voice considerably to say as the noise in the hall quieted, and all that could be heard were muted whispers. Welcome Aesir, Vanir, elves, gods of the south, gods of the west. My attention was drawn to Sigyn as she made her way toward me through the crowd, a flushed smile on her face as she sat beside me on my right side. She enjoyed gatherings like this. I raised an eyebrow at her, and she shook her head. Nothing, she said, as she leaned in and whispered in my ear. There seems to be little knowledge of the fact that your sons were taken and bound. I'm fairly certain not all here are part of it, but it's hard to tell when I can't ask directly. I nodded. Agreed. I've been meeting the same obstacles, I whispered back. I've invited you here tonight to share something beautiful with you all, Frigg went on as she finished welcoming everyone. She was dressed in her finery, a silk dress, jewelry, her black hair in a thick braid over her shoulder. I'm sure you're all wondering for what reason, and I won't make you wait any longer. Balder, she said, and reached out a hand to him. It was hard to see him in the crowd, but as she stepped forward, the dark-haired son of Frigg reached her side and turned for us all to see him. He seemed, to me at least, somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps because his mother was speaking for and about him. My son Balder has been tormented with dreams as of late. Bad omens. He has seen his future, and it's bleak. Not for the rest of us, Freyr commented dryly, yet not loud enough for many to hear. And it spurred me on, Frigg continued by the high seat. Odin sat in his seat, a little behind and to her right. He looked to be considering something else as he sat staring into the air, but I knew better. He cared greatly for his son and had to know of Balder's role in the impending end times. If Skuld was right, of course. But if Balder was the catalyst for the end, then why be worried if something took him out of play first? I knew too little to take the Norn's words literally. What I knew, merely from being here this night, was that both Odin and Frigg took the old prophecy as truth. Frigg, up by the high seat, paused. Then she lifted her arms. I have crafted the greatest spell I have ever attempted. It has taken all my knowledge, all my power, and all my will. I wove in the earth, and I wove in the water. I pulled the knowledge of everything there that connects through our realm. I wove a web around my son, using that knowledge, making certain nothing of what could pass through my web. At that moment, Frigg conjured her yellow fire and sent it right at her son. He was still standing a bit in front of her, facing the crowd. The fire hit him and then simply vanished in a puff of smoke. The crowd, as Frigg had likely anticipated, gasped and then cheered. Anti-magic? I whispered in Sigyn's ear. Her magic was of the healing kind, more in tune with nature, much like Frigg's, though not as potent. Sigyn nodded. Yes, I think so. It wasn't absorbed or vanquished. It looked like it nullified the spell before it could strike him. So her force shield is essentially a magical nullifier? Interesting. As you all know, Frigg went on, making a quiet down motion with her hands, we gods are immortal, and yet we are not entirely. It takes a lot to take down the supramundane, but it can be done, though only by our own kind. This statement was met with booing. Not against her, naturally, but against that particular truth. It stung hard in that hall. Frigg only laughed and went on. But I dare all of you to attack with any weapon of your choosing, be it metal, fire, wood, or anything else. Nothing can harm my son. A murmur ran through the crowd of guests now. "It's apparently more than a magical nullifier," Sigyn whispered, her tone dry nonetheless. It made me smile. She was right, though. If Frigg's force shield could stop weapons as well, then it was indeed more than a magical nullifier. I was actually impressed at the level of magical force she'd had to wield to achieve this. "How about you, esteemed guest of the South?" Frigg shouted above the crowds. "Dare you try?" Heads turned as everyone tried to see who she was talking to, but soon a god arose. He was unusually tall and heavily muscled, a half-god of the Midgard realm, to be exact, known as Hercules. He was renowned for his strength, they said. In answer to Frigg's challenge, he said nothing, because of course being asked if he dared forced him to dare, regardless of the possibility of harming his host's son. He merely picked up a sword from beside himself and hurled it toward Balder. The weapon whirled through the air, flying so close over several spectators' heads that some of them screamed. But as it swung its last round toward Balder, it bounced off him and shot to the right. Another scream rang out as the wayward sword struck a veneer, stabbing him through the upper arm. He jumped up and stared helplessly at his wounded limb, with the massive sword sticking out at both ends. The sight caused utter quiet for a moment, and then the entire hall broke out into cheers. Even I leaned forward in astonishment. Balder should be dead from that hit, but he stood there smiling winningly at the cheers granted him. "I dare anyone else to try," Frigg shouted above the crowd, and the hall erupted into wild jubilation and a flurry of activity as many rushed forward to test their strength against her force field. "Well," Forseti said, and grabbed his tankard, "I'd say that is a spell to invite everyone to witness." A grand feat indeed, I agreed, because it was the truth. There was no denying that. I glanced over at Freyr, whose eyes were narrowed as he watched the first god try to throw something at Balder, only to have the same result. Whatever it was bounced off and hit the floor. There was quite the commotion over there, with gods taking bets on who could break through Frigg's magical web. "Aren't you going to try?" I asked the Vanir. "Pah!" he exclaimed. "Her magic is meant to protect her son, and it will do that. Why waste the time when I have all this food and drink in front of me?" "Why indeed," I said, and focused on that myself. There was no need to partake in the ridiculous contest up there. I'd already seen what I needed to. "Well, good evening, Uncle," Forseti said, and raised his tankard as a young, light-haired elven woman came over with the Aesir Hod on her arm. The blind god was smiling and clearly enjoying himself. "Nephew," he said, and sat by Forseti's side, while the elf danced around the table and sat uninvited by Freyr's left side. She was met with a confident smile, though, so her night was likely already set. "You seem in a good mood tonight, Hod," Sigyn said to the blind god. He'd been born that way, which seemed an oddity for a god, but then sounds helped Hod navigate and recognize the realm around him. "I am, fair Sigyn," he laughed, clearly recognizing her by her voice. "It is a great night for my brother. What do you think, nephew?" Forseti shrugged, which his uncle couldn't see. It might have been wiser of grandmother to keep this to herself. Now we have a herd of gods trying to kill my father. Hod laughed. "It's all in good sport, nephew. No one actually believes they can. It's merely entertaining." "I'll give you that," I said, as loud cheers rose again. "Loki," Hod said. "I'd recognize Sigyn's lesser half everywhere." "True," I said, and laughed. "And I could smell you long before you showed your ugly face here." Hod merely laughed with me. "Ah, Sigyn, you should have chosen me instead of this wolf. That's all he is, nothing but barks." "A wolf he may be, but he's my wolf. And let's be honest, Hod, You're more of a docile oaf. If I'd wanted peace and quiet for eternity, maybe you'd have been the better choice. But where's the fun in that? Loki keeps things interesting." Hod roared with laughter and shook his head. "If I could have seen the smugness on your face now, Loki," he said, and got up again. "Well, I'll be off to join the fun." "What, over there?" Sigyn asked. Hod nodded and withdrew something green from his belt, a plant of some sort. "They're trying all sorts of things now. Someone threw pepper at him earlier. It didn't even make him wrinkle his nose." "Is that mistletoe?" Forseti asked, peering at the dark green plant with white berries growing on it. "What are you going to do with that, Hod?" I asked. "Rub it under your brother's nose so he sneezes?" I laughed at the absurdity, but the blind god went over to the crowd anyway. The night went on like this, with cheers, shouts, and shock, as the most ridiculous things were hurled or struck against the Aesir as he played along, clearly confident in his mother's spell. I wondered what he'd dreamed to scare his mother so, but it didn't seem to matter anymore. Frigg sat by her husband's side, the both of them clearly enjoying the entertainment of other gods failing to kill their son. Even Odin cracked a smile and chatted with his wife. "So this is how he becomes the catalyst," Sigyn said, her voice hushed. There was no need for whispering now, as the raucous noise from the crowd around Baldur made more than enough cover for people to plot the worst conspiracies without fear of being overheard. Being immortal is one thing. Being invincible is quite another. "True," I said, and for the first time since Skuld had forced me to hear her words, I started to consider the truth of at least that statement. Baldur would be the catalyst. He was in all effect invincible now. It was strange, though, that he of all the Aesir would bring such an end as what the Norns had described. He truly was one of the most beloved and mild-mannered of the gods. Maybe hubris would stir in him? That would mean turning on his father, though. I eyed Odin as that thought occurred to me, and noticed the old god's eyebrow rise at the same time laughter erupted from the crowd around Baldur. It was Hod's turn, it seemed, and the sight of a blind god armed with a bow and arrow was simply too ridiculous. He'd twined the mistletoe around the arrow and the arrowhead. "At least he's having fun," Forseti said, and shrugged before he grabbed some cheese from a plate in front of him. "He's not the only one," I commented with a sideways nod toward Freyr, who'd now forgotten all about Baldur as he had his tongue inside the elf's mouth. Forseti snorted and opened his mouth to speak as Sigyn grabbed my arm and squeezed tight. A unison gasp went through the crowd, then the rest of the guests in the hall. Up in front of the high seat stood Baldur, an arrow buried in his chest. Then blood spilled from the wound and his mouth before he stumbled and fell forward. A desperate scream turned into a wail, erupted in the silence. The primal scream only a bereaved mother could manage. Chapter 5. The glittering guild hall of Valaskjalf broke into utter chaos. Guests rose, us included, shouting broke out, screams, furniture overturned, people ran back and forth. Frigg threw herself down on the floor by her fallen son. Odin rose, shouting something no one heard through all the noise. A tug on my sleeve drew my attention. "I need to get over there," Sigyn said, worry in her eyes. I nodded. She had to help, despite what we knew might come of Baldur. Sigyn was a healing goddess, after all. She left me and vanished into the throng, fighting her way forward. "Everybody out!" gruff voices sounded as Odin's guards entered the hall and started herding the guests out and away from the high seat. I let myself be herded with them. There was nothing more to see here. This had all gone horribly wrong. On my way toward the door, I noticed Aegir marching the opposite way, his hair a golden blonde mane now and not seaweed. He caught my eye and stared sideways at me, his eyes cold. Then he passed, and I moved through the massive doors that suddenly were too narrow for the crowd. I returned to our guest chambers, as did most others, but the entire building was wrought with the sudden events. It took hours before Sigyn returned, and by then the sound of shouts and worried voices had only barely subsided. She was covered in blood, Baldur's blood. His life couldn't be saved. Every god with healing powers tried, Loki, but he couldn't be saved. She sank into a chair, exhausted and shaken. He's with your daughter now. I considered this as Sigyn eventually tried getting some sleep. Baldur was dead. That much was clear. It took a lot to kill a god. Frigg was right about that. But what it took was usually another god. Hod might be blind, but he was no less strong than any other god. I couldn't believe he'd done it on purpose, though. I hadn't traced any deceit in him beforehand. Neither had Sigyn, she told me, when morning arrived and she awoke. It was an accident. A most cruel one, then, I thought, as Sigyn and the other healing goddesses returned to Frigg to try to ease her sorrow. The day went by, and there was a strong sense of worry in the walls of the building. There was something about this that confused me greatly. Frigg had gone to great lengths to protect her son, and Odin was clearly part of it, as he'd condoned the feast last night, despite it being Frigg's occasion. It was nearing dusk when Sigyn again returned. She was in a hurry, short of breath, and wide-eyed as she shut the door behind her. Loki, it's all come backwards. What? It's all turned around. She came farther into the room and then lowered her voice. They wouldn't say much around me, and I thought it best to leave. Frigg is distraught. No healing magic can help her. Everyone left, but I felt a sense of... They were watching me closely. None of the others. Only me. I led her over to a chair and had her sit. I believe time is of the essence, wife. Tell me, and then we lay our plans. She nodded and swallowed hard before focusing. They think you're behind this, that you somehow tricked Hod or conspired with him. That makes no sense. I was joking with Hod. We all were. Who could have heard me anyway? Forseti is no fool. He knows we were joking. Freyr wouldn't stand up for Baldur anyway. I don't know, but I heard whispers of your sons. Now that Baldur shouldn't be dead. Frigg and Odin have locked themselves in his chambers. They're arguing fiercely, shouting your name now and then. She shook her head. I don't know anything else. I thought it best to come and find you. That was sound thinking. You need to leave now. Take the servants and the guards. Go home and seal up everything. Don't let anyone inside, no matter how much you think you trust them. She lowered her brows in confusion. What about you? I need to figure this out, but if they are now after me as well as my sons, then I shouldn't be here. You go and find Nari and Vali. Make certain they don't do anything stupid. Do you understand? She nodded and did as I said, packing her and my belongings in a hurry and getting our household together. As they left, they were not the only ones. Many had spent the night wondering exactly what had happened, but the day had only made the remaining guests more worried. I remained in the guest chambers, pacing back and forth as I waited for the sun to set. It was late in the day when I heard a strange scraping noise. I turned to find the source of it being a large black raven on the windowsill. I rolled my eyes. Yes, I'm here, I said, and shoot it back out again. Hugin or Munin? I couldn't tell the difference between Odin's ravens, but I knew the old god knew where I was. Those pesky birds told him everything they spied. But it didn't matter much now. No one came for me yet, and as dusk set in, I climbed onto the windowsill myself. I needed less light to pull this off in the form I needed to take now. Without a second thought, I threw myself forward, out the open window, and shifted form as I did so, into a black bat. I flapped my wings, the thin membrane making no sound as I soared around the walls and towers of Valaskjalf in my small, unnoticed form. With darkness falling, the glint from the silver roof tiles had stopped and wouldn't distract me. I headed straight for the highest point of the building, toward Odin's chambers. My bat form allowed me to see with the sensory sight of those animals. While my vision wasn't the best, I could detect everything and everyone by hearing. I was also black in the dark and able to squeeze inside small cracks in walls and roofs. This was how I found my way inside the old god's chambers. As a bat, his ravens, who also didn't see perfectly in the dark and couldn't hear me approach, didn't know when I entered the chambers through a small crack where the roof met the ceiling beams. From there, I could see down on most of the large room Odin and Frigg and a few other gods were in. One of the ravens sat across from me, looking down. The other was nowhere to be seen, likely out spying for his master. "This is outrageous!" Frigg yelled at her husband. She wore a simple dress now, her long black hair hanging loose. The few times I saw her face from above, I could see the redness in her eyes. "It is what is necessary," Odin said. "You bring this to my feet now?" Frigg yelled, not caring that anyone else was there. I saw Aegir, Heimdall, Skadi, and Thor all there. So they were in on the trapping of my children then. "You have to admit," Thor said, his stout form and red hair and beard easily recognizable. "This is strange. I don't even understand how—" "Oh, shut up, you fool," Frigg told him. She was right about that, I mused. Thor was not the sharpest knife among Odin's brood. He was dangerous, though. Suddenly, a young boy came running from the part of the room I couldn't see. "Father, look what I found," he shouted at Odin and held forth something I couldn't see. That didn't interest me, though. But father? Odin had another child? Frigg huffed and turned her back on the boy, who ran out of sight again. Clearly, Odin had sired a new child with someone other than Frigg once more. "Let's deal with the matter at hand, shall we?" Heimdall, light-haired, bearded, and proud, said, drawing them all back to whatever they'd been talking about. It turned out to be me. It was a mistake trapping Fenrir and Jormund and not their father. Odin waved that off. Loki was always needed to— "Kill my son?" Frigg shouted. She was enraged. "Hod did the deed," Thor muttered, not quite meeting her eyes. "I know he did. You— Ugh." She shook her head. "I know he did. He's my son too, and I saw it with my own eyes. Loki egged him on." "Yes," Aegir agreed. "We know this. If Loki hadn't told Hod to make a better weapon out of that plant, then this wouldn't have happened." I looked at Odin then and was surprised to not hear him defend me in the slightest, even after trapping my sons over a useless prophecy. "And then he laughed," Frigg hissed. "Yes, I heard what was said just as clearly as you all did." This had me pause. Sigyn would never betray me. Freyr had no reason to, and Forseti would have had a reason had I actually done anything to help kill his father. But he was too righteous to lie, and he and I both knew this wasn't true. So how had it become true to the gods below? "Tell me, wife," Odin said, his voice calm as he walked closer to Frigg. "How did that plant break your spell? You assured me that nothing could harm our son, that he'd be safe. His death marks the beginning." "What?" If I'd had hands in that moment, I would have slapped myself. I'd misunderstood Skuld. Balder being the catalyst didn't mean he'd be behind it. The gods below were. How had I not seen this? What a fool I was. "It was mistletoe," Frigg said. as if that explained anything. Odin looked to the other four gods. Mistletoe doesn't have roots, Heimdall finally said. Frigg sank down on a nearby chair and looked defeated. I didn't draw any knowledge of it to weave into my spell, because that plant isn't connected to anything. It's a parasite. I didn't even think about it. That explained how Hod's arrow had pierced Frigg's force shield, but how incredible that this little plant was used last night. A little too incredible. That Loki is too clever for his own good, Aegir said. He would have figured that out. Flattering as it was that they thought so, I had not thought of that. I had been here to assess what Balder might be up to, and now realized the poor bastard hadn't been up to anything. The other raven made its appearance through an open window in the ceiling, landing elegantly next to his brother on the beam opposite me. He dreamed of his death, Odin said, and in your obsession to prevent that, our son was murdered, slain by his own brother. That is an unforgivable blood debt. Vali must repay that debt. Vali? What did my son have to do with this? Were they going to kill him as revenge? He is an abomination, Frigg said. He is only growing. A little fast, I admit, but all the better to get this over with. This slight cannot stand. I won't have it. I was utterly confused, but then the boy came back into view. That is to say, he was still a boy, but older looking than a few moments ago. His clothes didn't fit him anymore. He was all bare arms and legs. And I suppose your prophecy says this too, she snarled at Odin. It does, and the more I fight it, the more I realize this has to happen, he sighed. Thor, take your young brother and find him some clothes and weapons. He'll need them. Thor looked hesitant, but did as his father bade. Come then, Vali, he said, and the boy followed him. What kind of sick joke was this? Had Odin named his new child after my son? A new child that seemed destined for blood vengeance. Perhaps I can still get him back, Frigg went on. I can plead for his life. Plead with Loki Leufeyson's daughter? Heimdall spat. Revenge is all you have now. Then I'll take it, Frigg said, with a callous tint to her voice. And I'd add all of Loki's kin to that, not just his two monster sons. They frighten you so, don't they? She looked at her husband. Well, nothing frightens me anymore. Not now, after this. Kill them all and finish it before all you hold dear vanishes into the sea of Surtur's fire. She folded her arms over her chest and had clearly spoken her piece, or lack of it. She's right. If we're to stop this, it has to happen now, Heimdall said. Odin seemed hesitant, but at this point I realized I knew him no more. We had been good friends, and now I wondered why, considering what he'd known for so long. It had to have been recently that he'd even told these few gods what he truly knew. The growth and danger my sons represented must have persuaded him the time was now. Very well, Odin nodded at them. Do it, and do it quick. He is in the guest room. The newly arrived raven cawed, the sound sharp in the large space below. Odin looked up at it and was quiet a moment. Apparently, Loki has gone from that room. Where is he then? Aegir asked. That is unknown at the moment. Well, it doesn't matter much, Aegir went on. I saw Sigyn leave earlier today. I sent guards after her. We are ahead of him. They were indeed. With the awkward and inelegant movements of a bat not flying, I moved back to the crack I'd come through. I'd heard enough. Launching myself back into the air, now fully dark, I flapped my wings, ready to fly home, hopefully to reach there before Aegir's men did, to warn Sigyn and the boys before it was too late. Desperate screams broke through the air, someone calling for help. No, no, please! I recognized that voice. I turned to the right and flew toward Hod's chambers, the light there drawing my bat form like nothing else. The light blinded me slightly as I landed in an open window on the sill. There stood the newly grown Valley already, dressed in his new clothes, which were drenched in blood, his half-brother Hod at his feet, with a deep gash in his throat. He was bleeding out and already gone by the dead look in his open and unseeing eyes. A caw sounded again, and Valley turned to look at the raven seated in another windowsill. It was hard for me to see in the light, but I thought I saw remorse on the young man's face where he stood, the dagger he'd used for the murder still in his hand, dripping with what was partially the blood of his blood. It struck me then, Skoold's words as she'd relayed them to me. Brother will fight brother, kin will be at war with each other. 2 brothers dead, each killed by a brother. One had even seemingly been brought into this realm in recent hours to fulfill that part of the prophecy. If I didn't know better, I'd say Odin wanted this now. Skoold hadn't interpreted her visions wrong. This was another sign of the end. I took to the wings again and flew away. Moments later, the raven crossed beneath me, heading back to his master to tell of his other son's demise. I had my own sons to think of. Aegir was ahead of me. Chapter 6. A few leagues away from Valaskjalf, I changed form mid-air into a falcon. This was a challenging feat, shifting from one animal form into another, though not impossible. It was always best to return to my true form in between shifting. There wasn't time, though. I fell far toward the ground while doing so, but soon flapped my larger wings and climbed again before soaring forward, intent on reaching Sigyn and our sons. If there was one thing I believed wholeheartedly, it was Frigg's resolve in getting her revenge, even against her own son. Clearly Balder had been such a favorite that Hod wasn't worth much to her after yesterday's killing. I found my home looking quiet, but as I soared overhead, I saw that while the gate was closed, no one manned the walls. Below, on the ground, nothing seemed amiss. But everything was. I dove and flew past the gate, noting with my enhanced vision in this form that the lock had been hastily repaired. Soaring up again, I landed inside, changing to my wolf form this time. I could move much more quietly like this. My home was, however, unusually silent. I began to see why as the sensory abilities of my wolf alerted me to the smell of blood. I found many a servant stuffed into small storage rooms, having paid with their lives. The same went for the guards, though they had been hidden in storage buildings outside. It didn't take me long to hear muffled noises from inside the guild hall. Though I couldn't be sure from outside, I assumed my wife and sons to be alive. They were not the ones Odin and his conspirators were after. I was also quite confident in Aegir's men not posing too much of a risk. After all, I was one of the most powerful Aesir in Asgard. I shifted back to my godly form and, standing on 2 feet again, opened the door, making a quick assessment of the room in front of me. Benches and tables everywhere, large fireplaces spaced in between the furniture, dim lighting. My wife and sons farthest away, 9 lesser Vanir guards loyal to Aegir. They held my family trapped with some magical chain. It glowed golden around the 3. I suppose they had to have used something. Sigyn and the twins were Aesir, but while hers was a healing power, the twins were not fully into theirs yet, young as they were. At my entering the hall, the Vanir all turned as one, but I didn't hesitate. My blue flames shot toward them, taking 3 out at once. Their screams of pain fell to the background for me. I took out 2 more before they'd even raised their swords, and then met the other 4 who managed to gather themselves. The last thing the first of them saw was blue flames shot to his face. He fell back in a panic, and I grabbed his sword and ran the next one through with it, using him as a shield between the next guard and me as I conjured my fire above his shoulder, hitting the one behind him straight on. The last one attempted to draw his own magic, a gray mist of some kind. I had no patience for this. Kicking the guard speared on the sword I held, I jumped up on the nearest table and threw the blade at the last guard I'd burned, who had somehow managed to douse the worst of the flames on his body. The sword burrowed into his chest while I changed form into my wolf again, managing a jump I couldn't otherwise, over the 2 burning guards before I toppled the last one over. As a wolf, I landed on the floor, changed back, rose, and as the guard pleaded for mercy, I shot my flames right into his mouth and face. The scream ended abruptly. "Are there more?" I shouted at my family. "No," both Sigyn and Vali answered. I went over to them and grabbed hold of the golden chain, focusing on the magic of it, warm and fiery. I took hold with both hands and called forth my frost magic, freezing a few links until they broke. The chain fell from my family and rattled on the floor. "Loki, the fire," Sigyn said, as she and the twins rose. I nodded and turned back to the hall, which was now set ablaze by myself. Flames licked up columns and over tables, chairs, and benches. There would be damage, but this was nothing I couldn't handle. I called forth my frost magic again and made it blow as freezing ice fog over the flames, dousing them as I turned around to catch it all. "Loki!" Sigyn screamed as I put out the last of them. Alerted to the danger, I turned, ready to throw the ice in whoever's face, but a hand clamped down on my neck and the icy fog evaporated from my control. I felt something crawl over me from my neck, spreading, a pressure I'd never felt before. Then a massive fist came flying from the side, punching me square in the face. I barely had time to register the smug face of Thor before I went down. The hand was still on my neck, and as someone turned me over, I saw it was Frigg, her hand moving to rest above my heart now. Whatever magic she wielded staggered my own. I couldn't conjure anything, let alone shift. "I have him," she said, and nodded to her red-headed stepson. He then raised his arm and swung something. Too late, I realized it was his hammer, which a moment later struck the side of my head, dazing me so badly I didn't even register being moved. But I soon found myself hanging between Heimdall and Thor, trapped by whatever Frigg had done to me, suffocating my magic. I winced and looked up at her. She stood before me with a smile so devoid of anything warm, I knew she was truly driven mad by her son's death. "Anti-magic?" I mumbled. My entire face hurt from Thor's treatment, my arms not faring better as he and Heimdall twisted them to keep their hold. "I learned many a new trick attempting to save my son's life," she said, "and none of it of any use, thanks to you." I shook my head. "I did not," I rasped, confusion marring my mind. How had they even gotten here so fast? They must have arrived shortly after me. Frigg huffed. "You hear this? All lies, as always." She turned and looked at Sigyn and the twins. The boys were bravely standing in front of their mother, shielding her. "You there, Nari," Frigg demanded, and pointed at Vali, not seeing the difference. "Come here." "Don't," I ordered him. "Frigg, that's enough," an all too familiar voice said. I turned my head and saw Odin walk over, closely followed by Aegir and Skadi. "We will not stoop to the sacrilege of killing one of our own kind." "I have a right to my vengeance, husband," she argued. "A son for a son." "Not this way," Odin countered, but I could hear the half-hearted tone of his voice. Frigg gave a soft shrug, like she didn't care in the slightest. "Very well." She walked over to Vali, who along with Nari backed up to force their mother back from this. But Frigg wasn't after Sigyn, as it turned out. Frigg never touched Vali, but she wove a spell over him so fast, neither he nor his brother could react. Small blue stars dropped from her hand onto his eyes, and before anyone could draw breath, he was forced to shift into his wolf form. I'd seen him like this so many times, in his dark gray pelt, but now something was wrong in his eyes. The blue stars swirled around his yellow irises, and he snarled and barked, foaming at the mouth. "Vali?" Sigyn uttered in confusion as she and Nari drew together. Then Vali leaped forward, his maw open. I don't know what I shouted then, but I pushed to my feet, feeling something crack under the pressure of the two Aesir holding me by my arms. I fought to be free, but couldn't reach Nari, couldn't stop what I saw right in front of me. Whatever magical madness Frigg had inflicted upon Vali, it was unstoppable. Nari pushed his mother to the side and was taken down by his brother in his wolf form. My two captors slammed me into the floor as I saw Vali rip Nari's throat out, blood spraying all over them. Somewhere, far off, I heard Sigyn scream, and beneath that, the whimpers of the wolf as the madness gave way. His eyes turned to normal, and he saw what he'd done. Then the wolf backed up, eyed us, and ran off. The other gods let him. Everyone was stunned in shock. Sigyn ran over to Nari, but there was nothing to be done for him now. Brother will fight brother. Kin will be at war with each other. I felt myself hauled up on my knees, Frigg bending to look me in the eyes. "See how it feels." "You should have killed me instead, Frigg," I told her. "I will murder you all for this." Frigg merely smiled, her face inches from mine. "Why would I kill you when you only have one weakness? Your son's death hurts you more than anything. That is my right." "No, it's not," Sigyn's voice came, before Frigg's face turned into a mask of utter shock and horror as the tip of a dagger slid out from her throat and she spat blood all over me, the warm liquid splattering across my face. Frigg fell over, dead, before she hit the floor, and behind her stood Sigyn, who let go of Nari's dagger as the Queen of Asgard died by her hands. "Enough!" Odin roared then, stepping forward enough for me to see his face. Madness had gripped him too now, but not like Frigg. I'd been right back in Valaskjalf, thinking he looked like he wanted it all to happen, to be done with it, which must have been why he chose to let me live, fool that he was. Because before Frigg's anti-magic let go of me, he signaled his brute of a son, who again slammed his hammer with his free hand right at my head. Chapter 7. Branches of the trees closest to the mansion tapped against the walls and windows. Bad weather was rare in Atlantis, but this was normal when desert storms blew outside the city. Red was asleep, yet it was a fitful sleep, and I doubted it brought her much rest. She twisted in pain, and even when she went still, her face remained drawn with it. Her brow furrowed, and her lips pulled into a grimace. Soft footfalls sounded behind me, someone who wanted me to know they were there. "You are telling her everything, then?" came Arlynn's voice, soft and inquiring. I half turned and saw her in the doorway, where she'd halted a moment before she came fully inside the room, her steps light on the floor. She wore her black hair in a thick braid, a high-waisted dark dress that reached her mid-calf, and high-heeled narrow boots that made soft clicks against the floor as she walked, the sound echoing in the stillness. "It's time," I said, my voice firm. "She might need the truth now." She said as she reached me and ran a hand softly through my hair, her touch gentle and soothing. "The truth is detrimental more often than not." "As we both know," I agreed. We remained silent for a moment, Arlynn standing close with her hands on my shoulders while we stared down at Red. She winced at something, another bad dream, most likely, her face twisting in discomfort. "She is tough," Arlynn concluded, She might beat this yet. I've only ever seen a combination of magical powers and anti-magic in one body before, and that didn't go well, I said, my voice grim. Well, said Arlynn, who did know it all, her tone thoughtful. She was a goddess, already set on stopping the unstoppable. Maybe a blood witch is different? Maybe, I said, as Red twisted abruptly without waking, her body jerking on the bed. Dell, she said, the name a whisper on her lips, and then quieted again. She misses her witch friend? Arlynn asked, her voice soft with understanding. Yes, I said, as I heard another set of steps over by the door, the sound drawing my attention. I believe she was her only friend when she was with the Red Kin. Every relationship she had there relied on compliance. Everything was conditional, with the threat of being punished or cast out for the smallest mistake. Such a sad fate, Arlynn said. I nodded. Shall I take over for a while? Walworth, the butler of the house, asked as he'd entered the room, his voice crisp and efficient. He was a lean and bald man, dressed in black as he always was, his posture straight and proper. Yes, thank you, Arlynn said, before I'd even opened my mouth. Emery is not the only one in need of sleep, husband. She indicated the door with a sideways nod, her eyebrow raised in a silent command. The doctor will be back in the morning, Walworth said, his voice calm and reassuring. But I'll wake you when it's time to switch, or if something happens. I nodded and got up from my seated position, leaving Walworth to it, my steps heavy as I left the room. I awoke several hours later to find Arlynn missing from my bed, the sheets cold beside me. Walworth had not come to wake me, so I assumed everything was under control, certainly not worse. After grabbing some food, I went back upstairs, where I found my wife seated on Red's bedside, busy braiding her hair, her fingers deft and sure. I arched an eyebrow at the sight and went inside, my steps soft on the floor. I didn't quite picture you taking the role of a nurse, wife, I said, pulling up a nearby chair. It had a long back and padded armrests. I noted that the window was open, letting fresh air in, and that last night's wind had subsided, the curtains fluttering gently in the soft breeze. Arlynn snorted. I simply couldn't look at this tangled mess any longer, husband, she said, as she finished the braid and fastened it, her hands gentle on Red's hair. You two sound so old-fashioned when you talk like that, Red mumbled, where she lay halfway on her stomach, eyes closed and clearly not asleep, her voice rough with fatigue. And it's super cute because you're both super old. Humph, I uttered, and sat in the chair, resting my feet on the nightstand. I noticed Red was now wearing a black t-shirt instead of a white one, so Arlynn had likely helped with that too, the thought bringing a small smile to my face. She's not utterly devoid of a heart, I see. And now you went back to being incredibly stupid again, Red added, and twisted over onto her back, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Thanks, Arlynn. You are most welcome, my dear, my wife said, and patted her on the cheek before getting up, her touch soft and affectionate. I'll leave you to it then. What did the doctor say? I asked. I have a bad fever. He gave me some medicine, Red mumbled. She did seem to slur her words a little too much, her speech slightly garbled. I glanced at Arlynn, who'd conveniently turned her back on Red, and she gave the smallest of headshakes before grimacing like she was retching. I nodded my understanding. Red hadn't been able to keep that medicine down then. So, Red said, when Arlynn had left the room, her voice drawing my attention back to her. You never said you knew anything about my daggers, and it turns out... She trailed off a bit and then pulled herself back, her eyes clearing for a moment. You once owned them. I believe so, yes. I glanced at said weapons, which lay in their sheaths on the nightstand next to my feet, the metal gleaming despite the dim light. "How did they end up with me? What are they?" she asked, curiosity roughening her voice. I pressed my lips together sideways for a moment. "They're made from the metal itron, Asgardian steel blended with sky metal, which we call meteorites today. It's quite poisonous until smelted and forged by the dwarves. Then it becomes nigh on indestructible. Thor's hammer was made from the same metal. Honestly, they were trinkets to me back then, something for bartering." "Honestly, huh?" she said, skeptical. I shrugged. "As I said, I don't like telling stories." "For someone who likes the sound of his own voice so much, that's hard to believe," she said, teasing. "Those are not the same things," I said, and smiled. Red merely huffed and closed her eyes a bit, her breathing evening out. "As for how they ended up in your hands, I have no idea. I saw them only once after I gave them to the Norns," I said, thoughtful now. "The gnarly, annoying ladies?" she asked. I laughed then, remembering what I'd told her inside the pyramid during the kin's last attempt at a coup. "Quite right. The same ladies who said you'd find a red emerald?" "Yes." That wiped the smile off my face. A red emerald. For centuries I'd thought schooled meant a gemstone, and then one day another emerald popped up. Red hair, red kin. It had taken me a moment to register, but then interpreting prophecies was a fool's errand. I still believed that. It was best to see what unfolded, not to provoke it. That had cost me too much. The price had been far too high. Red remained quiet for a while, and I thought she'd dozed off again, but then, "I'm sorry for what happened to your son, Loki," she said, her voice soft and sincere. "Yes, well, I thought you fell asleep by that point," I said. "No, just closed my eyes. I didn't fall asleep until you stopped talking, and I get why you stopped. I'm sorry Frigg did that to your sons. That was evil," she said, her voice full of sympathy. I nodded. "It was madness. I understand her anger and pain after Baldur's death now. What I do not understand is her callous disregard for Hod. But then, she wasn't in her right mind by then. But killing my son for something she thought I did? There's no justice in that. He was most certainly innocent. So was his tormented twin." "I agree," she said, firm and unwavering. That made me pause. Even centuries later, and with only Arlynn ever having heard this tale, I still didn't expect to be believed. "So what happened next? You're clearly alive," she said, curiosity creeping back into her voice. "You don't want to know." How many times had I wished I didn't know? "Course I do," she said, stubbornly. "They cut Nari open and removed his intestines to use in a magical blood ritual to trap me," I said, my voice flat and emotionless. "Holy hells, Loki!" she blurted and sat up, eyes wide, her face pale. "What the actual—" "Oh, lie down again, Red. You look like you're about to empty your own intestines on the sheets." She looked white as one, at least, her skin clammy and covered in a sheen of sweat. Dizziness seemed to compel her to follow my order, because she did lie back down, her body sinking into the mattress. "Please tell me you're making a sick joke." "No, you wouldn't joke about that." "I would not," I said, my voice heavy with the weight of the truth. "How in the realms are you even remotely sane?" she asked. "I didn't actually see this sacrilege. I was knocked out, remember? But Sigyn did." "Poor soul," she said, soft with sympathy. What was there to say to that? I sighed and leaned against the backrest of the chair, the padding soft against the back of my head. Shall we get on with it then? Chapter 8. I awoke days after the murder in my home. This meant I'd been subdued magically after the initial blow. By the time I truly came to, I found myself taken to a cave of sorts and chained to the bedrock. That chain not only withstood my magic, it suppressed it. It amazed me the lengths the other gods had gone to lately to find spells and powers to subdue both myself and my sons. I wasn't exaggerating when I claimed I was one of the most powerful gods in Asgard. Except for the ones who'd managed to trap me, and a few others, there was hardly anyone who could pull something like this off. And they had. They were desperate, trying to prevent the old prophecy. But in doing so, they had enraged me to a point I would not return from. That anger had been overpowered for a while, as Sigyn, who was by my side in that large cave, informed me they'd used my son's body to forge the chain that held me. My own blood used against me. I remained quiet for a while and calm. There was no point in struggling against my restraints. I was in a half-seated, half-lying position, the chains crisscrossing over and around my body. I could hardly move anything but my head. When looking closer at the golden metal, I could see swirls of red in it. Blood magic, indeed. "This is Odin's work," I said. Sigyn, who sat on the ground beside me, nodded. Odin was the only one who truly dealt in that kind of magic, having learned and absorbed many types of knowledge through his long existence. I looked at Sigyn properly. She wore the same dress as in Valaskjalf, but it was stained and torn in small rifts in places. The pearls adorning her light hair were mostly out of place, her hair matted with knots. Worst were her blue eyes, usually so vibrant. Now she looked defeated, driven to exhaustion by grief. "Why did they let you go?" I asked her. It made no sense. She'd killed Frigg right in front of Odin, after all, and she appeared unchained and free to go. "They didn't." Sigyn gave a deep sigh and then looked up. "I am trapped here, same as you, protecting you and forced to fail every time I must empty that." I followed her line of sight and saw, far above, below large stalactites, a stone shelf. I had to stretch my neck back to see it, but upon it lay a massive snake, dark purple scales glistening in the light that came from the cave entrance not far from us. From its large fangs, a drop of poison formed as I watched and fell toward me, only to hit a large alabaster vessel that floated above, catching it. Sigyn held it up with her magic, protecting me indeed. She laid a hand on my face then, a soft caress, before she moved the back of her fingers above my temple. Something stung there, making me frown. "You were hit a few times during your slumber, yet it pained you a great deal. When that bowl is full, I have to empty it, and somehow, no matter how long since the snake last let a drop fall, it does so again, hitting you." I nodded my understanding. It was a clever trap. Wise and beautiful Sigyn. She wouldn't leave me like this, and so she was trapped here with no binds to hold her but her loyalty. "Vali?" I asked, instead of dwelling on the torture to come. Sigyn looked at the cave entrance for a moment. "I don't know. He ran off in grief and panic when Frigg's curse let go and he saw what he had done." "What she made him do." Sigyn nodded. "He will never heal from this." "Which is precisely why she did it. You were right to kill her for that." I noticed tears streaming down her face now. I couldn't stop myself. All I knew was that she had to die, and to think I tried helping her after Baldur's death. She wiped away her tears and seemed to steel herself. "He was a good son, better than we could have hoped for." I nodded. "True spoken." Half a day later, her vessel was full and needed to be emptied. I watched her weave her magic, ready to fling the poison in it against the cave wall farthest from us. As she did, it happened as she'd forewarned me. The vessel moved away, and I saw a drop already formed on one of the docile snake's fangs before it fell right at my head. I barely had time to see Sigyn's bowl return to its place, just a moment too late, before the drop hit my forehead and the pain set in. It's hard to describe the sensation, but if I were to venture it, I'd say it felt like my skin being ripped from my bones and set afire. I'd never felt anything like it before, nor have I to this day. It spread from that small impact to my entire body, making me roar in shock, my body shaking with the agony. Then Sigyn was there, with her healing hand over the impact wound. I could barely feel the cool sensation of her magic. She couldn't take it all away. It took a few hours after the initial hit before the last tremors of agony subsided enough for me to think clearly. My first coherent thought was wondering what I'd ever done to deserve a wife like her. I knew she'd done nothing to deserve a husband like me. But here she was. And there we were. We didn't see anyone else for a few weeks after that. Time and the actual need for sustenance didn't work the same way for us as for others. The gods of old, while not quite invincible, were enduring. Still, Sigyn would eventually have to venture outside the cave, which she dreaded. If she went too far, she'd lose control of the bowl. Before that ever happened, though, 2 visitors came into that cave. I was forewarned of the first by one of his little spies, cawing as his shadow fell across the entrance. Odin came in his preferred form, the older man with his short white hair and beard, a tattered cloak warming him. He walked inside, looking like he carried no fear or shame for what he'd done. "Well," I said, after he stood there in silence. The sound of my voice awoke Sigyn, who'd slumbered by my side. She lifted her head and then jerked right up when she noticed him. "Are you here to gloat? Kill me? Set me free?" I smiled a lopsided smile at the last one, knowing full well he wouldn't. Not after everything that had happened. "Calm down, Sigyn," he said, and waved his hand slowly, forcing her to sit with his magic. "I'm not here to harm either of you unless you force my hand." "No harming, eh?" I glanced upward at the snake. "Scotty's handiwork." I looked at him again. "She's still sore about that ordeal, is she?" Odin shrugged and simply sat on the ground. "She's a daughter who misses her father. A father who was killed by you and that dumb-as-bread son of yours, not by me." Odin actually smiled. "Things were easier back then, more clear." Obviously not for Scotty, I thought sourly. "What do you want, Odin?" I asked. Despite having all the time in the realms in that barren cave, I had no time for this. "Last I saw you, I could have sworn you wanted the end to come. What did Skuld call it? Ragnarök?" Odin raised an eyebrow. "You saw the Norns then?" "As usual, your dark little spies haven't seen everything. I suppose they can't be everywhere at all times, no matter how hard they try." Odin didn't respond to that. I'd deduced this a long time ago, and he didn't like anyone knowing. "I saw the Norns. You forced me to when you trapped Fenrir and Jormund. You should have let them roam free. No matter what I did to prevent it, everything in the prophecy seemed to happen. We're nearing the end time. Ragnarök is approaching. And today you seem to long for it less. Sometimes I do, to be done with it. Other times, like today, I don't. I had hope when Frigg enchanted that shield around Baldur. It worked, but then, he was always destined to die. Everyone is, even the Aesir." Odin nodded. "But Frigg wasn't, not like that." "I'd kill her 1,000 times for what she did to my children," Sigyn said, her voice cold. Odin sighed. Yes, and in doing so, you changed something. I could never see her path clearly, but she was to outlive me at least. So now you're trying to stop it again? I asked. I am. In a strange way, you gave me hope, Sigyn. He gave a small smile then, no doubt seeing the contradictions in his words and actions. I miss the old times, my friend, he told me, but they are gone, and I must continue on in a different way now. Too bad you did this then. Make no mistake, Odin, we are not friends. You are my enemy, and while Fenrir swore to kill you, had he the chance. I noticed a slight widening in the old man's functioning eye at that. Was that what the prophecy said then? That Fenrir would indeed kill Odin? I will most certainly finish the deed if he can't. It's a good thing you're trapped here like this then, Odin said. He looked genuinely sad at the thought, but it did nothing to ease my anger and hatred. Slowly, he got up, as if he had no need to hurry. Like our existence, I warned him, traps do not last forever. With that, he was gone, out the entrance with nothing more to say. It was the last time I ever spoke to him. 2 weeks after this, our final visitor came. Sigyn had ventured outside the cave to find some sustenance before it became a true problem for us. She'd used more time than I expected her to, but after a long while, I heard whispers near the entrance. Unable to move except for my neck, I could only wait while staring up at the spinning alabaster vessel above my head. Then I heard a small sob. She was moved by something. I half saw her moving closer, before she stopped and embraced someone. It will all be well, don't doubt that. A pause followed, and then she brought the visitor in. How I wished I could have moved to rise from that damned chain. Valley, I said, surprise and relief evident in my voice. You're alive. He looked very different from the lively young man he'd been a few weeks ago. He was pale, gaunt, disheveled. Grief and pain were written all over his youthful face. He didn't seem able to keep eye contact, or want to, it dawned on me. I'd never seen him so unsure, so broken. It's all right, Sigyn told him, and slid her arm into his, nudging him forward. I realized then that he'd been afraid to meet us. Sigyn had dissuaded him of any fear of us, but he didn't seem wholly convinced. More like he was hoping against hope. I'm so sorry, he said finally, his voice hoarse yet steady. I know you are, but this was not your fault. He looked relieved to hear me say it, and moved his gaze to me, surprise sparking in his eyes for a moment. He hadn't expected this. I didn't look much better than he did in my state. It was all Frigg, Sigyn chimed in. She used you as a weapon. She did it to avoid killing Nari herself, but that doesn't take away the blood on her hands. Are you hearing me? She added, raising her voice as Valley shook his head. What she did was an act of a coward, I added. Valley nodded and looked less than relieved. He was my twin. It's not right. We came into this realm together and should have left it together as well. Maybe not if it was from old age, but in any other way? It shouldn't have happened like this. Before either his mother or I could say anything, he lifted the satchel he carried off his shoulder and let it fall. It landed with a soft thud and a jingling sound from within. I hadn't been preoccupied with it before now. Where did you get that? I asked, recognizing it as my own. It's the reason I came here, Father. I furrowed my brows. Where did you find it? At home. I went back some days later. Everyone was gone. The place was sacked. I buried Nari. I didn't care one whit about the buildings or what had been in them, but I nodded in understanding at this. It was empty except for my sister. Your sister? I frowned deeper now. She was there. Valley nodded. She told me to take it, to free you. That was kind of her, Sigyn said. Kind? I blurted. She's too uninvested. But she is invested nonetheless, Sigyn insisted. That contains nothing but useless trinkets, I went on, nodding toward the satchel as best I could. Not according to her, Valley said, his voice low and almost uninterested. He grabbed it, opened it, and withdrew the silver thread the Norns hadn't accepted as a gift. But Skuld had reacted oddly to it, speaking of the fire giant Surtur and burning the realm down. A silver thread of starlight, Valley said, and it surprised me he knew that, since I'd never shown it to him. But his sister and older brothers had seen it before. Valley sighed and looked at his mother before meeting my eyes. I hate them for what they did to us. As far as I feel anything, I feel hate the most. Then grief. You're the only one who can make this right, Father. Tell me you will. I have no other plans the moment I get out of here, I said, looking at the silver thread with new curiosity. He nodded and stepped closer. That at least gives me a small sense of contentment. He looked like he'd made up his mind about something, which I didn't understand at the time, but it's evident now. He walked behind me, and I soon felt a tug on the chain as he pulled at it. Then he must have slid the silver thread into a link. I could hear a low sawing sound, like he was working on cutting through the link with the silver thread, which was, in truth, a chain itself. Then light exploded behind me, and Sigyn jumped. Valley! She shouted, but the light persisted. She ran past me, fear in her eyes. Valley! The alarm in her voice told me everything was wrong. I joined her in shouting his name. I couldn't hear the sawing noise anymore, as a roaring sound filled the cave. Heat flared from behind me, and it hurt. Valley, stop whatever you're doing, I shouted. If it felt this bad for me, then it had to be much worse for him. Sigyn was pushed back, barely within my field of vision. I saw her call forth her healing magic, a shimmering white light that moved from her toward the blaze. She walked forward again and was instantly shoved back, shielding her face from the flames. I could have sworn I heard him then, uttering, "I'm sorry," before the cave exploded into light and fire, and as I strained against the chain, something suddenly gave, and I lurched forward. I had to throw myself to the ground as the unforgiving heat spread out, and then it retracted back to its source. There was silence for a moment. I lifted my head and turned. It was too late, of course. I ran toward my son, even though his body lay where he'd fallen. Next to the remnants of the burned chain, his body was charred from the magical fire the silver thread had unleashed when in contact with the blood chain. Surtur's fire had outmatched the blood magic. I remained frozen, in shock at Valley's sacrifice. I hadn't seen it. He'd been so grief-stricken, but what twin wouldn't be after what had happened to him and Nari? I hadn't seen it. Loki! Sigyn shouted in warning. I turned my head and saw her fearful face, tears down her cheeks at the sight of her dead son, fear for something else, something up above. Resolution steeled her as I looked up and saw the snake on its shelf begin to rear its ugly head. It hissed and moved to slide down, but Sigyn was faster. I saw her in the corner of my eye as she ran toward me and flicked her hand. The alabaster vessel above stopped spinning as it flew toward the snake, hitting it and splashing the creature with all the poison it contained. It had almost been filled to the brim again. The snake recoiled in pain, twisting to escape, but there was only one direction to go: down. As it fell, right toward me, still clearly alive though its body was boiling from its own poison, Sigyn reached me. She threw herself between us, and the last bite the snake ever managed before it died struck her arm. I pushed up, kicked the nasty head of the creature to make it let go, but it was too late. The poison was already killing her. "Can you heal yourself?" I asked her, desperation roughening my voice. She slumped over in my arms and didn't have the strength to tell me what I already saw. She couldn't save herself. And to this day, I don't think she would have, had she been able to. Both of her sons were gone now, and all for nothing, only for the obsessive actions of a one-eyed god. "Do as Vali asked, Loki," she told me, her voice cracking. She was in pain from the full dose of the snake's venom. "I'll find a way, you have my word." She gave a weak nod. All this magic and anti-magic. In the end, all it took to take down Frigg was a dagger. She died in my arms mere moments later, the truth of her words ringing in my ears, the ramifications of what had just happened hitting me. They were all dead. I stayed in that cave a little longer, but I didn't linger. With my magic, I burned their bodies and buried the ashes there. Then I ventured outside to do as my son and wife had asked. What I wanted to do more than anything was make sure Odin couldn't stop his damn prophecy. Chapter 9. "What are you doing?" I asked Red. She was attempting to pull herself toward the side of the bed closest to the nightstand where I was resting my feet. Huffing and puffing, she finally got there, the sheets scrunched around her as she slumped down on the mattress. She caught her breath for a moment, then raised her arm and smacked her hand into my foot before settling on patting my leg mid-calf. Again, "What are you doing?" I asked at this odd gesture. "I'm not fit to give you a hug now. This is as close as I can get." "Oh, stop it, Red. What happened, happened. That's life for you." She did stop, resting her hand on the mattress. "No, it isn't. What happened to you is every parent's worst nightmare come true. I get it now." "Get what?" "Why you were so set on helping those kids in the enchanted flatlands, the runners, when Yar's people poisoned them with that awful sleeping curse. You knew what those parents were in for if that curse was left to fester." Maybe. No, not maybe. Ugh, you're impossible." I snorted at her annoyance. At least that made a brief reappearance. "I'm so sorry that happened to you," she went on. "Both your sons and your wife too. I figured you were divorced or something since you're with Arlynn now. I didn't even think. I'm just so sorry." I eyed her for a moment. Her eyes were closed, her brows slightly furrowed from pain. I had no doubt she was being sincere, since it took a lot for her to talk this much right now. "Well," I said, "by that point Vali was utterly destroyed by Frigg. I didn't see it then because I thought he was grieving his twin, but it was more than that. I don't think you could have stopped him from freeing you. No. Nor Sigyn from saving your life. No." She thought about this for a few beats. "My mom and dad wouldn't have lifted a finger for me, much less cared if I died." "Are you certain of that?" She scoffed, which turned into a coughing fit. "They're like Frigg," she said, when she calmed down enough to speak. "She put one son above the other. They put a cult above me. You actually tried to save your family. That matters. It didn't help them, though. That's not the point, and you know it. Are you getting all sage in your bedridden glory?" "Shut up, Loki," she mumbled. "Deflect all you want. I know you heard me." I scoffed softly, a small smile on my lips she didn't see. Yes, I had heard her. "So," she said, "what happened next?" "The end." "Okay, please don't start with the sword stabbing again. That makes no sense without what came before." How is this related to the mysterious people trying to keep you alive, anyway? I don't actually see how it can be. I'm getting to it. Chapter 10. I didn't go straight to my kin in Jotunheim to seek allies there, though that was my plan, eventually. No, I needed other allies first. Likely reluctant ones, but I didn't care. I spent the first few weeks of freedom stewing in hate, planning ahead, and gathering information. That was how I eventually found myself in a forest, tracking down an elf. While her kind thrived in this environment and were hard for a human to find, she was no match for me, especially in my wolf form. I was quieter than her as I tracked her for a while. At first to be certain it was her, and then to see if she was up to anything. But no, she walked through the forest on her own, likely heading toward the ocean, if her direction was any indicator. She'd been dressed differently the last time I saw her, in a frilly dress then, but now she wore practical trousers and a buckskin tunic, her light hair in a thick braid down her back. From a belt around her waist hung 2 daggers I recognized, the gift I had given the Norns. Interesting. This only confirmed my suspicions about this elf's lesser, but still detrimental, involvement. When I was satisfied I was on the right track, I went around and ahead of her. I shifted back into my godly form and simply stepped in front of her on the narrow deer path she was following. She gave half a screech and stumbled back, pulling one of her new daggers. I didn't care, merely called forth my fiery magic. Usually I'd use it as forcefully as possible, but I could control it when I chose. I let it burn through the moss and twigs on the ground, forming a circle of blue fire around the elf as she tried running at the first sight of it. "An elf trapped in a circle," I said, as she stopped and faced me. "How paradoxical," I smiled. "Seldom does fate twist things so well." "What's going on?" she shouted. "Who are you?" "Oh, please," I waved her theatrics away. "You know well who I am. You even sat at the same table as me while distracting the easily distractible Freyr." "No, Nareel," I added, revealing that I knew her name and noting the widening of her eyes at this. "You know full well what's going on." I'd been doing my due diligence lately, and I had sources in most places. Finding an elf's name hadn't been difficult. She dropped the act. "Fine, what do you want, Leufeyson?" I smiled as I kept feeding the fire, holding her there. A lie was fed to Frigg and Odin after Baldur's death. A lie grown from truth, which means it had to come from someone who was at the table when Hod showed his silly mistletoe. Someone who knew I laughed at the absurdity, but said nothing to aid him in his fratricide. Even I don't touch that kind of blood curse. Freyr's not cunning enough. Forseti had no reason to. My late wife would never. And so, that leaves the measly elf who was near, distracting Freyr with her pointed ears all perked. "How can you even think I'd—" she began, but took an involuntary step back as she really looked at my face. "Late wife?" she stammered. "Very much so," I said, walking around the fire circle, keeping her in view. "Also, because of this debacle, which you were a part of. Can you imagine the hate I feel toward all involved?" Judging by the look on her face and her eyes flicking back and forth, she could, at least to some degree. "Listen, I only did what I was told. I didn't mean any harm to you or yours." "Too late for that," I said. "But I'll admit, I at first thought Frigg or someone near her put you up to it. But then, that doesn't make sense. She went mad from the death of her son. She didn't want that happening. I knew it might have been one of the gods in on Odin's knowledge, but they all wanted to prevent the prophecy, not help it along." I kept walking around the flames. "And now that I see these new, shiny trinkets on your belt," I went on, I believe you were told by the Norns. Am I mistaken? No, you're not. It was the one who sees forward. Skuld, her name is. Oh, I'm quite familiar with her. Well, she told me to make sure you were blamed. It had to happen that way, she said. And what was it that had to happen? She didn't say, only that whatever it is relies on your blame. Nothing can happen without your part in it. She gave me these as payment for my troubles and sent me off to do as she bade. She indicated the sheathed dagger with a jerk of her chin, the one she wasn't holding. I mulled this over, in no hurry. My part in the end. If I had to be trapped in that cave, then likely Skuld had foreseen my freedom as well. I smiled at that. A plan had formed in my head during these last weeks, and I was sure it would work now. Unless I was wrong, of course. You never quite knew with visions of the bloody future. It was a chance worth taking, I decided, and walked away. Wait, are you going to leave me here like this? I turned, already having forgotten the elf. Why not? The fire would die down at some point. But you're letting me live? What makes you think that's a mercy? I asked her. This realm will soon burn, and since his damn ravens aren't anywhere to be seen, do me the favor of running to the one-eyed god and tell him that. She uttered. I shrugged. Or, run to the Midgard realm? It's such a wonderful place. Leaving her utterly confused, I turned and walked away again, shifting into my wolf form. I had a long way to travel, but there was one more thing I needed to do in this realm. When I arrived in the wide valley I had in mind, I shifted back into my godly form and looked at the scene before me. The sun shone brightly, turning everything before me a stark green on each side of a sparkling blue river. Meadows stretched out far and wide, blooming flowers of all colors dotting the landscape. It was almost nauseating. I pressed on regardless. This was where I needed to be. More specifically, I needed to go to the large dwelling farther inside the valley. Several houses stood in a cluster with a large wooden fence, not fully visible from the front. There were no guards here. No one would ever think to attack this place. The odd servant crossed the yard, but they shied away at the sight of me as I entered, walking under a gateway into a tidy courtyard. Notes of song, threaded between tones from a flute, reached my ears, and I gritted my teeth. I truly had no patience for this idiot. A bard's tongue shapes fate, carving legends from... The words flowed uncertainly, like he was trying to force them into shape. Legends from... the air. Ugh! I couldn't help my outburst. Trying to convince yourself of what others would never say, Bragi? The sound of my voice made him jump. Then he saw me and dropped his flute. He sat on a stone bench under a tree in what was likely a pleasant patch of shade from the sun, until I came along. That thought actually made me smile, which worried the blonde bard by the look of him. Then he seemed to steel himself. I don't think I should be the one worried about what is sung about me these days, Loki. Out of the two of us, only one is dim-witted enough to care about such things. What do you want? He said. He stayed seated and bent to pick up the flute. I certainly have no interest in talking to a lesser god such as yourself. Where's your lady wife? He snorted at the insult. Where do you think? I'll take that as a most courteous invite into her home. I shook my head at this fool and walked toward the back of the cluster of houses. A cunning tongue and a heart of lies, he sang then, as defiant as he dared. The wolf who feasts where honor dies. I stopped and turned toward him, only a few steps between us. Want me to prove those words for you? He actually scooted back on the bench, the flute falling to the ground again. I chuckled and walked on, heading through another gate after I passed all the houses, including a sizable guild hall. There, I walked into a garden more striking than the valley outside when it came to nature's wonders. The grass was emerald green, and upon it, row after row of trees grew, apple trees. Some were young saplings, others gnarly and trusted old trees. They all sprouted leaves, no matter the season, and they all bore apples, large light red ones with a hint of gold dusting them. Their branches were laden with the fruits, bowing under the weight of their bounty. I'd been here before, but the sight never ceased to amaze. This was the reason this place was nestled in this wide, lush valley. The apples needed healthy soil, and the sunlight that had no problem reaching down between the low mountains that framed it. "Loki," I heard a soft voice say. I turned and spotted her there between her apple trees. She was tall, dressed in a richly adorned red linen dress, her chestnut hair falling in ringlets down her back and over her shoulder. "Surprised to see me, Idun?" I asked as I walked over. If she was, she hid it better than her husband. "Somewhat," she admitted. She reached up and inspected an apple on a branch above her head, then let it go and moved on, circling the tree, peering at her fruits. "Why have you sought me out?" "A couple of reasons. You have something I need, and I want to know if you're in on this or not, and how much." She pursed her lips sideways, seemingly unconcerned by my words as she walked slowly between the apple trees. A wicker basket hung from her right arm as she inspected the fruit. I noticed only 3 apples in there at the moment as I followed her pace. "In on something?" she finally asked. "Odin's desperate scheme to survive. If Aegir's part of it, then so are you." She shrugged. "I'm certainly not opposed to it." "That is an admission, I believe." "Maybe so. I think you would have tried to kill me already if that had been your plan." "You're more level-headed than that fool of a bard, I must say." "Bragi claims little of my time as he's preoccupied with his own things. You know this." I did, from what she'd said in times past. She'd never had the patience for Aesir, whose foolish pride demanded her attention all the time. Bragi was, apparently, easier to live with. "Have you had words with him again? Don't offend a bard, Loki. You know this." "I have larger worries on my shoulders these days." "Yes. Aren't you supposed to be tied down somewhere?" "Apologies. I simply couldn't do what I was supposed to be doing." She smiled then. "You used to be more fun, Loki." "Yes, but that was before Odin and his cohorts killed my twins and Sigyn." That stopped her in her tracks. She lost focus on her precious apples, staring at me. "Sigyn's dead?" I nodded. She stared past me into nothing for a moment, and then met my eyes again. "I'm sorry about that. I cared for her. That was not meant to happen." "You don't know what's meant to happen." Odin knows what a vulva told him eons ago, whereas I go by what the Norns told me recently, and I don't trust them at all. Idun's calm seemed to falter as she lowered her brows, thinking this through. "You mean he's lying?" "I mean he fluctuates between longing for the end and fighting it at the same time. He hasn't told you everything, nor does he know everything." "And I'm to take it you do?" "No, but I'm hardly to be stopped now." "And you're here to get something from me. Why should I give it to you?" "Let me put it this way. If you do, you stand a chance, no matter which way this ends." "I am to play both sides, eh?" She began walking between the trees again. "Whose side are you truly on, though?" I said, poking a nearby apple so it swung back and forth. The sight made Idun narrow her eyes. Her apples were what interested her most in this existence. She lived for them. My poking one drew her attention at once. You couldn't simply take one from her garden. They lost their connection with her then, which meant they lost their powers. I doubt you're here to ask for an apple, Loki. Gods don't need them. We are forever young. True, but I have need of one anyway, as well as a name. A name? You couldn't get that from anyone else? Let's just say we're not talking these days. She considered this for a few beats, staring blindly at one of her apples. All right, what name do you want? I smiled then. It was always a safe bet Idun would choose her apples over anything else. They gave her an unusual power in Asgard. Granting prolonged life, which had to be given freely, meant she had her fair share of visitors who'd give her anything to have one. An apple is what I need, I said, and the name of the blood witch Odin used to help trap Jormund in the Midgard realm. Nothing less than that, huh? She smiled. Well, this I can do for you. She's known as Livia, the Danubian blood witch. That's all I know. Odin chose her for her strong powers, though. She's potent, making other blood witches seem like mere pebble witches. Even better, she must be of some renown then. That'll make it easier to find her. Idun nodded and reached between the branches of the nearest tree, plucking an apple. She turned to me but hesitated before handing it over. How do I know you'll keep your end of the bargain? Because you owe me, and I'll need you. Owe you, do I? Apparently, it was Scotty's idea to put a venomous snake above my head to torture me. She's still on about her father? Most certainly. He abducted me. You don't need to tell me. I had been the one to bring Idun back from that oaf's den, and he'd been killed by Odin and Thor coming after us. There was also a small, whispered rumor that I had lured Idun into that trap in the first place, a rumor likely started by her idiot husband. I helped you out of that bind, so, yes, you owe me. I am so very glad you and I never lasted more than a couple of years, young and dumb as we were. Agreed, though they were fun years. True, but my apples would have withered and rotted had I been forced to run after you all the time. She sighed. Sigyn truly was one of the best of us. I merely nodded at that, the wound still too raw. Very well, I agree, Idun decided, and gave me the apple of her own free will. Chapter 11. The briny smell of the sea still mingled with the stench of urine and food as I walked among what I could only describe as hovels in the city of Massalia. The narrow, winding streets were lined with rickety structures leaning against each other for support. Laundry hung from lines strung between buildings, fluttering in the salty breeze. People in simple, worn clothing milled about, going about their daily business in this crowded, bustling port city. It had taken me yet more weeks of searching and planning, but the blood witch Livia was renowned and feared for her powers, and tracking her down had proven doable even in the vast realm of Midgard. You don't want to be getting involved with the likes of her, an old woman told me when I'd found the right part of the city. She's a witch, the woman warned as she minded her small stall of dried fish. The smell was rather pungent. I know, I answered in her language. That's why I'm seeking her out. Languages were hardly a challenge for gods. The woman shook her head, her hair shock white, her skin more wrinkled than not. It's your life. She traded her daughters for more power, you know. So I've heard. The woman made a sign of protection, but then shrugged when I held up a coin. 3 down and the first on your left, she informed me, and eagerly accepted the payment. I soon found the ramshackle structure and wondered why a witch of such renown lived in a run-down home. Surely she could improve her circumstances using her magic if she chose. Why this barely holding together wooden shed? I knocked and entered at a shout from inside, pushing at a door that hung by leather patches for hinges. The interior was gloomy, lit only by an open oil lamp hanging from the ceiling. The single room was furnished with no more than a cot, a table, 2 3-legged stools, and some crockery on a shelf. That was it. "A god, eh?" the woman who had to be Livia said as I stepped inside. She stood by the table, cutting a few meager vegetables on a slab. She wore a simple dress, green, I thought, since my eyes saw better than humans in such poor light. An apron protected it, and her dark, slightly graying hair was twisted into a loose knot. A hard face turned toward me, lined around the eyes. Those eyes showed no fear, despite knowing what I was. But her sensing my supramundane essence meant she was more than human. In this case, the world's greatest blood witch, according to more than a few I'd spoken with lately. "A god indeed," I confirmed, and pushed the door shut behind me. "My name is Loki. Greetings, Livia of the Danube. I didn't expect to find a witch of your renown in such humble dwellings." I could also sense her powers as a witch, and this seemingly poor woman reeked of it, potent, coiled, and ready. She stopped cutting and stared at me with the knife in her hand. Then she pressed her lips together and went back to her work. "Insulting someone's home when you're a guest is poor manners," she said. "True," I agreed, sitting on one of the stools. "But in this case, I'm drawing a comparison with who you are, and this," I waved a hand to indicate the room, "does not quite fit." "I've had enough of gods lately," Livia said. "What do you want?" "That's exactly why I'm here. You helped the one-eyed god recently." "I did. How is that your concern?" "You trapped the great sea serpent Jormungandr in this realm." She looked up at me at that, but didn't stop her work. "He is my son." That did it. The knife paused mid-slice. She stared, then shrugged. "Come to take your revenge, then?" I smiled. "Yes, but not against you." I could already tell death didn't frighten her in the least. "Why not?" she asked. "You were a tool he used. I want my revenge against him and his cohorts, and I believe you can help me get it." "Even a blood witch is a poor match against a god," she said, "especially several of them." "True, but that's not why I've sought you out." She stabbed the knife into the wooden slab so hard it stayed standing, then came around the table and sat on the other stool, right in front of me. At least she was interested now. "What did they offer you for your curse against my son?" I asked. "The only thing that could sway me to do anything for any god." I nodded. "I've been told many times on my journey to find you how the evil witch Livia sold her child to a demon to gain more power." Her lips twitched at that, but she said nothing, which proved my theory well enough. "Your child died?" She eyed me carefully, then finally nodded. "My daughter was a grown woman. She died of a fever." I nodded. "It doesn't help that they're no longer children." She nodded again, then froze, looking at me like I was stranger than a god in her hovel. "Compassion from a god?" she said, not bothering to hide her shock. "Let's put it this way, Livia. I know exactly how you feel, and I will have my revenge, with or without you, though I'd prefer with you. What did the one-eyed god promise you? That you'd have your daughter back?" "Yes, or at least I thought so. He promised a meeting with death herself." "Ah," I said, nodding. "A trick." "Exactly. I should know better than to trust a god." I laughed. I couldn't agree more. It was too tempting, I bet. "If you know how I feel," she countered, "then why aren't you seeking the same?" "Because death is final. Running to death's door will make no difference. Otherwise, I would have. I leaned back slightly. So, revenge is what I have. And it's also what I have to offer you. Considering your choice of home, I'd say you're punishing yourself. Why else live here, tending minor injuries as a wise woman? Even witches must eat. She leaned forward, though. What makes you think I'd even want revenge against the one-eyed god? Because his trickery was cruel, plain and simple. Gods are cruel. Yes, we are, and this is your chance to do something about it. She sat quietly for a while, considering. I was always feared, my entire life, but I was respected. Now people's fear has become dangerous, so I hide here among no one. She paused again. Revenge is what you want. What do you have to offer me instead? Don't deny that you want it, I said, smiling. Maybe I do, but not as much as you, it seems. That, I believe, is the truth. I pushed my cloak aside and opened the satchel I carried. From it I withdrew Idun's apple. Judging by Livia's expression of surprise and sudden hunger, she could sense the power emanating from it. I will not promise you your daughter back. What is dead and will be forever. But I can offer you a new beginning, hard as that might be to imagine now. This apple can prevent the pain you've already lived through from happening again. She reached for it, but I slid the fruit back into the satchel before she could touch it. It must be given freely, or it'll rot quickly, just as I need your help to be given freely. Why? Because the spell I need you to cast will never work if performed under duress. It must be strong and unquestionable. It must be impenetrable. And what kind of spell would that be? I told her. It was a chance I had to take. If she refused, I'd have a huge problem if she told someone else. This needed to happen under clandestine conditions. When I was done, she rose and paced the cramped room, which meant a lot of quick turns and not much distance. I waited her out in silence. You're mad. Most likely, I agreed. My family was killed in front of me, and my 2 sons are trapped, one in torturous agony. I am probably stark raving mad, but I'm also deadly serious. It would affect you as well. I know, and I don't care. I don't think it can be done, though, she went on, and I knew she'd go along, because she'd begun thinking about how to do it. How so? I'd need my blood, the blood of a god. Yes, that's you. But for something of this magnitude, I'd need something stronger. I grinned, and she blinked. Then she came closer, intrigued, clearly wanting to know if this idea could at all work. You have something in mind? Of course, I said. How about the blood of a titan? Chapter 12. The air was frigid and biting as I once again stood in a small boat, sailing through the cold waters of the north, where my son preferred to be. This time, I wasn't alone. Livia sat at the stern behind me, wrapped in a thick fur coat that still didn't seem enough for her. She didn't complain, merely sat calmly, watching nothing but the vast ocean around us. I didn't find Jormund in the same place this time. At least, I didn't think it was the same place. Icebergs tended to float. I kept my senses open for his magical presence and finally found him, slumbering on a massive iceberg that looked halfway toppled under his weight, his tail dipping into the water. We're not alone, Livia said. I know. I'd seen Aegir stick his head above the surface recently. Seemed he was keeping an eye on my son, or a lookout for me. They likely knew I'd escaped by now, and I didn't care, not beyond setting my plan in motion. A crack sounded, and the small boat shuddered. I glanced right and saw Aegir's seaweed-covered head rise a moment. The anger in his eyes was unmistakable. Then he went under again. Another impact. The boat shook so hard I would have fallen had I not been expecting it. Cracks split the wood, water seeping in. "Loki," Livia said behind me. She'd risen, clinging to the side. The next hit would sink us. I could easily take to the wings in some form, but she couldn't. Falling into these waters meant a short time until death. Like last time, though in more of a hurry now, I called forth my frost magic, conjuring a wide, flat sheet of ice, as thick as I could manage this quickly. Aegir crashed into the boat from below again. I grabbed Livia's hand and jumped onto the ice, hauling her with me just as the hull splintered apart. She landed hard, sliding on the slick surface, but that was better than splashing into the water. The commotion was loud enough to disturb Jormund's sleep. I saw the serpent wake, his yellow eyes fixing on us. I pulled Livia to her feet and ran farther in on the ice. Another crack tore through the sheet behind us. Aegir rose waist-deep from the water, wild-looking with his mane of seaweed hair, and slammed his arms onto the ice, breaking more of it. At this rate, the Blood Witch would freeze to death before I could thicken it enough for her to be safe on. Waves slapped against the ice, making it rock. I saw the tip of Jormund's tail slide under the surface as he dove. Awake. Aware. Aegir didn't seem to notice as he reared back again, ready to smash more of the ice. Livia ran with me, fighting to stay upright. We reached the far side just as Aegir struck again, shattering over half the sheet. I hurried to conjure more ice ahead of us when a dark shadow rose above. I glanced up without stopping. Jormund surfaced beside us, the giant snake lifting his fanged maw, eyes on something behind me. I couldn't see Aegir above the surface, but he had to be down there still, because a heartbeat later, Jormund dove behind the broken ice sheet. Livia and I jumped to the new ice in front, which I kept feeding with frost magic, making it thicker and heavier. Moments later, the first sheet was utterly destroyed as Jormund's tail whipped up and smashed it apart. Foaming water churned as the two gods fought beneath the surface. Our ice wobbled, but held. Both Jormund and Aegir surfaced, then dove again. Blood rose in red streaks. Livia grabbed my arm and tugged me toward the edge. "Don't hurt my son," I told her as she kneeled. "I must get close to check," she said, leaning out over the water and trusting me to keep hold of her. She stretched her arm until her fingers brushed the bloodied sea. Red light burst from her hand, permeating all the blood I could see on the surface, and likely below as well. A patchwork of red ice formed and then broke apart, sinking out of sight. Livia pulled her hand back and let me help her up. "It was the water god," she said. "Is he dead?" She shook her head. "Only hurt." At that moment, Jormund surfaced and circled the ice. Seeing who I was with, he reared his massive head and hissed, the sound like a roar. "Stop it, Jormund!" I bellowed. He remembered Livia as the one who trapped him here, in this form. He heard me and lowered his head again, still furious, his breath gusting over us like a storm. "You need to listen to me, son. I brought her here for a reason." He hissed again, forcing us to brace ourselves, but then carefully laid his head down beside the ice, floating with his eye level to us, the yellow gaze turned more on her than on me. As before, I shifted into a serpent to communicate with him. The cold of the ice hit me at once, numbing my body, but I managed to latch on to Jormund's thoughts. Aegir had indeed been injured, and when his own frozen blood had drifted toward him from above, he'd fled through an opening in the vale far below, on the seabed. An opening Jormund couldn't fit through. I took that as time bought and laid out my errand to my son, letting his mind see what I intended. His anger toward Livia burned, but I also felt his trust toward me. He believed I was trying to help him, and my promise of revenge sealed it. Soon after, Livia and I stood on Jormund's neck, clinging to his mane as he plowed through ever warmer waters. We moved faster than any boat I could conjure, and more importantly, Jormund knew where to go. His size made the oceans of Midgard a simple matter to navigate. He'd been here countless times over the centuries. Our destination was no challenge for him. It was for many others, though. That was the point of the ancient banishment. When the island first appeared on the horizon, Livia's eyes widened. She likely hadn't truly believed me until now. But there it was. As we neared, more details emerged. The high central rise, the building spreading outward from that elevation, reaching all the way down to the beaches and harbors. The city sprawled across the island, a marvel of ancient engineering and architecture. Gleaming white stone and colorful mosaics adorned the structures, their intricate designs visible even from a distance. The central pyramid towered above it all, its stepped sides rising in majestic tiers toward the heavens. Palm trees swayed in the breeze, dotting the landscape and shading the streets below. The crystal-clear waters surrounding the island sparkled in the sunlight, a striking contrast to the vibrant city thriving on its shores. "That's not a mountain," Livia shouted as Jormund carried us closer, waves crashing and roaring with his passage. I smiled. No, it was most certainly not a mountain. The straight edges soon became clearer, and the massive stepped pyramid loomed above us, one of the few things, besides mountains, that could dwarf even Jormund. People screamed and ran in panic as we neared one of the harbors, Bayside, I believed. It had been a while since my last visit. This time, being noticed was an advantage, and the sight of a giant sea serpent descending upon them certainly sent a message to this peaceful city. It meant we'd get an audience with its ruler much faster. Jormund slowed as he slid into the harbor. While crushing only a few keys, he came to a halt and lowered his neck, letting us step onto the famed and lost city of Atlantis. Chapter 13. The view from the Atlas halls at the upper levels of the pyramid was, in truth, spectacular, more so back then. Below, the city stretched out from its base and down toward the ocean, which gleamed in shifting shades of blue and green in the strong sunlight. Streets were paved with smooth marble slabs that shone like glass, and the buildings were a marvel of engineering, with graceful arches, towering columns, and intricate carvings adorning their facades. Lush gardens and fountains were scattered throughout, a verdant contrast to the white stone. The people of Atlantis thronged the streets, their colorful robes and tunics a vibrant image against the pale city. The air was filled with music, laughter, and the distant crash of waves against the shore. Livia had shed her fur coat the moment she stepped on land. These were not the frigid waters of the north. Outside the city, I could still see Jormund swimming, circling the floating island. "This is supposed to be a myth," Livia said, as she stood beside me, taking it all in. "Many things are," I answered, as a door opened at the far end of the vast room. "Atlantis is a myth, and soon we will be too." We turned as a tall, dark-haired man entered, dressed in the light, flowing garments everyone wore in this warm city. As he came closer, I heard Livia gasp at his height. He loomed nearly 2 heads taller than most men, and this was not his Titan form. "Livia," I said, switching to a language she understood, when he stopped in front of us. "This is Atlas, Titan and King of Atlantis." "Also supposed to be a myth," she said. Though clearly surprised, she was most definitely not in awe. Atlas ignored her and glared at me, but kept to the same tongue. You say that like that title is something to revere, Loki Leufeyson. His voice hovered just under a boom in the echoing hall. Isn't it? I asked, shrugging. I'm a Titan. Kings are nothing to me. And yet, I believe your enemies made you one. I tutted at him. I suppose that was one of the smaller insults then. Why are you here, Loki? He demanded. Last time you were, 20 houses in the Solon Vale district burned down, 1 ship sank, and somehow the lower levels of the pyramid got flooded. I laughed. Yes, that was fun. Just admit it. At least something happened then. That was the thing about Atlas. He was so utterly bored with his existence ruling this city. My city sinking is the last thing I'd want. Spending eternity at the bottom of the ocean? Yes, I agreed. That does sound dreary. All your subjects would drown too. Very, utterly boring indeed. So, why shouldn't I send you back on the sea serpent that brought you here? Because I'm not here to sink your city. I'm here to free you from it. That, at least, caught his attention. Not long after, Livia and I found ourselves at a table overflowing with food and drink. We sat on each side of him as he occupied the end. Livia, starved as only a mortal could be, ate gratefully while I settled for the wine. Atlas sat quietly, studying me. I let him. As usual, Atlantis's wine tasted exquisite. Perhaps from the turmoil of growing grapes on an island city without enough fields to farm them. The soothing sound of the ocean far below was the only noise for a long while. What you propose is as mad as I think you are, he said at last. Probably, I agreed. Livia here is quite in agreement with you. I am, she said between mouthfuls, but I believe it can be done. Atlas stared at her for a long time, and to her credit, she didn't flinch. She simply kept chewing and met his gaze. Trusting a witch? He asked me finally. I know they can be fickle, but I can offer her something she wants in return, something she wants more than anything, even more than tricking us. Livia shot me a hard look, but then glanced away, silently admitting that Idun's apple could give her what she wanted most. Listen, Atlas, I said, setting my goblet down. You've been here since what, the dawn of time? Trapped here forever, as punishment for rising with the Titans against Zeus and his cohorts. Have you come to love your prison? His eyes narrowed. I want nothing more than to kill him. Yet I'm trapped here because of their damned magic. He threw his arm out, and a thick chain came into view on the floor behind him. Ah, yes, the famed Tartarian chains. One of them kept Atlas tethered to this island. It glowed and vanished, yet was undoubtedly there. It was the same kind of chain that kept the other Titans trapped in Tartarus. Well, here I am with a solution, unless you've grown too complacent. I have not, Atlas began, but a door opened and a woman entered. No, not a woman, a goddess. I sensed her godly essence the moment the door closed behind her and recognized her face a few seconds later. Atlas, she chirped as she came closer, making a little jump over the chain as it suddenly glowed in front of her. There is unrest in the marketplace down by... She trailed off when she noticed Livia and myself. Oh, I didn't know we had company. We, I thought. Interesting. She had to have been on the opposite side of the city not to have heard about the enormous sea serpent swimming in their waters. Or perhaps she already knew. I didn't particularly care. Ate, I greeted her. It's been a long time. Not long enough, Loki, she said, eyeing me with an impressive mix of amusement and disdain. So, this is where you spend your banishment from Mount Olympus? Languishing in Atlas's bed, causing havoc in the most peaceful city in the realm? She scoffed and perched on the armrest of Atlas's chair, one hand resting on his shoulder, confirming my suspicion. She was a beautiful creature, with dark brown hair and light brown eyes. It was a mistake to be fooled by that. Behind it, she hid a cunning, clever mind. Her seemingly soft gaze glowed with a defiance Atlas could not see. Atlas harbors the same hatred for Zeus that I do, she said. It is what bonded us. How romantic, I said, raising my goblet in a mock toast. Ate being here posed a problem. She sowed discord everywhere she went. What are we discussing then? She asked, as easily as if she were already part of it. Atlas opened his mouth, actually about to tell her. Too much was at stake for that. Ate would never join us in this. Nothing that would concern you, Ate, I said, before he could answer. Surely everything they say to you, my love, can be said in front of me? She purred into Atlas's ear. He looked unsure. Atlas, this deal is with you alone, I said. Do not trust this goddess. That would make you the same kind of fool Zeus was. Your city is renowned for being the most peaceful in the realm. It's why so many try to seek it out. And yet, she came in here about to tell you of troubles in a marketplace. You can't possibly think that she began, clearly affronted. Has this happened a lot lately? I pressed. It has, Atlas said, turning to look at her properly. Your bedmate here thrives on subterfuge and confusion, I said. I wouldn't be surprised if your city falls within the year, if she's left free to roam while muddying your mind, as she did Zeus. Atlas held up a hand to silence me, so I shut up. Doubt flickered in his eyes, mixing with the temptation of what I was offering. It seemed to wake him up a little. Leave us, Ate. This time his voice boomed. There was no room for argument. Ate slid off the armrest. I'll just be in our rooms then, shall I? We'll talk about this later. Atlas nodded. Oh yes, let's. She didn't look worried. More like she was confident she could handle him once they were alone. Apparently, I was in more of a hurry than I'd thought. She will oppose this, I said, the moment the door shut behind her. Of course she will, he said. All the gods will. All creatures of this realm whose powers connect to it, except maybe most humans. Does that frighten you? Livia asked, to my surprise. She'd been quiet while Ate was in the room, focused on her food. Now she looked far more alive. Nothing frightens me, Atlas claimed. Not even freedom? I said. He shook his head. If I could die, I'd rather do that than live on in this miserable existence. You think this is the most peaceful place to live? Nothing ever happens here. Nothing ever evolves. There are no chances to be taken, no new inventions. I hear of the world beyond only from the odd traveler. This city might be beautiful, but it doesn't thrive. I go mad with the boredom. And now, after all this time, here you come, someone I should decidedly not trust, with an offer to change everything. He shook his head at the absurdity of it, and then smiled, a sharp, humorless thing. What do I have to lose but to take a chance on your foolish scheme? Well, I never said it wasn't foolish. It's what kind of foolish we're talking about. We'll be giving up a lot, you understand? But in doing so, our revenge will be glorious. He narrowed his eyes, looking between us. Then I'm with you. Chapter 14. Do you have what you need? I asked Livia. We stood atop the pyramid, strong winds tearing at our clothes, but the weather itself was calm. If anything was going to send us tumbling down the enormous structure, it wouldn't be the bloody wind. I've never done this before, Livia said. I don't know the answer to that question. It's a mere binding spell, witch, I said. You only have to make it a bit grander. A mere binding spell, eh? She shook her head. Granted, it was to be a binding spell the likes of which no one had ever seen before, but that was beside the point. The principle was the same. I hoped. We had no guarantees this would work, but I had nothing to lose by attempting it. Nor did the other two. I looked down at the stark blue waters around the city, where Jormungandr swam lazily. There's one thing I haven't figured out, Livia admitted. The shimmer. I can't conjure it. Can you? She added hopefully to Atlas, who shook his head. When you weave your spell, I said, pulling my gaze from my son, who I knew waited impatiently for his revenge as well, you won't conjure the shimmer. Few can. The gateway between worlds was not meant to be controlled. Jormund informs me there are many gateways below, on the ocean bottom. There's much magic there. You can draw it into your spell with the potency of Atlas's blood. Weave your spell the way we agreed, and do not stop, no matter what happens. Don't let fear stop you. She huffed. What's there to fear for me when the worst has already happened? That's the spirit, I said, and smiled. This was, after all, an act of revenge against the entire realm. There was only one way to bring the gods down. And you will grant me that apple afterward? I nodded. You have my word, though I know few take that at face value. But trust this. I have no need of it when all this is done. She drew a slow breath and exhaled. All right, let's begin then. I'll need blood from all three of us. Plenty of it, she said, raising a dagger she'd brought. Atlas and I did the same. She couldn't draw blood from either of us. She wasn't strong enough for that. It didn't matter. Everything here had to happen of our own free will. Any hesitancy would leave a mark, a weakness in her spell, and we couldn't have that. We all cut into our forearms, letting blood drip onto the stone floor. None of it reached the cracks between the slabs. It barely touched the stone before it was pulled up by Livia's magic. Her eyes turned red instantly as the blood fused together, rising and forming into a... I looked up, amazed, because what I saw reminded me of something I'd witnessed not long ago. A web. Not a web of threads, but of lines. A network of intricate connections and sigils, magical ones. I'd never seen anything like it, and yet I understood it as Livia wove her spell, aligning everything that needed to come together. Every piece of magic around us, everywhere, in all things. I have no idea how long we stood there watching her weave. Day bled into night and back again. All I saw were the intricacies, the delicate connections. As she worked, the web grew and grew. The red magical light loomed, and the people below had to wonder, but none came. This was Atlas's domain, his bastion in his beautiful prison. The web grew, slowly but steadily, and I could see contours beginning to form, the edges of a rounded shape, a sphere. On its surface, new lines appeared as Livia uncovered them. Her physical form never wavered. She stood like a statue on the top of the pyramid, her eyes a deep, burning red, her lips moving, though no words reached my ears. Magic engulfed her, keeping her physical vessel strong despite the strain. In the end, the red web was so dense one could hardly separate the lines from each other, except in the middle, the core, where a few spots were left open. This is all I could find, Livia croaked. Her voice sounded broken, her human body weaker than ours. I walked around her spell, inspecting it from all angles. There was so much information, all of it laid bare for me to witness. The gods are here too? All of them? Gods, titans, witches, shifters, the undead, everything, even toads, of all things. Her cracked voice carried to me on magic, clear over the wind. Everything that I know and so much more. All of it. I can see it all. It's beautiful. I smiled. Then please, proceed. She gave the slightest nod as red light thickened around her body and spread, engulfing both Atlas and myself without causing harm. Pull at the magic of Atlantis, witch, Atlas commanded. Never has a curse been spun like the one around this city until your spell today. Use that old magic, free the city from it, free me, and use it. She obeyed, drawing from the bowels of the city. Blue and green light emanated from below and rose toward the top of the pyramid, reaching us as long tendrils of raw power clinging to the city. At the same time, I saw red tendrils stretch from Atlas toward Livia. He grew then, as if by reflex. His size increased until I couldn't see his head, even with my neck craned back. The pyramid shook and trembled under his weight, stone tearing loose as he braced a foot against its side. From him, the old blood curse stretched in red lines toward Livia. I watched her sever them, slicing her hands sharply through the air, and as she did, he shrank again, not fighting her, but laughing as the old curse was cut away, and a new one, in a sense, took its place. For she wasn't truly cursing him. "More blood!" she shouted, voice cracking. Atlas and I obliged, cutting our arms again and giving her the potent substance all blood witches needed for their magic. "Call upon the veil," I yelled. She did. At first I saw nothing, then the water below began to boil. Jormund swam farther from the shore, and the silvery green shimmer of the gateways between worlds exploded to the surface, whirlpools of it all around the island. Somewhere down in the city, I heard people scream. Oddly enough, they, human as they were the safest of us all. Livia pulled at the shimmers, every last one. "I can't," she shouted. "Help me!" Not entirely sure what to do, Atlas and I stepped closer. This was a witch's spell, not ours, but as we neared, she grabbed our hands on either side of her. The surge of power that tore through me at her touch was indescribable, like nothing I'd ever felt. All the magic in the realm gathered at the top of the pyramid. I was barely aware of myself as Livia controlled it all through me, feeding on my and Atlas's supramundane forces to steady herself, to pull at the shimmer. With our combined strength, she managed it, and a storm of silvery green light whirled up and wrapped the island city. It was without a doubt the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. "No!" a voice cut through the magical chaos. "Stop! You're killing us!" Through the howling winds of red, silver green, blue, and every other color, I saw a goddess running up the exterior stairs, flailing her arms in desperation. Ate. Livia's hand locked around mine like iron, but suddenly I felt a fraction more free. If Ate managed even a small disturbance, she'd risk everything. I raised my free hand at the same time Atlas did, and we both sent the goddess flying back down the stairs. Then beams of magic from everywhere converged so thickly I couldn't see anything else. Every magical force in the realm, every single one Livia had woven into her spell, met there. It was truly glorious. Everyone would feel it now. I knew that. Our best defense was our location. Not only had we needed a Titan's power, we'd needed a secluded place, somewhere no one would reach in time. "Nearly there," Livia's voice rang inside my head, suddenly clear and unbroken. "My son," I reminded her, and images appeared in my mind as her vision overlaid my own. I couldn't see through the brilliance around us, but through her magic I saw a portal of shimmering silver green open in the water near Jormund as he swam, looking up at the chaos. I saw other beings down there too, those who had happened to be close to Atlantis. Many swam toward the island in desperation, intent on stopping us. They would never make it. I could feel that certainty in the way Livia drew on my essence. And I laughed. I watched the great Jormungandr turn and swim straight through that gateway, large enough even for his monstrous form. As it closed behind him, the magic that had tied him to this realm was severed. Livia showed me the other part of our bargain, Fenrir, my son, rising as red magical tendrils wrapped around him. They struck the chain that bound him, making it crack and rust, the same with the sword. In moments, he was free. I howled with laughter, relief flooding me in a way I'd never felt. She was truly doing it. When she conjured a sword of golden light and placed it in Atlas's hand, I watched in awe as the Titan raised it and sliced through the dense tangle of magic, converging at the nexus above the pyramid. Time and magic beside each other, then split apart. This was what Sigyn had reminded me of before she died. All this magic and anti-magic. In the end, all it took to take down Frigg was a dagger. I could hear her voice as clearly as if she stood beside me. A dagger. That was all Sigyn had used. With magic removed from the Midgard realm, the true source of our powers, we would all be mortal, all able to die, killed by mere weapons. Livia screamed, and the last of the magical beams broke apart. The storm of the shimmer closed in. I felt the jolt as Atlas cut the blue threads coming from me, before Livia ripped away his with a single sharp gesture. Then the storm engulfed us completely. I felt myself falling, blind, weightless, deaf, as a roaring rush drowned out everything. It was like traveling through the veil, only slower. When I awoke, I saw Livia first. She lay on the roof of the pyramid, staring up, clearly shocked by the sheer sensation of pain. She had to be feeling it, because I certainly did. It seemed to move slower than usual through my body. Above us was a night sky. I didn't hear the ocean's constant whisper. Instead, I felt a dry wind, and beyond it, utter silence. Then came the screams and cries of panic from below. I laughed. You did it! I didn't recognize the stars above. We were no longer in the ocean, that was certain. You did it, Livia. I heard her coughing where she lay, though she was beginning to move. You've killed us all! Someone shouted nearby. I'll kill you! I turned my head and remembered Ate. She looked bruised and unsteady on her feet, but the hatred in her voice and eyes was unchanged. She'd somehow made it back to the top. She raised her hands and, even though we had just removed all magic from the Earthside realm, I lifted mine out of reflex, calling on my power, and it came. It came in the form of green fire. Ate screamed and shielded her face, and Livia opened a portal of the shimmer behind her and flung her straight through. Huh, I said, turning to the witch, who smiled. I wove a little something for myself, she said. You certainly did. Wish I'd thought of that. The ability to conjure the shimmer at will was a powerful gift. But I had other pressing matters. I conjured only a small tongue of green fire and studied it. What's this, then? All the gods were connected to the earthen realm, Livia said. It's where you all drew your powers from. I removed it all, barring a few pieces. I couldn't take absolutely everything. You were all too strong for that. She sat up and crawled closer. Her dress was in tatters, her lips cracked from thirst, her hair long since fallen from its usual knot. Are we mortal? I asked. I needed to know. This was not what I'd pictured. She nodded. You are. Just some residual essence left that I couldn't quash. And this? I let the green flame dance on my palm. Livia smiled again. This was all your idea, bound to your need for revenge. You'll carry the burden of it being visible, marked forever. I frowned, and she, using the power she'd woven into her own spell, conjured a mirror, a rippling surface of water. In it, even under starlight, I could see my face, my eyes so green it couldn't be natural. I marked you with the color of the realm you doomed to live without magic, she said. Green, like everything important that grows in it. I smiled and looked away from the mirror. She let it fade. I can live with that. In my defense, I wasn't planning on living much longer, so at the time, it hardly mattered. I got to my feet and looked around, seeing no sign of any ocean. People still screamed in the city below. It was still there, but now it lay trapped between two canyon walls, deep and wide. The light from Atlantis was enough to show that much. In those cliffs, I saw small, shimmering fields. The veil, open to all. I seemed to have an easier way, though, and I turned back to Livia. I ask one last favor of you, witch, and that is, open a portal for me to Asgard. And what of our deal? I retrieved the apple and gave it to her freely. She took it gently, fingers closing around it like something fragile and precious, and nodded. This was our bargain, she said. Remove magic from the Midgard realm. Render all gods mortal by taking the source of their powers. Why should I help you any more now? Do you even understand what we've done? I do. And now I need to go home because I have a meeting with Death herself. She tilted her head as she considered that, and then simply did as I asked. How can I stand in the way of that? Chapter 15. I don't know what to say, Red whispered. Somewhere down below, in the house, thudding noises came, as Walworth was likely hauling deliveries inside. It's so, she began, then grabbed the headboard and hauled herself up a bit so she sank down on a couple of pillows, but remained a bit more elevated. There's no magic Earthside. No, because of you, I nodded. That's right. Wow, she said, looking like she was at a loss for words, which, despite her lacking certain common social skills, she never seemed to be. Kerwin Bowden would have loved you, she went on, and started laughing at the absurdity. I joined her in that, because it was the last thing I'd expected her to say. When we quieted, she lay staring at me for a beat. No one knows why Atlantis is here, in the desert. No. I never gave it much thought before, but how is that possible? You said there were at least 100,000 people on that island. I opened my mouth to respond, but she stopped me by holding up a hand. And stop with the sudden one-syllable answers. I snorted at that. None of them knew what we did, I said. It all happened fast, even faster than planned when I saw Ate there. And afterward, Atlas was gone. Where? I don't know. Wherever he instructed Livia to weave into her spell, I imagine. And Livia and I went our separate ways. So, the people of Atlantis were left to fend for themselves. Yes, many of them are who you think of as the royal families today, intermixed with the clans who came here after the Roman Empire fell earthside. Others belong to slightly lesser, but quite wealthy families. They managed. And look at the city now. It's not all that peaceful anymore, but at least anyone can leave. And things evolve and grow, as Atlas lamented they didn't in his time. She sighed. You changed the world, Loki. Yes, there was no denying that. Magic is but a myth there now. I wonder if you changed it for better or worse. Shouldn't you be scolding me for having no right to make that decision? Probably, but it happened so long ago. What does it matter now? Apparently, it matters to some. Yeah, you know, if I'd still been in the kin, I'd have been jumping for joy about this. You managed what Kerwin didn't. I mean, the irony of a god giving up his powers for... Wow, she trailed off. And now? I kind of feel a little bit sad for the mystery that vanished, you know? But I bet many people deserved to lose their powers, and others didn't. I guess it was fate. I laughed. You've been paying attention, I see. Sometimes I think you just lie there sleeping. It's very lazy of you. I know. She smiled and closed her eyes. I'll do better. So what happened next? Ragnarök? Like Skuld told you? So you weren't listening. She did say that, but cutting off all magic in the Earthside realm was Ragnarök. I told you this. Ragnarök literally means the fate of the gods, not doomsday. When we became mortal, that was it, war or not. Apologies for my lack of knowledge of your weird-ass language. So what happened? Because something did. The greatest war I've ever seen. Oh, yeah, all the stabbing. Depends on how you look at it, I suppose. But all that Skuld foresaw happened. Gods, Jötnar, elves, dwarves, the underfolk, beasts, all kinds took sides, and Asgard became a battlefield. It raged for days, and the land did burn under Surt's fire, and there were floods. Blood colored the green fields. All of that. And your revenge? Jormund and Thor ended up killing each other. That much is true. Fenrir kept true to his word and slew Odin, and was himself killed by Odin's son Vidar, and so the blood debts could have gone on and on and on. Yeah, seems that Odin guy had no end of kids. I smiled at her irreverence toward the old god. I'm sorry, though, she added. That was all your sons. Yes, but Jormungandr and Fenrir at least died free from chains and magic, making their own choices. They were shifters still, at this point, like you still are, she asked. Yes, but everyone could suddenly die easily. It changed the outcome. And that outcome was, I smiled wistfully, everyone lost. And what happened to you? Because in that book, in my father's collection, it said that you, died. I nodded. The legends will have it that I died, which suited me fine. Yeah, but you're here, and you said death is final, so that clearly didn't happen. Oh, so you did pay attention to something I said? She grabbed a pillow and threw it so slowly it was a miracle it even hit me, and only because I allowed it. Your disregard for my welfare astounds me sometimes. Shut up, Loki. I chuckled and tossed the pillow back so it landed beside her. I've paid attention to everything you said, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm likely equally as insane as you, because I actually believe you. Do you now? She nodded. I do, because I don't think you'd ever lie about your kids. I considered her words. She'd surprised me a few times already with her reactions to what I'd done. She was strangely non-judgmental, which was interesting from someone who'd lived in a cult. She still lay elevated on a couple of pillows. Her skin was pallid, with a sheen of sweat on her brow from the fever that racked her body. She trembled slightly, her breath shallow and labored. Yet despite her obvious illness and exhaustion, her eyes were focused, her words coherent. She was holding on to clarity of thought, even as her body weakened. I would not lie about them. But going by my math, there was at least one more. A daughter? Yes. You've barely mentioned her. Was she not important to you? Oh, she's important, just in a radically different way. Okay? I'm getting to it. Okay, before this weird magical illness kills me, or, she said, and fell into a coughing fit, which would have been wonderfully dramatic in that instance had it not been for the harsh, grating sound emanating from deep in her chest, rattling her slight frame. Maybe don't joke about it, Red, I warned her. Sometimes trolls wander among words. She stared at me, looking as confused as a wolf trying to herd chickens. I'm not, she began. I'm not even going to try with that one. She smiled then. But I got the important part. You don't want me to die. I told you I'd win you over, partner. This again? She'd been set on this partner thing since we were forced to work together by that bloody Office of Domestic Affairs. Another twist in the threads of fate, of course. Just admit it, she persisted, still smiling, her eyes closed now. You care. I decided to ignore her. Anything else you want to know before we get back to it? Yeah, the daggers, that elf woman. When you let her be, after what she did to you and your family, that was because you knew there'd be a war in Asgard and that magic would disappear from the Earthside realm? Yes, if she took my advice and left, she'd have been trapped there. You're a cunning asshole, you know that? It's been said. She nodded, the soft rustle of her cheek against the pillow audible. Then she opened her eyes. But good on you, she deserved that. She could have chosen not to do Skoold's bidding. If so, then someone else would likely have ended up doing it, but I took her point. So, in my dad's book, it said that it was that Heimdall guy who killed you. I chuckled. Your irreverence knows no bounds, Red. I aim to please in this particular company. She did. Except for Arlynn in her own way, I hadn't had anyone on my side in a long time. I pressed my lips together in thought for a moment, then turned and slung my feet up on the nightstand again, crossed at the ankles. So, it ended with that. What word would you use to describe him? Dingbat, she suggested. Yes, why not? The battle ended with that dingbat Heimdall. Chapter 16. The Battle of Asgard raged across the realm, a cataclysmic clash between the gods of Asgard and the forces of Jotunheim. Every creature, from the mighty Aesir and Vanir to the elves, dwarves, and beasts, even humans, took sides in this final confrontation. With the gods having lost their immortality, along with everyone else, the stakes were higher than they'd ever been. My sons slew our enemies and were killed themselves. But revenge was ours, and I found consolation in that because I knew it mattered to them. Besides, I would soon join them. Amidst the chaos, the fire giant Surtur did come riding, wielding his flaming sword, setting Asgard ablaze. The earth shook, lands flooded, and mudslides tore through the once pristine landscapes. The screams of the fallen mingled with the clash of weapons and the roar of the elements. In the heart of the battle, we two former gods met, our fates intertwined by the Volva's prophecy, as I would later learn. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, had always stood as a symbol of order and protection, while I, fighting alongside my Jotnar kin now, embodied their chaotic and destructive forces. We engaged in a brutal battle, our swords clashing and armor rattling. As the destruction reached its climax and the realm teetered on the brink of annihilation, Heimdall and my fight became the ultimate collision between chaos and order. In a final, decisive move, I ran him through with my sword, the blade piercing his armor and finding its mark. Heimdall, though, with his last breath, mustered the strength to retaliate. He swung his sword, aiming to take my head in one fell swoop. The blade sliced through the air, finding its target at my neck. With a sickening crunch, the sword cut deep. Blood poured from the wound, staining the ground crimson as I fell. With my life ebbing away, Heimdall collapsed beside me, and that was the end of two former gods lying motionless amidst the carnage. Our deaths marked the ultimate unraveling of the realm that everyone had known, as chaos and order destroyed each other in a final, cataclysmic embrace. Or so the legends would have you believe. I just hated the bastard, and he was the only one left at this point who'd been part of Odin's schemes. But I was dying. There is truth in that, at least. Except death wouldn't have it that way. Yet. Things were disordered around me and in my mind as I lay there. There was no pain. I lost all sense of my body, my sight going dark. Everything they say happens when you die, did. Finally, I could only hear as I choked on my own blood. And what I heard, to this day, I can't forget. It wasn't my own garbled breath or the screams from the dying on the battlefield. No, it was the sound of something crunching. It began right next to my ear, just above the gaping neck wound. It was a dry, brittle snap at first, and then came a crisp crunch as something was crushed, before the tart yet sweet smell of an apple reached my nose, breaking through and reawakening that dying sense. Then came the squelching drip of juice. It hit the wound, and it stung. My senses returned one by one, hearing first, then smell, as I mentioned, followed by touch. Taste came next as the apple's essence tingled on my tongue. Finally, sight returned, blurry at first, then sharpening. Pain was the last to make itself known, and the most shocking of all. A roar of confused noise filled my mind as the wound burned and began knitting together. Full consciousness hit me then, and my lungs burned as I could draw breath fully once more. My surroundings intruded upon me when I opened my eyes, staring around in confusion. I don't know how long it took me to remember where I was, but I found myself lying among the dead, screams crying out farther off. The smell of blood, sweat, and vomit was overwhelming, and I tried moving only to be pushed from all sides by the dead. I glanced up and saw the sky darkened with ravens and other birds descending upon the fields, ready to feast on the carrion. Then I remembered fully and reached for the left side of my neck. There was no wound, merely remnants of sticky blood, which stained my hand. It had been real then. Some dead elf lay across my legs, and I was trying to pull them free when a figure walked into my field of vision from the left. I'd recognize her anywhere, with her light step, silvery blonde hair, and pale blue eyes. She took after her mother, she did, my daughter. I stopped moving. "Hell," I said, surprised to find my voice working normally. I certainly wasn't surprised to see her. I had expected that. "Hello, Father," she said, her voice oddly light in this misery-infested doomscape. She was dressed in a light blue dress, with only a few trinkets of jewelry adorning her. Her pale hair was plaited away from her face in intricate patterns. She stopped right in front of me, a few dead bodies between us, and raised her hand slightly, letting squished-up apple mulch fall to the ground in chunks. Now that I had most certainly not expected. "You did this?" I asked, indicating my neck. She nodded and wiped her hand on her dress. "Won't that be considered interfering?" I asked, and continued to untangle my legs, kicking at the dead elf until he rolled off. "Of course not. You simply weren't marked for death." I stopped moving then and eyed her. "What?" "I couldn't have saved your life if not. And that's not really what I do." She merely shrugged at that. I raised an eyebrow, but then focused on my armor, working on a clasp above my left shoulder. She was right, though. As a sentinel of death, ruler of Helheim, and the pale queen of the dead, saving lives was really not what she was known for. "I expected you to come for me today," I told her. "Well, here I am, just not in the way you wanted. Everyone's dead, except you and me, and I'm not always sure about you," I added. She looked alive, but then she'd not been a normal goddess since she was bestowed the honor of Harbinger of Death. When Odin's realm had grown large enough, the death toll had required one of our own to take up that mantle. The honor had fallen to my daughter, who'd accepted. Even now, after removing the god's powers, I could sense no change in her. Death was a power too strong, not only for a blood witch, but for any supramundane creature. "I do lament all my brother's deaths," she said, her eyes downcast in sorrow. "But I did warn you." I sighed. "You did." It was, after all, she who had come to my home and warned me that Fenrir and Jormungandr had been trapped. She hadn't seen their deaths at that time, and had therefore alerted me. "But you didn't warn me they were all going to die." I couldn't quite help my accusatory tone. "I rarely know every death well ahead of time. You know this, Father." "And Vali? You told him to use the silver thread of starlight." "I did, and in his case, I knew. My little brother was no longer alive by then. Not truly. It was only a matter of time. But I talked to him, and we came to the conclusion that freeing you would at least bring us the vengeance we wanted." "We, huh?" I shook my head and continued my work of getting the armor off, piece by piece. It was suddenly heavy and suffocatingly warm. "Yes, we. Why else did I grant you the armies of my domain for this battle? I couldn't partake myself, and I may be separate from you all now, but I remember my existence before this. And what was done to my brothers, to you, Father, was something I couldn't let go unpunished." Her voice changed as she talked, and as she gazed out over the fields of the dead, her appearance changed for a moment. No longer was she the silver-haired goddess in her blue dress, but a flickering image of the pale queen, dressed in dark armor, her left side a mere skeleton, her eyes black pools of oblivion, a force no one could reckon with. Then the vision was gone, and the seemingly light-hearted goddess stood there again, dressed for one of the gods' feasts, not this bloodied wasteland of the dead. Of course, none other than she was better suited for it. I leaned an elbow on one of the dead bodies beside me and heaved myself up. "I talked to your lady wife," Hel went on. "Sigyn?" I threw my breastplate off and felt better now that I was free of the weight. Hel nodded and smiled. "I always thought she had the kind of strength that brute force could hold nothing against. Even after I came for her, she was convinced you'd finish this. For us all." Finally standing, I looked out over what had been a battlefield not long ago. The ground was littered with the fallen bodies of gods, creatures, and men. Gore splattered the earth, painting it a sickening red. Distant screams from the dying echoed across the field, carried on the wind along with the acrid smoke from fires burning in the distance. The sky above was darkened, the sun obscured by the haze of death and destruction. A few were still fighting in the distance, but for the most part, everyone was dead or leaving. No one had won, not truly. This had merely been the culmination of the fall of the gods. It was worth it then. "Yes," she agreed. "I would never have guessed you'd go to such lengths, though." "What, becoming mortal?" "Yes," I shrugged. "It means nothing to me anymore. Besides, we were never truly immortal. Not even you are. We were merely hard to kill. I simply evened the odds a bit." Hel thought about this for a moment, a weak breeze ruffling her skirts and hair. "What will you do now?" she asked. "I don't know. As I said, I was counting on you today." "No," she shook her head. "Not on this day, and I can't see when. Yet. No matter, I'll figure something out." "You always do, Father." She scanned the fields and then turned her eyes to me. "You're marked, though." She was likely referring to Livia's little trickery, my now unnaturally green eyes. I suppose you wouldn't know all that much about life, daughter, but I hear it comes with challenges. This is just one of them. She smiled then, warm and happy. I suppose your thread is still being spun. Oh yes, neither death nor fate would have succumbed to Livia's spell. Both were forces too powerful for that, and so the threads of fate would continue on, fickle as always. That makes you happy, does it? I asked, noting her reaction, which was utterly foreign in this place of, well, her. I may rule the underworld in this realm, but I'm not incapable of feeling happiness. Her appearance flickered again, her armored form showing itself for a brief moment as a bark sounded. I turned and saw a beast of a dog come bounding across the fields, jumping over the dead, heading straight for us. The dog was enormous, easily the size of a horse, with pitch-black fur and glowing yellow eyes. Its teeth were large and deadly, gleaming in the dim light. Muscles rippled beneath its skin as it ran, a testament to its strength and power. "Garm, my friend," Hel called out as the beast neared us, barking, though the bark sounded like thunder. "I'm fairly certain I saw him and Tyr kill each other yesterday," I pointed out as the dog reached my daughter. She didn't need to bend to pet it due to its size. He was panting with his tongue out, his tail wagging at the sight of his mistress. An odd sight indeed from such a deadly creature. "Such a sweet boy," she chirped at the monstrous dog, and then looked at me. "Yes, he died, but what am I going to do about that? He still lives with me." I laughed then, joyfully, for the first time in ages. "At least you retained something from me, daughter." She tilted her head and smiled as she scratched Garm behind the ear. Then the earth shook. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a deep rumble that seemed to come from the very core of the realm. Cracks appeared in the earth, widening into gaping chasms. The dead bodies shifted and rolled as the ground heaved and bucked, some tumbling into the newly formed abysses. Hel cocked her ear and then looked at me. "We'll see each other again, at least once, but I do hope for more." I nodded. Then she not only flickered back and forth between her goddess self and her simulacrum as the pale queen, but remained in her armored form, her skeleton half a fear-inspiring vision. I returned her smile then as more screams rose in the distance. "Can you hear them calling for me, Father?" Chapter 17. "Wow," Red muttered, her face halfway into the pillow. "You sure got your vengeance." I nodded. "Did you get what you truly wanted, though?" "I think you know the answer to that. No vengeance was ever going to bring back my family." She nodded against the pillow. "Your daughter sounds like a problem solver, though." I laughed at that. "Yes, if you see death as an easy fix." "No, I mean, she didn't seem afraid to bend the rules, kind of like you." "Hel is more bound by rules than most. I suppose she would look for ways around them. I would in her shoes." "Of course you would." Red closed her eyes a bit and then exhaled, almost in frustration, it seemed. Then she kicked off her sheets, once again too warm to keep them over her. She then rolled over onto her back and stared up at the ceiling. "So, you put together a scheme of such magnitude and then actually saw it through, removing magic from the Earthside realm." "Well, my scheme, as you call it, was to render the gods mortal. The rest was merely a side effect." "Okay, but regardless," she coughed hard and twisted over on her side, drawing her knees up in the process. I waited, and a minute or two later the coughing fit eased. She merely lay there, looking frail and pale, breathing to calm her body. "You got your vengeance on the gods," she said after a while, her voice hoarse, throat raw. but in the process, you removed magic from the Earthside realm. The fact that there are those out there set on killing you sort of makes sense. I'm not saying I agree with them. Why, thank you. But then we have Antonia, who was set on keeping you alive. Yet Kerwin seemed to think any ex-god would do. So, your being alive seemed all the same to him. Yes, well, I was not impressed by his priorities. Red scoffed and then gave a weak smile. No, I think shooting him in the head sort of conveyed that. She shook her head at what likely still seemed absurd to her. Her former leader, the one who had answers to all and everything, dead. And then Antonia says she's with someone called the Silent Heralds. Weird name, by the way. Agreed, it rather contradicts itself. So we can assume these Silent Heralds want you alive. Why? Sound thinking? Seen from your perspective? Sure. I leaned forward a bit, resting my forearms on the armrests. I'm not entirely certain. As I've told you, I have on a few occasions encountered people who wanted to keep me alive. But regardless of how evasive you believe me to be, I don't recall everything I've lived since becoming mortal, especially the more mundane things. People wanting to kill or keep you alive is mundane to you? She asked, and turned her head to look at me, her eyes squinting. Even in an eventful life, such things can be of the less eventful kind. Okay, whatever. So, who were those people? I've never known that exactly. The first time it happened rings clear, though. It was around the same time the first trace of Skuld's prophecy made itself known to me since the events leading up to and during Ragnarök. By then, centuries had already blurred together. Kingdoms had risen and fallen, faiths shifted, and I'd grown used to being just another mortal with an inconveniently long memory and life. It happened on the day I met Arlynn. Chapter 18. It was a scream of surprise and confusion that gave me pause. Some 500 years ago, I was back in the Earthside realm, wandering through what had once been the old Saxon lands on the large isle of the West. I don't recall why. That was the thing about becoming mortal. Truthfully, there were many things that changed after becoming mortal, but this was a significant part of it. I can't recall why I was there in those days. Whatever led up to it was of low significance, and a mortal mind is not made to encompass centuries of everyday life. Not unless it's special. But I remember being there, and I remember having a pack of disgruntled people hunting me. You'd think that was special perhaps, but no. After Ragnarök, this was a common occurrence. There were a slew of people who wanted revenge for losing their powers, others who just wanted power, and those who wanted me dead for other or related reasons. This time, it was a group of people out to kill me, led by an unusual leader, I'd say, insofar as that leader, a woman, had some magic to her in this non-magic realm. After Livia cast her spell, amplified with mine and Atlas's blood, only the gods of old held true power still in this realm. However, it was nothing compared to what it had once been. Still, on this normal, sunny day in a large forest on that isle, there was a scream that broke through the tweeting of the birds. I was coming out from among some trees when a small knoll revealed itself up ahead with a clearing around it. About midway up the rocky knoll, a glimmer of something silvery green appeared, followed by the form of a woman who came flying through it, it seemed, though she couldn't possibly have known what gateway she was passing through, because the moment she entered this realm, she screamed and flailed with her arms as her trajectory had her go somewhat forward, but decidedly down. She crashed onto the grassy ground below. Grass and dirt flew up around her as she landed in a tangle of arms, legs, long black hair, and a dark dress. Some unflattering words in a different language from what they spoke on the isle escaped her then, and I couldn't help but smile as she fought against herself and the ground to get up. She was a fae, judging by her language, and I had a sense from her less than elegant crash landing that she hadn't planned on coming here, exactly. And why would she? She had no power here. She got herself under control soon and was up on her feet, swinging a black satchel as she whirled around to check her surroundings. Then she bolted across the open ground and in between some trees across from me. The next moment, 2 more fae came flying through that gateway, which barely shimmered at their entrance, before disappearing entirely when they were through. They went the same way as the woman, right down to the ground below, where they crashed and tumbled into the dirt. Similar curses flew through the air before they too got to their feet, and then ran, almost the same way the woman had. Interesting. But even more interesting was the hidden gateway up on that knoll. Gateways in this realm were scarce unless one knew where to look. They were hidden now, seldom visible, though some were, but always hard to detect. Still, removing magic from this realm had not removed the shimmer, the gateway between worlds, because that force was not of this realm. Or perhaps it was of all realms. I walked out into the clearing until I came to a stop below the knoll. Looking up, I saw that this side of it was the steepest. I focused on the spot I'd seen the portal open, and yes, there was power there, underneath the berg. While my own powers were severely weakened from what they had once been, they were still transformative, and so I focused on that spot and turned the cloak above the portal visible. And there, far up ahead, the shimmering gateway came into view. An exit, and likely an exit from the Elfine realm. Not what I would have chosen, but better than nothing. I was contemplating how to reach it, considering the drop above it, when a shout rang out behind me. I sighed and rolled my eyes for good measure. This was getting bothersome, but this group of people had been unusual in their tenacity to kill me. They seemed to be emboldened by the power of the witch leading them. The gateway would have to wait. Instead of running across the open clearing, I noted where the voices came from, in the direction I had come, and walked around the bottom of the knoll, noting ever more steep and craggy sides, before I ran the short distance over to the trees when the knoll was between me and my pursuers. I dashed through the forest, weaving between the towering trees, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The underbrush snagged at my clothes, but I pressed on, leaves crunching beneath my feet. Birds took flight, startled by my sudden intrusion, their cries of alarm echoing through the woods. A fox darted across my path, its russet fur a blur as it disappeared into the foliage. Could I kill the ones following me? Once, no doubt. But having my magic, and more of it than any other mortal could ever hope for in this realm, didn't take away from the mortal part. There were about 10 people after me, including the witch, and all it took was one of them being handy with a knife, while the rest distracted me. In this mortal life, I needed to take more care than I had when a god. I was wading through what seemed an ocean of large ferns, the forest trees thinning a bit among them, when I heard people coming from 2 directions. The 2 fae must have circled around for some reason. That reason, of course, turned out to be the first fae who'd come through that gateway. As it happened, she had chosen the sea of ferns as her hideout, and now jumped up not that far from me, a knife in her hand, ready to attack. I saw her as a dark shadow out of the corner of my eye, and immediately sent a burst of green fire toward her. If not for her quick reaction, she would have been hit, but she twisted into a jump that had her land in a crouch mere inches from the edge of the flames. "How did you do that?" she asked in her own language, staring wide-eyed at the burning ferns. More voices rang through the forest. Everyone seemed to close in. Being fairly certain she wouldn't hand me over to my followers since she was hiding from her own, I called upon what little frost magic I had left to quench the fire and remove the smoke. "How?" she repeated in a fierce whisper now. "How are you doing that?" "Shh," I responded and hid beneath the ferns myself. A mere blink of an eye later, I heard footsteps close by. One of the Fae hunting her, I gathered. My own pursuers came from another direction. The Fae next to me wisely stopped talking. I could hear one of her pursuers out there, though just barely, as he walked with light steps through the underbrush. Then came another set of steps, both of them nearby then. Whatever abilities they had from their own realm, they would be severely subdued in this one. That went for elevated senses as well. As if on cue, I felt the tiniest sensation of a tug against my mind, like a force that wanted in, vying and trying to gain some control. An obvious attempt at a glamour, and it wasn't the two Fae looking around farther ahead. I turned my head toward the Fae next to me and raised my eyebrows in a silent message for her to give it up. It wouldn't work on me anywhere, and certainly not here. Her dark eyes didn't widen in surprise, but rather narrowed in indignation. That made me smile. She wasn't one to let herself be distracted by a setback, but rather one to be annoyed and then look for another angle. Unfortunately for her, she had no other magic to try anything with. Not that I could sense, anyway. She was a beautiful Fae, though. Her eyes were a deep, rich brown, almost black in the dappled forest light. Her skin was pale and smooth, a stark contrast to her raven hair that tumbled in waves down her back. She wore a dark dress with a bodice of fashionable stays for the times, but the skirt was a bit more voluminous than was fashionable in this realm these days. She didn't wear a cap or veil like women of this realm did either. The dress, though, would draw attention in a forest like this, since it was interlaced with silver thread embroidery so intricate it looked like brocade. She looked like a rich lady who'd gotten lost in the forest. But judging by her quick physical reaction to my fire magic mere moments ago, I was fairly certain she could handle herself. The snap of a twig sounded far off. The Fae next to me shook her head and mouthed, "Trap." I merely shrugged. This was obvious. One of the two other Fae would likely be standing near to see if anyone reacted. Then the sound of more feet trampling the undergrowth reached us, followed by raised voices. My pursuers were not Fae, and they didn't bother with stealth on this day. This had the beneficial effect of the two Fae giving up their current scheme, though. As I heard them, barely, move away, I turned to the Fae again and noticed she'd tilted her head and was observing me closely. "Curious eyes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I blinked. Usually my eyes, marked by Livia, the Blood Witch, drew attention of the wrong kind, either from people who were afraid of magic or the kind who wanted me dead for taking it away. I could, to a degree, mask them somewhat with my magic, but it was a tiring affair, and I usually didn't unless absolutely necessary. "Friends of yours?" the Fae asked, and indicated the approaching noise with her head, a smirk on her red lips. "About as good friends as yours," I said, and smiled. Then without a word, we parted by passing each other beneath the ferns and heading in each our directions. I ran through the forest, leaping over fallen logs and ducking under low-hanging branches. The sounds of my pursuers grew fainter as I put more distance between us. A stream gurgled nearby, and I splashed through it, the cool water soaking my boots. Squirrels chattered angrily at me from the treetops, their bushy tails twitching in agitation. The landscape began changing again, and the ground rose and fell as the bedrock protruded many places. I wondered while running past if I had the time to stop and ascertain if there was a gateway near. Turned out, I didn't have to decide that myself, as the approach of more fae soon forced me to stop. The only warning I got was the silvery green shimmer from a rock wall about the height of 2 men up ahead. I quickly moved behind a cluster of trees and peeked out to find a massive gateway appear, the magical opening shimmering as if this was not a realm without magic. First came 3 fae, armed and alert as they looked around. When satisfied they were alone, one of them went back through the gateway. Then a parade of fae followed from the other side, the scout included, as several warriors, clad in leather armor for easy movement and armed to the teeth, came marching through. Among them was one prominent fae by the looks of him, since he came on horseback, dressed in glimmering clothes, and simply had an air of magic to him. Even here. Interesting. He was not a former god, but had to be quite powerful in his own realm to even wield a smidgen of it here. There was something familiar about him, I noticed, though I couldn't put my finger on it. He looked young like they all usually did, but was likely centuries old, like they all usually were. Pitch-black hair and dark eyes scanned the forest before him, before he gave an order with a silent nod, and the entire group of about 20 fae moved forward. "I want Arlynn found before sundown," he added, with a measured shout, as a few of them also spread out to scout ahead. Whatever that woman fae, Arlynn, had done, it had gained the ire of her kind, it seemed. I shrugged that off, though. I had more important matters to attend to, like getting out of that never-ending forest. Chapter 19. Since I had no wish to travel to the Elfine realm, I lingered among the rocky part of the forest, searching for a better gateway, though I'd take the Elfine realm too, if necessary. Streams of sunlight reached below the canopies, and birds began their incessant chattering again as they calmed from the sudden approach of the fae. Whether they were of the Seelie or Unseelie courts, I had no idea. I'd never really traveled much in their realm, and knew little about them beyond these 2 factions, having always stood against one another. There were simply too many unknowns for me regarding the fae to risk going there. What I did know about them was they were highly untrustworthy to anyone who wasn't one of them. I was climbing upward on a craggy little knoll that nestled within the uneven bedrock, which hid secrets far older than the surrounding trees, when I froze when noises that didn't belong there reached me again. I hurried to the top and lay down in the tufts of grass that grew among the rocky ground. From there, I had a view of everything below, and the first thing that stuck out was the Fae woman again. Arlynn, the chief hunter, had called her. I had no idea why I hadn't heard her sooner as she was coming around the little knoll. If I hadn't been alerted by more sound, I would surely have bumped into her myself. But as it was my own pursuers who came in the opposite direction this time. And now they cared to keep as quiet as they could. Interesting. They hadn't bothered with that before. They'd acted as an angry mob so far, not caring that I knew they were there. It didn't matter to me at the moment, though, because I noticed something tugging at the edge of my mind again, and it wasn't the Fae woman this time. She had her own problems below. But as I turned my head to the left and focused on a spot close to me, I felt the presence of the veil. There was a gateway there. Excellent. All I had to do was... "Oh, hello, good travelers. You would not happen to know a way out of this forest, would you?" Arlynn's voice drifted up from below. She spoke in the people's own language, but was, from her pronunciation, clearly not one of them. "Oh," came a man's voice. My lady, we..." "That's not a lady," a woman interrupted his stuttered speech at this unusual woman in the woods. I recognized her voice, though. It was the Blood Witch. "That's a Fae. Beware, everyone. They may be beautiful, but they are vicious." I shook my head and focused on the portal again. I was fairly certain I could make it reveal itself from its subdued state with no one below noticing. "How dare you say I am not a lady?" Arlynn hissed in ill-conceived outrage. "I will have you know I am the wife of the Lord who owns these lands, and he will have you strung up by your undersized male trinkets for this rudeness." I couldn't help but smile at her tenacity. Said the man who'd spoken. "Don't listen to her. She is a fae, and—" "A fae?" Arlynn squeaked in apparent anger. "A fae? Such nonsense. Do I look like I enjoy dancing naked in circles? I have shame, unlike these fae you talk about. And why would I ensnare you?" she added, and by the sound of it, spat on the ground in disgust. I stared at the spot where I could feel the gateway, then rolled my eyes and turned and looked down again, making sure not to be seen should anyone raise their eyes. There she stood, the Fey woman, staring down 10 humans, 6 men, and 4 women, one of them a witch. Except for the witch, who dressed like a merchant's wife in a high-necked, long-sleeved dress of rich fabric, the rest were modestly dressed in simple tunics, breeches, bodices, and skirts, showing no signs of wealth. The Blood Witch stood closest to Arlynn, joined by a man, while several of the other people spread out carefully, blocking her escape. While the man closest to the witch seemed a bit confused, the others took the witch's words seriously. Ever so seriously, I'd noticed over the last few days. They listened blindly to her, followed her without question. "I'll have you know, my lord husband. You have no husband, Faye, certainly not a human one. How dare you?" Arlynn went on, keeping up the game, but I could see her taking note of the people slowly surrounding her. With no magic, she was in big trouble. I sighed and drummed my fingers on the rocky surface. It wasn't like I'd never done anything foolish before. Time to do it again. And with that conclusion to my own state of mind, I got up into a crouch and sent forth my fire magic without warning. The green flames rolled down the side of the knoll and straight for the witch and her companions. With my right hand, I sent more, which hit between Arlynn and the people surrounding her. Screams rose as they were utterly surprised by this. Arlynn, though, surprised as she might be, didn't waste time and accepted this turn of events for what it was, a chance to get away. She hoisted up her voluminous skirts and bolted up the side of the knoll toward me, her arms swinging hard up the steep incline while holding on to the fabric. Below, the witch gathered herself quickly and countered with a force of her own, a cool wind that swirled around the flames, starving them of air. The wind grew in strength, whipping up dirt, and slowly the flames began to flicker and die. It didn't matter much. Arlynn was nearly at the top, and I quenched my magic and reached out an arm for her. She took it, and I pulled her up the last few steps, and then she tumbled over the edge and landed in a heap of skirts all around her. "Now what?" she hissed. I stepped back and focused on the hidden gateway, transformed the cloak above it so the gateway shimmered brightly, showing us its presence. "Great idea," Arlynn said, and scampered to her feet while I went for the gateway. I didn't simply jump through feet first. With a gateway turned this way, you never knew how you'd come through on the other side. Instead, I climbed through head first. A moment later, I wished I'd jumped. Chapter 20. I fell several feet and landed face first, the impact blinding me for a moment. Trying to ease myself up, I spat dirt, then remembered the Fae likely right behind me and tried to crawl away, but before I could get far, she landed with a thud across my legs. A groan of pain escaped me, and I hated mortality with a fervor at that particular moment. Arlynn scrambled to get up, making it even more unpleasant when she elbowed my calf in the process. Quickly, I turned around, pain and discomfort forgotten, as I remembered the gateway above. I could hear nothing from the other side, which was normal, but I saw the gateway close with a puff of silvery green light before it disappeared. I stared. That was not normal. "Why did the shimmer vanish?" Arlynn asked, her voice echoing a bit. "I don't know," I replied. It was pitch dark around us. I called forth my magic again, noting it felt as strong as before, and sent a few small green orbs out into the air to light up the space we were in. It was not an uplifting sight. We were in a cave of sorts, a cave which, upon closer inspection, had no exit. "What is this place?" Arlynn mused as she looked around, seemingly calm and not at all like someone who'd been about to be attacked moments ago. I took in our surroundings, noting the domed stone ceiling above us, the protruding bedrock, the slightly dirt-covered ground, and then winced as realization dawned on me. "We're still Earthside," I said. "The portal led us inside the knoll." "What?" she blurted, then started laughing before simply slumping down on the ground. She sat across from me, her dress flowing around her, and in the dim green light from my orbs above, she looked like she sat huddled in darkness, not fabric. "You're right," she said. "I still feel like I have this web of suppression clinging to my skin, dampening my magical senses." "That's the Earthside realm for you." I brushed dirt from my hair and clothes, but otherwise remained seated. I glanced up. The gateway was still up there, despite being hidden again. The problem was that even with my fellow captive standing on my shoulders, we wouldn't reach that high. I couldn't fly, so magic was only going to get us so far. "This must be a fey mound," she said. "Used to trap silly humans looking to enrich themselves." She sighed. "Thank you," she added. "Well, I figured since you already had someone after you, then you needn't face those fanatics." "Fanatics?" "I'd say they're fanatically set on killing me." She narrowed her eyes, then relaxed and smiled. "Somehow, I can see that." That made me laugh. "Really? I just helped you, and you agree with them?" She shrugged. "You have magic in an unmagical world. I'm a bit jealous myself." Canting her head, she added, "Why do you wield magic here?" "You can't be all that familiar with this realm if you don't know that." She considered this a moment. "I've never been here. They say it's not worth it. I understand why now." "Hard to trick unsuspecting humans without your glamour, is it?" She pursed her lips tight for a moment, then said, "Perhaps. Anyway, what's your name, stranger?" Again, I felt this little tug at the edge of my mind. She was tenacious. I had to give her that. I couldn't help but smile. "And what will you do with it, if I tell you, Arlynn?" My use of her name had her eyes widen in surprise. That was a first on this day. "How do you know that? Do you read minds?" She looked genuinely worried now. "No," I waved off that notion. "Can you imagine all the tedious things I'd have to listen to then?" Judging by her expression, a mix of curiosity and contemplation, she could, because it seemed tempting to her. Then she shook her head and seemed to snap out of it. "Then what are you—" She trailed off for a moment and then snapped back, her eyes alert again. "I remember now, stories my mother told me when I was but a child, of how dreary and wonderless this realm is, how only the gods of old still had some power here. You're one of them, aren't you?" "I must be if that's the case, and my name is Loki. Do your best with it." Strange name," she concluded. "Why is there a band of fey warriors after you?" "Oh," she said, and nodded. "That's how you found out my name." "Yes." She shrugged again and pulled at the strap of her satchel so she could open it. Did you see a dark-haired, haughty, and proud fae among them? Yes, he was the only one astride a horse. That would be my grandsire. His name is Oberon. That explained why he'd looked somewhat familiar. I could see it now that she'd said it. They had some resemblance. And he wants me caught, she continued, because he believes I stole something from him. She opened the black leather satchel and pulled out a glittering tiara. The tiara was a work of art, delicate silver filigree woven into intricate patterns, studded with glimmering diamonds and sapphires that caught the light from my magical orbs and scattered it in a dazzling display. Nice little trinket, I commented. So he wants to catch his little princess thief? I'd heard the name before. Oberon was the High King of the Seelie court. Pah! She huffed and shoved the tiara back inside the satchel. I'm not a princess. I don't even like Oberon, nor he me. I'm his... She paused a moment. Not exactly a bastard granddaughter, but I might as well be. I certainly wouldn't mind that. Not on good terms with your grandsire, I take it? Never. I'm a blight on his bloodline, and it was tainted by my mother, according to him. I rolled my hand to get her to go on. It wasn't like we didn't have the time. My mother is of the Unseelie court. Our two courts are... Yes, I know, I interrupted. We didn't have that much time, though. We needed to get out of here. Two different worlds, so to speak. Fine, she huffed, and looked ever more as haughty as her grandsire out there in the forest. My mother is of the Unseelie court, and they're called the Dark Fae, while the ones dwelling in Oberon's kingdom are the Light Fae. You understand, I see. My father was Oberon's 13th son. Was? He's dead now, some 10 years ago. She sighed, and there was a wistfulness to it. I believed her to have been fond of her father. But my parents' marriage was a thorn in Oberon's eye. They married secretly, and I was on the way before they revealed this. It was too late then. He had to accept her into his court. If my father had been the firstborn son, I'm sure I wouldn't have lived to be born. But there's a difference between accepting officially and unofficially. For a century and a half, Mother lived with their snide remarks, side eyes, and unspoken opinions, which rang as loud as anything spoken. Then, a few months ago, Oberon banished her, and quickly too, and he kept her dowry. Ah, I said, indicating her satchel with a nod. The tiara. Exactly. I only retrieved what is my mother's. Retrieved, huh? She ignored that. I'm trying to get this back to her. They wouldn't let me leave with her. Apparently, I may be a blight on the bloodline, but I'm apparently a part of it anyway. I see. And you, she went on, her eyes intent now, can open portals in this horrid realm. I need your help. I shook my head. I can't open portals at will. No one can. I can uncover those that are already there. She shrugged. That merely amounts to the same. I suppose, but I didn't get any further, because a grating noise intruded upon us, something that seemed to gnaw into the berg itself. Then the wall to my right crumbled and groaned and gave way, stones falling as an opening was created right in front of us. I could sense the raw magic of it, simply because there was so little of it in this realm. It has to be the witch, I uttered, as both Arlynn and I got to our feet, backing up to avoid being hit by the stones. Natural light penetrated the cave, but I saw no one. Then dozens of small rocks flew inside, striking us both. Chapter 21. The flying rocks were aided by magic. There was no other reason for them to shoot into the little cave and then change direction mid-air. Arlynn and I threw ourselves to the sides and were still hit. There was nowhere to take cover. While I retained magical powers after becoming mortal, I had no way of forming a protective shield against solid projectiles. Dust and debris from the fallen stone wall clouded the air and blinded us as the rocks hit their marks. I barely saw Arlynn go down before I was struck too many times myself, especially in the head. The world swam, and I was only half conscious when I felt hands on me. Someone had entered the cave and was dragging me outside. Bright light stabbed into my skull. I winced and tried to get to my feet, but was knocked down fast and hard. They weren't taking any chances. "Quickly, tie him up," someone yelled nearby. I was dumped on the ground, moss and dirt in my face. I struggled to regain control over my senses, but even I lost my equilibrium when my head was pummeled with rocks. The fact that I was even semi-conscious was thanks to my post-godly state. That helped little with a group of people who were out to kill me. "There," a man shouted, finishing a last tightening of the ropes on my hands. A moment later, I was turned over and winced as I landed on my bound wrists. "Good." A woman's voice cut through the shouts around me. "The witch," I gathered. "We finally have him, after all this time." The voices quieted at that. Something about the whole scenario struck me as wrong. I opened my eyes and winced again, this time from the light. Slowly, my vision cleared, though my head throbbed. I healed faster than most, but not instantly. What I saw worried me. The witch and her people surrounded me. They had sharp weapons pointed at my chest and throat, but they weren't using them. "What in the realms?" I muttered as I realized they were all murmuring under their breath, repeating some whispered mantra. My ears still rang from the rocks, so I couldn't make out the words. But this was not the straightforward execution I'd expected when they dragged me out of that cave. I knew they were here to kill me. Everyone was. The Blood Witch stood utterly still, part of the circle. Her watchful eyes were on me, a small smile on her lips. It was neither gloating nor fierce. If I didn't know better, I'd say it looked like relief. "Friends," she said, and the murmurs stopped. Her voice rang clear, and even my rattled mind could follow. "We have waited so long for this, but now is the time." "Could you please end the speech and have this done with?" I cut in, because I was in no state for theatrics. Someone, likely aiming for my head, hit my left shoulder instead. I cursed under my breath, but the impact at least jolted me fully awake. "Get him up," the witch ordered. Hands hauled me upright. While everyone focused on me, I saw Arlynn in the distance, stepping carefully out over the broken stones at the base of the knoll. She had a hand to her head and blood on her forehead, but she was on her feet. They'd forgotten about her, or ignored her as she wasn't who they were after. Well, at least one of us might escape, I thought, as I was brought face to face with the Blood Witch. Two men clamped down on my arms, one on each side of me, holding me with tight grips, while the witch stood before me. The rest of the group closed in, a tight circle of steel, leather, and grim determination. "For too long have your actions haunted this realm, Loki Leufeyson, but today that finally changes." "Isn't it best to keep him sleeping?" someone behind me asked. "He can't do anything when tied up," another answered. "I don't like it, Claudia," the first one muttered. Being tied up slowed me down, but it did not prevent me from using magic. That wasn't what worried me. What worried me was that I was tied up at all. "Shouldn't you be killing me now?" I asked. I was too dazed to bother piecing this together on my own, and these people seemed to enjoy talking. "Kill you?" the witch, Claudia, as one had called her, repeated, blinking once. "Why would we want that? We need you." Far more ominous than an immediate stabbing. "Need me?" I was baffled. For centuries there had been people hunting me for vengeance. But these weren't? Why? The blood witch Livia is dead. You're all that's left now, so we need you. I went still at that. I hadn't heard that name in a very long time, and now she was dead. It confirmed my suspicion, though. They wanted something from me other than my life. Claudia pulled a dagger from her belt. I'll need your blood to begin with. She stepped closer. We'll need to move you out of this realm, and honestly, you caused too much trouble for us to risk moving you like this. Movement behind her caught my eye. Out between the trees, someone was running, dark skirts flowing and hindering movements, but running nonetheless. Claudia didn't follow my line of sight. She wasn't that stupid. But I recognized Arlynn, and the noise coming from her direction couldn't possibly come from only one person running. A ripple went through the group. They'd seen her too. I turned my gaze back to Claudia. You talk entirely too much, witch. Her eyes narrowed in confusion, and then I struck. I slammed my forehead into her nose. She yelped and staggered back, blood spurting, but I was already focused on the two men holding me. I stomped down on the right one's foot. He loosened his grip, and I drove my elbow into the ribs of the one on the left. He stumbled sideways more from surprise than pain, but both of them let go. Before anyone else could react, I surged forward, drove my shoulder into a disoriented Claudia to knock her aside, and ran. With Claudia out of my way, I finally saw the source of all the extra noise. Shouts, the thunder of boots, over 20 pairs, and Arlynn at the head of them, dark skirts billowing as she ran straight toward us, leading Oberon and his warriors. I was about to veer off when I caught her expression. Focused, intent. She was running with purpose, not panic. Shouts rose behind me. I glanced back and saw Claudia waving her followers on, one hand clamped over her bleeding nose. Several of them already had slings out, which explained the flying rocks in the cave. Arlynn gave me a quick, urgent wave forward. I smiled as I understood her plan and sped up, running however awkwardly it felt with my hands tied behind my back. Cries of anger rose behind both of us as the groups realized their targets were slipping away. Arlynn and I seemingly ran straight toward each other, then adjusted our courses at the last moment. She took a rock to the shoulder, swore through her teeth, and then we passed each other, each of us sprinting straight for the other's pursuers. I plunged into the midst of the Fae chasing her. I dodged a swing, shoulder-checked one warrior that got too close, and pushed through as the undergrowth clawed at my boots. The scent of crushed leaves, damp earth, and leather filled my nose as I forced my way between them. They weren't after me, though, and I got through, the forest seemingly opening up around me, though it was only the lack of the hurried group of Fae. I turned and saw the Fae meet the witch and her followers. Everyone wanted to get past each other, and therefore, the first shove led to them attacking each other. I caught sight of Arlynn far on the other side, running away, in between the trees, like a dark shadow flitting through the forest. I smiled at the sight, and then considered Claudia and her followers. They were preoccupied with the Fae, and would have been decimated had it not been for her magic. Red lights blasted inside the melee, and screams of pain and fury rang out. The clash of metal against metal echoed through the woods as swords met in a deadly dance. Bright flashes of Claudia's magical light illuminated the scene, casting an eerie glow. Bodies flew through the air, tossed aside by powerful magical blasts. I deemed myself safe enough to get rid of the ropes tying my hands. It took some focus when tied up, as well as burning my left hand in this case, but I channeled only a small fraction of my fire up and toward the rope. The acrid smell of burning rope mingled with the sickening scent of seared flesh. I pressed my hand sideways until enough of the rope had burned for me to tear it off. I hurried to snuff out the flames left on my left sleeve, and then I did as Arlynn had done and ran, putting trees and rock between myself and the battle. Now was truly the time to leave this realm. I wasn't overly worried about the humans, but if Claudia survived, even their primitive weapons would be a threat. My head still pounded as I ran, weaving between ancient trunks. Roots twisted above the soil, trying to trip me with every step. Sunlight dappled the forest floor and shifted as the branches swayed, turning every shadow into something that moved at the corner of my eye. I doubled back in a wide arc, keeping well away from the chaos behind me. The sounds of fighting grew fainter, but that didn't mean no one had broken away to follow. Soon I reached the more open, rocky ground again. Time to find a gateway that didn't dump me back into this same miserable realm. "There you are," came a familiar voice as I slowed to a jog, more focused on sensing the shimmer than on listening for people. I stopped and turned. Arlynn emerged from between some boulders lying scattered below a knoll. She stopped and placed her hands on her knees a moment, catching her breath. She looked hale, but her forehead was covered with dry blood, and her appearance after these few hours in the Earthside realm was apparent with dirt and dust on her black dress. "This wasn't exactly the direction I thought you'd go," she said, when she'd recovered enough to speak. She must have done quite the run to both find and catch up with me, since she'd been going in the opposite direction last I saw her. "I need your help," she added, coming closer. "The way I see it," I told her, "I helped you with the witch, and then you helped me with her afterward. We're even." "I still need your help," she insisted. "I need to leave this realm, and you're the only one who can find a gateway." "And where exactly are you going?" "The Elfine realm, obviously." I chuckled. "Maybe so, but I'm not going there." "Well, I'll go anywhere, so long as it's a place I have my magic, but the fastest way home is straight to the Elfine realm." "Good luck with that," I said, turning to go. "I'll bargain for it," she said then, persistence a fierce quality in her it seemed. "With what? That tiara? The one you so desperately stole for your mother?" "Retrieved." "Oh, apologies. Retrieved." She huffed at me, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. "No, of course not. But I can trade you something better, something I'm certain you need." "Are you now?" I smiled. "Considering our brief acquaintance in this forest, how could you possibly know what I need?" The Fae shrugged, like this wasn't strange at all. "How do you think that witch figured out we were in the Fae Mound?" That stopped me for a moment. I should have thought of that myself. "She didn't hear us talking," Arlynn went on. "The walls of that knoll were too thick." She had a point, and she knew it as well, because that was a knowing smile, if ever I saw one. "She sensed you, didn't she? She knew you were still nearby." That was the problem with Livia's mark. She'd marked me physically, with my eyes and magical flames, but also with an unseen mark that could be sensed by strong magical beings. It was why I was still being hunted after all this time. "I'm right, aren't I?" Arlynn said. "What if you are? You're no blood witch." "No, thankfully, but I am a Fae, and we have cloaking and protection spells. Spells that can conceal those we deem worthy from unwanted detection." I studied her, not bothering to hide my suspicion. "And this is something you'd share?" "If you get me back to the Elfine realm." "Fae are notoriously untrustworthy." She harumphed, indignation flashing across her face. It was rather amusing. "I have no reason to trust you'll keep your end of the bargain once we're on the other side of the veil," I went on. "If I took her somewhere, her magic would be returned to her. She could simply run off. Where would that leave me?" "I'll strike a fair bargain with you," she countered. "A blood bargain. That gave me pause. A blood bargain meant she'd have to keep to her end of the deal, which made me think she wasn't lying. A spell to hide the mark? That would be most welcome. Here, she said, holding out her dagger. You're the one with magic here. You need to do it. I eyed the bone-handled dagger and took it. Hiding the magical mark was too tempting. And besides, I'd already done one foolish thing that day and survived, saved her from the Blood Witch. Why not something else foolish? Everyone knew trusting Faye was stupid. Still, I raised the dagger and pricked my thumb with it before doing the same to her thumb on her outstretched hand. Droplets of crimson blood emerged on both our fingers. I handed back her blade and then raised my hand, calling my magic forth. It glowed golden as we pressed our thumbs together and let the blood mingle, my other hand resting over them, infusing magic into the blood, marking us both. I swear to find a gate and take you back to the Elfine realm, I said. She nodded. And I swear to give you the protective cloaking spell of my people. I let the magic fade. Very well then, a bargain is a bargain. It certainly is, she said, smiling. Now, take me home. Chapter 22. Everything was brighter. That was my first impression upon stepping into the Elfine realm. Brighter and sharper. The landscape stretched out before us, a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Lush forests blanketed the rolling hills. Pristine rivers wound through the valleys, their crystal-clear waters reflecting the luminous sky above. In the distance, jagged mountains pierced the horizon, their snow-capped peaks gleaming. Every hue seemed more vivid, every scent crisper and more distinct, as if the very essence of life had been distilled and amplified in this realm. It was almost unreal, a world too perfect to be true. I heard Arlynn draw a sigh of relief as she stepped through the veil behind me. In that same moment, I again felt the smallest tug at the edge of my mind. She certainly didn't waste time trying to weave her glamour around me. I looked at her with exasperation. That won't do you any good, no matter the realm. She merely shrugged, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Can't blame me for trying. And look, you're smiling, which tells me you would have done the exact same thing. Perhaps, I conceded. I can sense your presence now, she went on. I don't even have to see you to know you're close by. You're the one who chose the blood bargain. I suppose you can sense me as well. It's how it works, right? It's how these kinds of debts work, and what better way of ensuring your debtor is around to pay what was promised? There were many who could weave a blood bargain, but it took some force. It was essentially blood magic, which blood witches were known for. That didn't mean others couldn't dabble, but it was a powerful spell. With enspelled blood running through one's veins, there were only two ways to end the blood bargain, fulfilling it or death. That would surely stop the blood coursing, which was why I couldn't see how Arlynn could attempt to trick me. I had no doubt she would if she could. She was a fae, after all. We'll get to the debt when I reach the Unseelie court. Ah, there it was. And is there any particular reason we can't be done with this now and then be on each our way? Arlynn glanced back at the large gateway, which shimmered in its silvery green magic on this end. I'd taken her to the gateway the rest of the Fae had used to follow her. It had been easier to use than the one she'd come through herself. We're in Seelie lands right now. The border is close by, and we shouldn't linger here. Oberon might soon realize I'm no longer in the Earthside realm and come through here. That's all sound thinking, but none of that answered my question. She pressed her lips together for a moment. Not a good sign. I can't actually do the cloaking spell myself, she admitted. Of course you can't, I said through a stiff smile. But my mother can, and I am going to find her. So this will work out. You simply have to trust me." "Of course I have to trust you." She put on a brilliant smile, then, likely as fake as her word, "You'll find I can be trusted to keep my end of the bargain. Why else would I even make one? Says the Fae who retrieved that tiara from Oberon, High King of the Seelie Court." I indicated her satchel with a nod. "It was never his to begin with," she snarled, and raised her chin haughtily at the same time. It was oddly amusing to watch. "Anyway," she went on and pointed at the shimmering gateway behind us, "you can't go back that way. I can show you another gate to another realm of your choosing. But what do you have to lose in going with me, so I can in turn fulfill my end of the blood bargain?" "Fine," I sighed. "How far?" "It's a way to travel," she admitted. "The Unseelie Court lies far from the border, I've been told." "You've been told?" "Well, I've never actually been there. I thought you understood that. I was raised in the Seelie Court, remember?" Frustrated, I shook my head. "Fine, let's just go." "It'll go faster if you can keep up somehow," she mused, and eyed me with obvious doubt. "Faster? How?" She smiled, then seemed to focus before a silvery shimmer emanated from her, and she partially changed form. When summoned, they materialized as if from the air itself, shifting between seen and unseen, because from her magic, wings unfurled like a shadow woven from moonlight, vast and elegant. They were shaped like those of a butterfly, but edged with a predatory grace. Midnight black, they shimmered with intricate silver patterns, each delicate line giving off glimmers of light like frost traced on obsidian. This was a reminder of her true Fae nature. But that was not what had me stumped. "What?" she said, sounding disappointed. "Have you never seen anyone with wings before?" I nodded slowly, my mind racing. "No, I have. Just not such dark ones." I couldn't help staring. They were pitch black except for the silver patterns. Black wings. Keep them close. They'll lead you to the second end. Skuld's words of the future rang in my mind, words I hadn't given much thought in centuries. Yet I could hear them now, as if the Norn herself were standing right beside me. "The matter with you?" Arlynn's voice broke through the memories. I blinked and focused on her. "What?" I said, "Never mind. Can you keep up?" "I have no choice, do I?" "What?" She looked as confused as I felt, her brows knitted together, her head tilted slightly, her lips parted as if a question hovered on the tip of her tongue. I didn't bother explaining. Instead, I shifted into my wolf form. After the fall of the gods, I had lost most of my powers, including the ability to take on any other animal forms. But my wolf form had remained, the first form I had ever been able to shift into. Despite expecting to give it up like everything else to avenge my family, I had been grateful this form remained, as it was such an integral part of my magical essence. "I see," Arlynn said, showing no surprise at someone's shifting form. "That should do it. Keep an eye out for me and follow." She took flight as her wings snapped open, their midnight black form stark against the blue sky. Broad and powerful, yet elegant, they carried her effortlessly upward. She moved with the ease of something born to the sky, her wings cutting through the wind. It certainly explained her less than elegant entrance into the Earthside realm earlier. She must have flown through a random gateway, and upon entering that magicless realm, immediately lost her wings. I followed her as she flew off, my lupine form moving at a far faster pace than I could otherwise. While keeping an eye on Arlynn far above me, I followed her trajectory on the ground. I could, of course, also sense where she was through the blood bargain. Racing through the vast forest, my paws pounded against the soft earth, the scent of rich soil and vibrant foliage thick in the air. I leaped over fallen logs and wove through the dense undergrowth with the agility and grace of a creature born to the wild. As I passed the border into the unseelie lands, the light shifted, taking on a more twilight hue, casting long shadows across the land. I traversed valleys, my powerful strides carrying me over the undulating terrain with ease. I swam across rivers, my thick fur insulating me from the chilly waters, my strong limbs propelling me forward. The mountains loomed in the distance, their jagged peaks scraping the sky. Now and then I caught glimpses of other fae, clad in leather, clearly at home in the untamed wilderness. To them, I was merely a wolf, and they kept their distance. Arlynn's form flitted above me, a constant reminder of our shared journey. Night fell, cloaking the world in velvety darkness, only to be chased away by the breaking dawn, a cycle that repeated itself before we finally reached our destination, and I laid eyes upon a castle that revealed itself between the trees surrounding me. This was our destination then, the seat of the unseelie court. Ahead, the castle rose before me, a behemoth of dark stone, its towering spires and crenellations a testament to its impregnable might. Its drawbridge lay open, a gaping maw ready to swallow any who dared enter. Despite its incredible size, an eerie silence hung over the fortress, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for the right moment to exhale. It seemed almost unmanned, a ghost of a castle haunted by the echoes of its own dark history. I ran between several trees until I reached the road that led up to the entrance of the castle. There, I shifted form again, then peered at the sky. Arlynn appeared shortly after, and due to our temporary magical bond, could sense where I was. She certainly couldn't see me under the thick canopies. While I waited, I focused inward, using my transformative powers to hide the color of my eyes. It was exhausting, something I could barely do, but it worked, leaving my eyes feeling slightly dry. I had to keep part of my focus on the task for it to last. I had no idea what I was walking into here, but announcing my mark was not a good idea if I wanted to make as small an impression as possible. Arlynn landed and let her wings fade just as her feet hit the road. She glanced at me and furrowed her brows. "Curious eyes," she said, repeating herself from when we were among the ferns. Now, of course, they were a subdued bottle green, which looked natural enough. "Ready?" she added, nodding toward the castle. "Are you?" I countered. She didn't answer, merely pressed her lips together before she squared her shoulders and started up the road. I did the same, noticing it was paved with surprisingly neat cobblestones, perfectly cut and angled, contrasting with the wild world around us. We followed the road up to the drawbridge and crossed it. Empty murder holes stared down at us as we passed through the main gateway. Not until we walked under the gateway of the inner wall did the castle come to life. The courtyard bustled with activity, a mix of fae in either gleaming armor or opulent court attire. Armor was adorned with intricate floral patterns, the metal seeming to come alive with each movement. Courtiers were draped in rich fabrics, their garments of dark hues accented with glittering embellishments. The air hummed with the murmur of conversations and the clinking of armor as the fae went about their business. "Halt!" a fae shouted as he and two others, clad in gleaming armor with those same floral patterns engraved in the metal, stepped in front of us, effectively blocking our way. "What's your business here? You are not unseelie fae." "I'll have you know that I am," Arlynn said, her voice steeped in affront. She unfolded her wings again in all their glory, but the guards were hardly impressed. "You may look like one of us, but you're clearly not. Arlynn let the wings fade. My mother is the Lady Saoirse, and my uncle is your High Lord Melian. Why don't you fetch my lady mother, and we can continue this discussion after? The guard still didn't seem overly impressed, but after a pause to think, he flicked a sideways nod, sending one of the others running to fetch said mother. We waited in silence until a stir went through the crowd in the courtyard. A woman fae came down the steps of the keep. Long, light hair bordering on white flowed down her back. The color wasn't due to great age. She looked young like everyone else, but it made her stand out in a crowd where dark brown and black hair dominated. She was otherwise dressed like them, in black, much in the same style as her daughter, which was apparently the fashion in both courts of this realm. "Arlynn, daughter, are you hale?" she said, striding straight toward the guard. I noted their look of disdain, or lack of respect, more like it, directed toward Saoirse, but they both jumped aside as she marched straight for them, expecting to get through. Apparently, mother and daughter were not dissimilar in temperament. "I am," Arlynn confirmed, as Saoirse took her face between her hands. "It's mere scratches. I had to flee from Oberon." Saoirse's eyebrows seemed to fly sky high at this, but she didn't get to follow up with any questions as someone else broke in. "Is this my niece, whom I thought was living in the Seelie court?" All eyes turned to a fae who came sauntering over, dressed in silk brocade and a long blue cloak. I didn't need to know the family connection to see the resemblance between him and the two women. "You must be Melian," Arlynn said, sounding as unimpressed as the guards had been with her unseelie appearance. "That's High Lord Melian to you, lass," the sour guard said. Now, Captain, let us remember the lass has been raised by the uncivilized fae of the Seelie court. We must allow her some leeway." He gave Arlynn a smile that most certainly did not reach his dark eyes. The guard wisely closed his mouth. "Whatever happened to you anyway, to come here looking like this?" the High Lord added, looking genuinely shocked at Arlynn's state. "I had to run from Oberon. It caused some minor troubles. Loki here," she indicated me with a sideways wave, "was inclined enough to help me." Both Saoirse and Melian turned their gazes on me. "A former god," Melian said, sensing my magical essence for what it truly was, a remnant of what it had once been. "Looking equally disheveled?" "Not just any god," another voice broke in. It came from right behind me. I turned on instinct just as someone grabbed my left wrist. I raised my right hand to strike, but the intruder expected that. As I turned fully, a bright, piercing orange light flared in my eyes, and a pair of cuffs slammed down around my hands so fast I had no chance to retreat. I immediately felt the dry sensation in my eyes vanish as I could no longer hold on to my spell. In fact, I felt all magic in me subdued. I yanked my now cuffed hands free and stepped back, only to bump into Arlynn. "What in the realms?" she uttered. "Who are you?" she added in a less than friendly tone to my assailant. I stared into midnight blue eyes that smiled along with blood-red lips. A black-haired fae woman, dressed in dark blue silk, smiled at me, and then shifted her gaze toward Arlynn. "Hello, niece. I am Mab, your aunt, and this former god has quite the reputation, and therefore a nice bounty on his head." Chapter 23. As far as prison cells go, the one I was put in inside the Unseelie castle was one of the better ones. I was in a suite of sorts, with a large four-poster bed draped in silken sheets, plush sofas and soft chairs, a library shelf filled with ancient books, and a table overflowing with all sorts of food and drink. The room was opulent, a far cry from the dank, dark cells I had expected. It honestly could have been worse. Then again, I'd heard the guards taking me here muttering about how there was no room in the dungeons, which had prompted the Lady Mab to have me sent here, because I was likely worth more alive anyway. So, despite my sudden luxurious surroundings, I had no doubt I was in trouble. If one ever finds oneself in a place where the dungeons, or prisons, are so full there's no room for more, then there's something more sinister afoot than the criminals. I was seated in the windowsill where a padded built-in bench was meant to allow people to enjoy the view through the lowest clear panes. Instead, I sat, feet up on a nearby side table, glaring at the cuffs Mab had put on me. She'd been quick, but that had been rather embarrassing. The cuffs glowed the color of molten lava, but caused me no pain, except for the annoyance of subduing my magic completely. Other than that, the chain between them consisted of a few links, leaving me in less discomfort than I could have been. You didn't get far by only focusing on the negatives. With that in mind, I eyed the table overflowing with food and got up. I'd heard the tales of how the Fae could enchant their food and trap their prey in this realm, but I hardly thought that to be the case if they wanted to sell my neck to the highest bidder. Shrugging, I grabbed some green, plump grapes to munch on as I searched through the assortments of alcohol on the table, finding some decent beer and filling a tankard. Glancing up, I noticed myself reflected in a mirror hanging on the wall. The doublet I wore was dusty, and a few of the buttons had been ripped off. I generally bore the appearance of having run around and getting pummeled with rocks. At least I was on the mend. I shrugged and tasted the beer, which really was the day's highlight so far. That's when I heard raised voices, though muffled to my ears. I looked around and noticed a narrow door, painted in the same dark color as the stonework surrounding it. Taking the beer with me, I walked over and stopped a few paces away, bending and peering at the area between the lock and the door frame. There was decidedly a bolt there, so the door was locked. However, the room they'd put me in was filled with knickknacks and trinkets. Surely I could find something to pick the lock open with. I glanced back at the room, but the voices from the neighboring room drew my attention again. I stepped closer to the door and drank some of my beer while listening. It wouldn't do to attempt an escape through that room unless I knew who was in there. "Were you thinking?" someone shouted in exasperation. While I did have some auditory magic in my arsenal, it was better suited for sending sounds away from me these days than drawing them near. Still, that trick wasn't needed here. The raised voice came clear enough when I leaned against the frame and kept my ear close to the door. I recognized it. It belonged to Saoirse, so I wasn't surprised to hear Arlynn's voice replying. "I thought that Oberon treated you unjustly, and that he's overall a horrible person." "You can think that and not offend him. He'll never forgive such a slight. Running away?" "Running away wasn't half of it. Here." There was silence in there, but I could guess what Arlynn was doing, showing her mother the tiara. "Oh, I never thought I'd see it again. It was my mother's, you know." "I know." Another pause, and then, "Wait, if you have it, then, is that why Oberon is after you? How many men did he send?" "A score, maybe a bit more. I was more worried about him than them, to be honest." "He followed you?" There was true outrage in Saoirse's voice. I smiled and drank some more of the beer. It was really good, making me wonder if they brewed it themselves. "Well, yes, that's how I know he's after me, Mother. I thought that was rather obvious." "And you have the tiara?" "Yes, which means you got past his guards." "Obviously." "And the Chaos Hounds?" "Yes, they're sweet when you know how to handle them." "And the magical wards of his treasury?" "Yes, Mother." Arlynn sounded fairly exasperated. It was hard not to laugh out loud. "What about this don't you understand? I had nothing but time to figure it all out, and now you have it back, and I thought I'd meet more of a welcome than the lousy words of my uncle. What is he up to anyway? He sounded like I was some sort of pet or servant. So they'd been talking somewhere in the castle after I was dragged in here then. There was a pause again, likely Saoirse gathering her thoughts, for she then went on with clear urgency in her voice. You shouldn't have come, Arlynn. Much as they despised me in the Seelie court, at least they somewhat accepted you. They won't hear. That's not what you've been telling me my whole life. I may be a part of both, but in the Unseelie court, that's not enough. If Uncle sees reason, Malian has no children. You'll be married off the first chance he gets to form an alliance that suits him. He'd have done the same with me when I returned, except no Unseelie fae will look at me twice after my marriage. He can try. Why do you think there are guards outside the door, daughter? Saoirse sounded desperately worried now. You shouldn't have come. There's more going on here than you think. Clearly, who's this aunt I've never heard of? I hadn't either before my return, but she married my brother recently, and honestly, she's a threat to him. Something about that statement had me lower my tankard. Saoirse didn't exactly sound... You sound like that's a good thing, Mother, Arlynn said, confirming what I'd thought too. I think it might be. My brother's a bore, really. He wrecks more than he's clever. There's a reason this court's no threat to Oberon. She stopped herself from saying more by the way she cut herself off. You can't remain here, Arlynn, she said instead. There's nothing but misery in whatever marriage he decides for you, and disrespect from everyone else. You're here, Arlynn snapped. I could tell from that alone that she thought herself equally, if not more, capable than her mother. I am, and I've always admitted I was drawn to your father, partially because he wasn't an Unseelie fae. But I grew up here. I can handle this place. You will wither, and I would hate to witness that. There was a pause again, and I drank from the beer while waiting. Well, Arlynn's voice finally came. There's a slight problem with me leaving, even if I could get out of this place unseen. Which is? I may have entered into a blood bargain with Loki to get here. Arlynn, her mother exclaimed. Then she said something I couldn't hear as her voice faded slightly, like she was walking away from her daughter. When she came back, her voice increased in volume again. Have I taught you nothing? You have taught me many things, Arlynn conceded, but sometimes you have to take risks. What's the bargain then? It's already half fulfilled. He swore to get me through a gateway. You told me the Earthside realm was magicless, but you didn't tell me how dreadful it truly was. I couldn't get back. Well, it is in that state because of the former god you dragged here. What? That's why Mab trapped him. He sought revenge against his own kind, and as a result, magic is no more in that realm. Huh, said Arlynn to that news. Interesting reaction. Mab saw an opportunity there, Saoirse said. Clearly, but I already know he's close by. I can sense it. I assume it'll get worse if he's taken away to another realm. Oh, darling, that's the least of your worries if the bargain isn't fulfilled. It is. Yes. The one who doesn't hold up their end of the bargain is slowly driven mad. I'd say the level of knowledge handed out at the Seelie court is somewhat lacking, Arlynn said, surprising me once more with her reaction. She wasn't one to panic this one. Unfortunately, yes. Though, had I known you'd ever do something so reckless, I might have thought to warn you. All right, so I must fulfill the blood bargain then. Yes, so I'll ask again. What did you swear to do? Simple. I swore to let a fey glamour be cast over him, a concealing spell. You told me it can be done, that a fey can protect others from detection. He's marked, and I understand why now. Silence fell between them again, and I could well imagine Saoirse's face given the length of the pause, though I had no idea why she reacted that way. "It doesn't work quite like that. Oh dear." "What?" Arlynn said, her voice raised a little. "What? Some other added detail you haven't deigned to give me?" "Well, yes. By the realms, Mother. Can you perform this spell, or not?" "No, you'd need Malian, or Mab for that." Saoirse's voice trailed off again. "Mother?" "Yes?" "Are you all right?" "Yes. Listen, Arlynn," she continued, her voice stronger now, more fierce. "Trust me when I say there is nothing for you here." "No, don't say anything," she interrupted herself at her daughter, likely trying to object. "Not even I will be enough for you here. This might actually be your chance to get out of here with your sanity intact, and be out of Malian's grasp as fast as you came in here today." I'd been about to drink more, but lowered the tankard I held between my cuffed hands. "How?" Arlynn asked her mother. Yes, I think we need Mab." I nodded to myself as I heard them walk away. Soon after, the low sound of a door closing farther away reached me. They would need one of the rulers, wouldn't they? I walked back toward the window, setting down the tankard on my way past the large table. I slumped down on the padded bench that was the windowsill and leaned my back against the window. If I had surmised this correctly, there was only one way for Arlynn to get out from under her uncle's recently sunk-in claws, and if that required one of the rulers, then the spell Arlynn had promised was not what either of us had thought. I had not expected this. There were guards outside the main door to the room I'd been locked into as well, and picking the lock on the narrow door wouldn't be all that useful, since there were guards posted outside the main door to that room too. I'd likely need more than Arlynn to fly me out of here, and that would be pointless, since most, if not all, the Fae likely had wings and could fly. I had settled on attempting an escape when taken from here, to whoever would pay a price for my head. And to be honest, there were a few, and with these cuffs on, keeping me alive for some lengthened torture would be too tempting. Nothing could ever again be done to me as horrible as what had been done by Odin and his followers. But that didn't mean I was interested in my current future prospects. An hour or so passed. I had nothing to do but walk around the room peering at every detail of carved wooden furniture and paintings, and had just slumped down onto the padded bench and slung my feet upon the side table again when I heard low scraping sounds. For a moment, I sat still, trying to pinpoint where the noise was coming from. Then I realized it was the narrow door between the rooms. Someone was working on that lock. I simply remained where I was. This obviously wasn't one of the guards, and I had some time to mount a defense should it be necessary. I highly doubted that, though, and was proven right some moments later, when the lock gave way and Arlynn entered. "With a bit more practice, you'd do that quicker, you know," I said, as she came closer. "Believe it or not," she said, and grabbed the back of a lighter chair over by the dining table, dragging it over. But finding tutors for such activities was not an easy thing in the Seelie court. She'd changed her clothes and now wore another black dress, a little less voluminous and therefore more practical. Her bodice was pitch black, and the silver ornamentation reserved for the wide sleeves. The crusted blood was also washed away from her forehead, which now only showed a minor cut that would likely heal soon, given her heritage. "I bring news, possibilities, and solutions," she said in a dreary tone as she sat in front of me. "Then why do you sound like you bring news of someone's demise?" "Because I didn't know this when I made the blood bargain with you." That much I knew to be true. "I've come to learn that the cloaking spell I promised was not quite what I thought." "Really?" She eyed me for a moment, likely trying to read me somehow. I'll be blunt, because if this is to happen, there isn't much time. And what would happen, exactly? She narrowed her eyes then, staring with no embarrassment. "You're hard to read," she simply commented. I wasn't the only one, but I didn't respond. She sighed and simply got on with it. The cloaking spell, which I thought was protection granted from a fae to another person, fae or not, is not as simple as that. Turns out that it is a union spell, where one is granted the protective glamour of the other. It's not that commonly used, and only a ruler has enough power to grant it. I mistakenly thought most fae could do this, and that the reason why I can't is my blended blood. "And by union spell, you mean marriage?" I asked, knowing the answer. "Yes," she eyed me with suspicion. "How did you know that?" "Oh, I merely overheard your entire conversation with your mother earlier," I said, and raised both my cuffed hands to point toward the neighboring room. And I then drew my conclusion. Huh, I uttered. "I haven't known you long, but I didn't expect to see you stumped so soon." She ignored that. "What conclusion?" "What conclusion? My mother didn't mention marriage until we saw... Never mind." "Mab, you mean?" She furrowed her brows at that. "Yes. You need a ruler to perform the spell, and your mother said there was one way to escape your uncle's newfound plans for your bleak future. The answer is simple. Marry someone other than whoever he chooses." "That answer is not simple," she said, her voice flat. Agreed. While I had lived since losing Segan centuries ago, I had never again entered a marriage union because of how brutally it had all been taken away from me once before. I had no interest in that ever again. "Let's work on the blood bargain then," she went on. "There must be a way to end it if we both agree. Yes? No." "What do you mean, no? There's always a way with magic." "Not that I've ever heard of." "Did you know losing your mind is one of the things that happens if you don't fulfill such a bargain?" "Yes," I shrugged. "I did. I merely didn't think you'd dare lie about the spell you promised." "I did not lie." "I know." She huffed and then turned quiet for a moment. "Then the only thing I see moving forward is escaping somehow and dealing with the blood bargain later." I shook my head. "The bargain is finite." Arlynn sank down a little in the chair. "Madness it is then." Chapter 24. "Given that we can escape this place," Arlynn said, after a heavy pause. "Where to?" She was staring past me, blindly toward the wall next to the window as she considered her options, or ours. "The enchanted forest realm? I hear they have all kinds of mad magic." "Black wings." I blinked. Had someone just said that? I looked around the room as Arlynn kept weighing her options, but the room was decidedly empty, except for us. "Or the Avalon realm. You won't believe the stories from that place. Hey, am I boring you?" "Huh?" I uttered and looked back at her. "Avalon? No, I told you. The bargain is set." "Yes," she said, with the tone of one who would not give up without a fight. "But that always just means something until—" I lost track of her words when something drew my attention. Movement flickered across the room in the mirror on the wall. Inside its gilded frame, a fog of sorts whirled before the contour of a figure appeared, becoming clearer until a woman with fiery red hair stood there, staring right at me. "Black wings," she said, loud and clear, despite not being in the room. "A red emerald. Keep them close. They will lead you to the second end, the end you all need." She actually smiled then, and I couldn't quite interpret it. It was certainly knowing. Then she faded back into the swirling fog, and the reflection of the room showed in the mirror again. What in the realms? She'd never done this before. Not once since I'd seen her and her sisters had I gone back to the Norns. What was the point? And now she was seeking me out? Arlynn snapped her fingers right in front of my face. "Is my dreary fate not interesting?" she said. "Or would you like to be plagued by my whereabouts for eternity, especially when I go mad?" I looked from the mirror to the intractable Fae in the room. "What?" She pursed her lips together for a moment, narrowing her eyes as she looked at me. "You've had a better way with words until now. Has your mind suddenly gone empty?" "Bloody prophecies," I muttered, which didn't make Arlynn any wiser as to my state of mind. "Perhaps the blood bargain works the other way around, and the one who fulfills it goes mad," she mused, with a smile on her lips. "You're not that lucky," I said, and sat up a bit, my cuffed hands in my lap. "And no, I've not gone mad. Let's go through with the union spell instead of this false hope of ending the bargain in any other way than it should be." That stopped her short for a moment. "Really?" I sighed and nodded. I didn't know what Skuld saw regarding the black wings, whose owner sat across from me, but if she at some point would be pivotal in my life, it might be best if she wasn't raving mad. "Yes, let's get this over and done with, and then we can get a divorce later." "We can?" I tilted my head and looked at her. "Well, yes, at least where I come from. We just needed to find someone in Asgard still alive and with some authority who wouldn't try to kill me the moment they saw me. But that was surely easier than finding a way to end a blood bargain without fulfilling it." "Huh," she uttered, and thought about it while staring into the air. "How do we escape this place, though?" she added after a short while. "I am somewhat free to move as long as my mother or aunt is with me. Otherwise I'm confined to the other room," she said, and pointed toward the narrow door. "The guards are always watching, regardless." "But your promised concealing spell will take effect then, won't it?" I asked. "Yes," she confirmed, brows lowered in confusion. "That would make it hard for your aunt and uncle to detect me through my mark at least. It wasn't like I'd be invisible, but anything would help. If I escape, and we need to plan that part, I should think they'd send the guards after me, likely even follow themselves. Then it would be easier for you to slip out. The first step would be to get these damned things off," I said, and raised my cuffed hands. "Ah, but you haven't read my Aunt Mab correctly," Arlynn said, with a resigned smile. "She's willing to help with the concealing spell. It's worth more to her than the price on your head." I considered this. "I see." I nodded and smiled. "She's not interested in keeping you here, is she?" Meaning that she, at least, wouldn't follow any of us. "No, I believe not." "So, a usurpation of power is about to take place?" It made sense. Arlynn could technically be considered an heir to her uncle, though her mother and any possible other siblings would be first in line. But if her mother had made some deal with Mab... "I sensed no animosity between Saoirse and Mab earlier," I commented. Arlynn shook her head. "My coming here rattled my mother. Plans are afoot, and I am not part of them." She shrugged. "My blended blood never is." I could relate to Arlynn's sentiment, given my own origins. "But my mother is now trying to save me," Arlynn went on, "and keep things going at the same time. I'm not certain exactly what. She won't say. But if I were to wager, I'd say my uncle's days are soon numbered." I nodded my agreement. "I'd say so too. And you have no wish to usurp your aunt then?" Arlynn smiled. "No, that kind of power comes with too much scrutiny. There are better, smarter ways to go about life without being powerless." And that, I thought, was Arlynn showing her true self. We looked at each other for a moment. "Very well then," I said, breaking the silence. "Let's get this over with." Arlynn laughed as she got up from the chair and walked toward the narrow door. Sweeter words have never been uttered before a wedding. About an hour passed after Arlynn left before anything of significance happened. I'd simply taken to the bed, sleeping atop the sheets to make use of the lull, when the narrow door opened. Sleeping lightly, I was already up and on my feet when Arlynn and Saoirse came inside. "We need to go now," Saoirse said, waving me toward them. I suppose that meant the mother of the bride was fine with this then, seemingly more so than her daughter and me. Arlynn wore the same clothes as before, though she'd found her black satchel again. Saoirse had done as her daughter and changed into expensive, yet less flowy garb to be able to move more easily. We went through the neighboring room, which was decorated much the same as the one I'd been kept in. As we hurried through the room, my eyes were drawn to the mirror in there, and I thought I saw something move, something swirling. But no. I saw only my own image as I walked past, my hands still trapped in the glowing cuffs. Just inside the door that led out of the room lay 2 guards, unconscious and tied up. Apparently, mother and daughter had been busy before getting me. Quiet, too. Their handling of the guards had not woken me. "We have a short time to get through the hallways," Saoirse whispered, before opening the door and peering outside. Then she waved us on with 2 fingers, not looking back. Arlynn gave me a quizzical look, but I simply shrugged and made to follow Saoirse, and so she did the same. We traversed the castle hallways, avoiding a few guards. Arlynn and I hid from servants Saoirse sent on their way with errands. We moved upward in the castle, finally entering a spiral staircase that led to one of the tallest towers. There we entered a large circular chamber at the top. The room was adorned with elegant furniture and artwork on the walls, intricate paintings and tapestries depicting scenes from Fey lore or history, it seemed. A huge oak desk dominated the center of the room, its surface covered with parchment and quills. In the center stood a large standing mirror with a thin frame. The frame was plain metal, save for a few swirly decorations on top. Mab was clearly expecting us, as she rose from behind the desk with no hint of surprise on her face. She'd been reading in a large leather-bound tome and stopped to check one last thing before she came out from behind the desk. Her black hair hung loose down her back over an embroidered dark green cloak, which partially covered a lighter green dress underneath. She was clearly not planning on running anywhere, as the clothes offered no practicality and nothing but elegance. "I trust you ensured we have some time?" she asked Saoirse. "Yes, though not much. We must hurry." Mab nodded and walked closer. She stopped near the mirror, and the intricate embroidery running down the entire back of her cloak was reflected back at us. "We only need 3 things to get this done," Mab said, her focus clear in her voice. "Choice, the gifts, the spell." That had me stop short. Only the most powerful spells relied on free will, like Livia's spell so long ago. Even a hint of doubt could taint a spell and make it fractured. It was why it had been so important for me to find a blood witch powerful enough, yet also more than willing. If not, someone could have found a crack in the armor, so to speak, long ago. "Only 3 parts?" Arlynn asked. "That doesn't sound all that complicated." "It's complicated enough, niece," Mab said. "I've spent the last hour reading up on it, and—" "Wait," I interrupted. "The last hour? Meaning you've never done this before?" That was worrying. Mab eyed me, clearly not enjoying being cut off mid-sentence, but she indicated the large book on her desk with a sideways nod. When would I ever have had use for this spell? I am doing this as a favor to Saoirse, nothing else. I smiled then. Of course she was, because this meant getting rid of Arlynn, a potential and as yet unknown threat to Mab, while acquiring Saoirse's gratitude, something that could come in handy after usurping the throne from her brother. My guess was that it would be easier to hang on to power in the ensuing confusion if she had the late Lord's sister on her side. Having her perform a serious spell on me she'd only now read up on was another matter. But I was now also atop a tower in this cursed place, which made it even more difficult to escape. Unlike the three Fae in the room, I couldn't simply fly away. "Fine," I said, and made a point of raising my still-cuffed hands in front of Mab's face. I don't know what this says about choice in the matter, but I personally wouldn't risk it if I wanted the spell to work. Mab raised an eyebrow, thinking this through. "Just do it, Mab," Saoirse said, surprising me. For all any of them knew, I could make an attempt at escape once I had my powers back. But no, Arlynn and I had half a plan, which was better than no plan, and certainly better than doing something so stupid as to try to escape from up here. Mab did as her sister-in-law said, and removed the golden cuffs with a flourishing wave of her hand. They disappeared from my hands in a puff of glowing sparks that died in the air. I felt myself return to normal at once, my magic flowing freely through me once more. I couldn't help but smile at the sensation. "Happy?" Arlynn asked. "I usually am," I said, and shrugged as I looked at Mab. "And I suppose I am free enough now." "My heart leaps with joy," the lady said, and then looked between Arlynn and me. "So if neither is here under duress, then the gifts are the next thing." "Gifts?" Arlynn said. "You said nothing about gifts." "I didn't know until after you went to fetch the questionable groom." "Truly, we could have a discussion about whose motives are questionable here," I said nonchalantly, but her ladyship ignored that. "We must have gifts because they symbolize the union, so whatever you have will do." Arlynn, Saoirse, and I all looked at each other in confusion. "Get on with it," Mab urged. "I'm certain that whatever you did to the guards won't last all day, and knowing you, dear sister-in-law, I am sure they're still breathing." "Well, all right," Arlynn said, beginning to rummage through her satchel. "Will this do?" she asked, as she pulled out the curious dagger with a sharp blade and a handle made entirely from white bone, the one we'd used to create the blood bargain. "Anything will do," Mab said. "Now you," she added to me. Having been relieved of any weapons by the guards earlier, I had little on me, but I had a pouch on my belt filled with coin the Fae hadn't been interested in. I opened it and rummaged through it, the coins clinking against each other until I found what I was looking for. A gold coin engraved with plants and animals entwined, the animals biting their own or each other's tails. "A coin?" Arlynn blurted, sounding unimpressed. "I have plenty myself." "Not this kind," I told her. "Trust me, I think it will suit you well." I hadn't known her long, but I believed I had read her correctly, and a coin that always came back to its rightful owner was likely to fit her perfectly. It was also the last thing I had from my old life as a god. It was time to give it away, wasn't it? "Let's get on with this then," Mab said. "Exchange the gifts and hold them in your left hands," she added, with the tone of an order. We did. I made sure to declare that the coin was now Arlynn's so that it would know it had a new owner. I laid it in her waiting palm, and as I did, the patterns on it changed form, the animals fading away, being replaced by more intertwining plants. By the look in her eyes, she didn't see it as a mere coin anymore, but there was no time for her to ask anything about it either. "Your free hands," Mab instructed. "Palms up." We did as told, and then when she instructed us to call upon our innate magic, we did as told again. Free from the magical restraints, I felt a surge of relief as I saw my own magic come to life in the palm of my hand, the golden shimmer of it strong as ever. In Arlynn's hand, it glimmered silver. "Good," Mab said, and reached out, taking our hands and bringing them closer so they were next to each other. "Bring the gifts closer," she added. "Let us see whether I can do this as it should be done." "Your confidence is almost contagious," Arlynn commented, which in turn made me chuckle. "How sad that my lord husband won't be able to use you as a pawn, niece," Mab said. "Now quiet, please." She raised her hands, palms down, and called upon her own magic, also silver in color, as it shimmered under her hands. Then tendrils of it sank down toward our hands. The tendrils delicately touched our magic, sending a small spark of our respective magic toward the gifts we held. Mab concentrated, her brow furrowed, as she carefully maneuvered a speck of Arlynn's silver magic, guiding it to blend with my golden magic. The two colors swirled together, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Then, with a flick of her wrist, Mab did the same with a speck of my magic, letting it intertwine with Arlynn's silver glow. Then the colors separated, leaving nothing but a small mark on each of our forces. "There," Mab declared, and took a step back. "That should do it." "That's it?" Saoirse blurted. She'd been quiet until now, simply paying attention as a silent guard hovering nearby, though I supposed she was rather a witness. "What more do you want?" Mab said, clearly not affronted by her sister-in-law's comment. This made me think they might actually get along in their own way. Were this a normal wedding, I suppose I could throw in a speech, some magical flourishes, and a fanfare if you like, but the spell requires only this. "Huh," Saoirse uttered, and stared as both Arlynn and I let our magic fade. "His eyes look the same," Arlynn said, and pointed at me. Mab simply shrugged. "I couldn't do anything about that, but his mark is hidden. I can't sense it anymore. The visible part is, well, visible." "No matter," I said, but got no further as heavy steps on the stairs outside sounded. I turned just as the door was forced open by magic, judging by the blast of fire following it. "Mab!" Maelian roared as he marched inside, followed by 4 guards right on his heels. An invisible yet powerful force hit Arlynn and me, and we were simply thrown aside as the High Lord waved his hand while marching straight for his wife and his sister, who both drew together. Arlynn and I crashed into a pair of chests that had been pushed against a bookcase, which now spilled its contents down on us. Arlynn cursed under her breath as we held up our hands to protect ourselves from the onslaught of books and scrolls. The guards drew their swords and followed us, stopping to loom above us, swords pointed straight at us. "Maelian," Mab said, her voice sounding different. A little higher, a little lighter. "Oh, husband, why are you so angered?" I glanced over at Arlynn, who pushed a scroll off her head with annoyance and then shrugged at the question in my eyes. She didn't know the answer to this, though I soon figured it out anyway. "What did you do, Mab?" Maelian persisted. He was dressed as before, in his silken finery. "Do?" she echoed coquettishly, batting her eyes somewhat. "What an idiot," Arlynn muttered under her breath. I must admit, we helped these two lovers. "Oh, please don't be mad, husband. It was only a romantic whim on our part." "Romantic?" the Fey Lord repeated, raising his voice even more. I didn't really disagree with him. This had been a magical spell and nothing more. But seemingly, Mab was playing a game of sorts here. "What foolish thing did you do?" Melian looked like he was about to suffer an apoplexy, a vein throbbing at his temple where he stared down at his wife. I only married them. There's no harm in that, is there? She sounded so innocent, I was impressed by her act. Married them, Melian sputtered. I had plans for the lass. Plans? Saoirse said. What plans? I am her mother. I should know these things. I decide this, Melian snapped, barely glancing at his sister. I can't believe you did such a foolish thing, Mab. How stupid can you get? Oh, husband, she said, her voice meek. I only thought, you should stop that. You're usually more level-headed than this. Romantic? What foolish nonsense. I don't know what you did but tear this bloody union asunder at once. Mab looked utterly frightened and shocked. How did the man not see the subterfuge? I had a feeling Melian thought he'd married a fae with strong powers, who was conveniently malleable and beautiful. What an utter fool. Melian, please, Saoirse tried. Quiet, sister. This is my wife's doing, and she will mend it now. But Mab began. I can't. Can't what? Melian snapped, his patience long gone. I can't divorce them. I used the union spell. What? The union spell, Mab went on. I don't know how to undo it. Only Oberon can, I think. What? Both Arlynn and I shouted this time. Keep them quiet, Melian shouted at the guards, turning toward us all to give the order. That's when I saw Mab had stepped back a bit, her back to the mirror, her hand on the shiny surface, and the surface rippling ever so slightly around her fingers. I had no idea what she was up to, but I figured she could use a distraction. I unleashed my fire magic on the oncoming guards, who reared back, 2 of them on fire and screaming. This allowed Arlynn and me to get up from the floor. Meanwhile, Melian himself took out the 2 burning guards by sending his invisible power against them, slamming them into the nearest wall and snuffing out the flames at the same time. This place would burn easily if something else caught fire. Arlynn and I descended upon the 2 guards left standing, but they were hit with a purple magical force that sent them flying in the opposite direction from the burned guards. We both stopped our attack mid-stride and stared, just like Melian, at Saoirse. What do you think you're doing, sister? That's my daughter, you fool, she snarled at her brother. And this is my domain, husband, Mab added, as the mirror came to life in rippling and concentric waves, spreading out and disappearing behind the simple frame. Then the surface shimmered, but unlike the familiar silver-green glow of the true shimmer, this was something else, something warped, wrong. A deep copper-red sheen rippled across it, streaked with dark magenta-like veins of old blood. It didn't reflect light so much as swallow it, pulling it inward. It seemed to me an inverted version of the shimmer, and did I see something in there? Figures? You never saw through the true shimmer, but then this was a mirror, made to reflect what was close by. Melian became aware of the danger he was truly in too late. Saoirse raised her hands, her purple magic flashing, and the High Lord got distracted by it, calling forth his own magic, but his seemingly meek lady wife grabbed his left arm and pulled him toward the mirror, his sister helping Mab by throwing her magic against his back, effectively pushing him through the inverted veil. A broken scream was all he uttered before he was gone. Silence reigned in the room. Well, Mab finally uttered, breaking the silence and looking around at the mess and the unconscious guards. That happened sooner than I had planned. What exactly had you planned? I asked. Not this, exactly, her ladyship said, and glanced at the mirror. So, I took it that Melian was supposed to be outright killed then. Where did you send him? Saoirse asked. Mab shrugged. I do not know. It all happened so fast. She stepped over to the two guards who'd been struck by my fire. "And now we must hurry, Saoirse," she added, as she bent and sent a magical spell toward the guards, a metallic-colored force that entered their nostrils, likely rendering them unconscious for much longer than they otherwise would be. Mab glanced up at Arlynn and me before she rose and stepped over to the other two guards to repeat her spell. "You'd better figure out where you want to go, and fast." There was an unspoken threat there. Arlynn was clearly not part of Mab's seizing power over the Unseelie court, and I still had a price on my head. "Is it true?" Arlynn asked. "Is what true?" Mab asked, finishing her task with the guards. "The union spell can't be undone?" I had forgotten that momentarily, making sure not to get speared through by the guards' swords. "Of course it can be undone. Most magic can." I eyed her suspiciously while Arlynn sighed with apparent relief. "But," I prompted. "I can't do it," Mab said, and arose, turning toward us. "It's a complex spell. I told you this. I've never done anything like it before, and I do not know how to undo it. The book doesn't say. I don't think people are supposed to want it undone." "And my grandsire?" Arlynn asked, ignoring Mab's last remark. "He may be able to do it," Mab said. "I don't know, but if anyone has the power, it would be him, I suppose." A moo of disgust rippled across her face at the thought of the High King of the Seelie court. "He won't," Arlynn muttered under her breath. "This bloody realm," I said. This was why I didn't want to go to this realm to begin with. Things were never what they seemed with the Fae. There was always some cunning afoot. Mab seemed to forget about our questions. It wasn't her problem, was it? "Arlynn," Saoirse broke in, "give your grandsire some time. He may come around." I highly doubted that. I had seen the Fae's face as he came through the shimmer and into the Earthside realm. The man had oozed hatred and broken pride. Arlynn had made quite an impression on him. "I embarrassed him greatly, Mother." "Maybe with time," Saoirse insisted, like only the hopeful could. "Someday he may need something from you, and in the meantime, your mind is at least safe." "Thank you, Loki," she added to that statement, surprising me since she didn't know me at all, but I didn't respond because Mab had other plans. "Enough of this," she broke in, her voice urgent. "Saoirse, we don't have the time. You two," she added, and waved toward her mirror. "Where to?" "Not that blasted Earthside realm," Arlynn said. "I have never felt so powerless." "Your realm?" she added as an afterthought. I shook my head. If the union spell had to be dissolved magically by the strongest Fae there was, then the Asgard realm wasn't the place to go, and therefore it wasn't worth the risk. "The Atlantis realm," I said instead. It had blossomed over the centuries to become a powerhouse of magical forces and trade with other realms. It was as good a place as any to regroup and figure out what to do next. "Atlantis it is," Mab said, and laid her hand on the mirror glass, the ripples once again spreading out from her fingers. Something struck me then, as she again called forth what looked like an inversion of the shimmer. "Your mirror magic," I said, a thought occurring to me. "It's handy, isn't it? Allows you access to the entire castle, no? Like smaller mirrors in other rooms, I thought. Rooms used even for prisoners." Mab turned and smiled at me. "Something my late husband was a fool not to see." Arlynn stepped over to her mother and kissed her cheek. They bade each other good luck before she returned to the mirror and simply stepped through, the copper-red sheen and magenta swallowing her up. "He certainly was a fool," I agreed, and eyed her with open suspicion as I too walked through the inverted shimmer of Mab's mirror. Chapter 25. "That was a weird wedding," Red said, looking small and frail in the large bed, covered by blankets as she was now freezing again. The darkness of the day had fallen outside, leaving only a narrow beam from a streetlight to slip through the window. Inside, the lamps were dimmed to accommodate Red's strained eyes. I chuckled. I've seen stranger ones. Me too. You? Have you ever seen a Redkin wedding? The happy couple would swear a lifelong allegiance to illustrious guide, promising to heed him in everything, including the more difficult days of their marriage. Every detail, really. It was like they married him rather than each other. That made me laugh outright. Considering his reputation for taking advantage of his own followers, I'd say that was entirely the point. Yeah, she agreed and sighed. It must have worked out, though. Redkin marriages? No, your marriage. You're still together, after all. Yes, we are, though that's an entirely different story. Fine, she grumbled. What happened in the Unseelie court after you left, though? Did Mab and Saoirse make it? I snorted. We heard of it later. News travels between realms, you know. Mab not only became the ruling High Lady, but crowned herself queen. I'd say they made it. Wow, that's ballsy, I shrugged. Or quite the megalomaniac act. You can't say she wasn't powerful. She managed the union spell. How does it work anyway? I raised my hand and called forth my innate magic, the golden light of it hovering above my palm. Look closely, I said, and bent forward in the chair so she could see. It was barely visible unless one knew what to look for. But inside my magic existed an emerald-colored mark, covered in silver, making it look like a green droplet trapped behind frost, glimpsed for a heartbeat beneath the encompassing golden shimmer. So, the essence of her magic really hides your mark? I nodded and sat back, letting the magic fade. Fey magic is concealment. They are hard to find as a rule. So, that's why you can live in this city without people hunting you all the time? Yes, they truly have to be in the know to figure out who I am. The concealment only works if we're in the same realm, though. And mirror magic, huh? Red went on, changing the subject. I've seen that performed twice. You? Yes, me. Why do you sound so surprised that I've actually experienced some things in this life? By your own admission, you've missed out on most things that are normal to others. Mirror magic is normal? I rolled my eyes. No, never mind. Where in your magic-hating youth did you experience this? A couple of years ago, inside the pyramid. First it was a little boy. He did the same as Mab, though the colors were those of the shimmer. Then Corey did it. The elf pup did? Strange. Arlynn had never mentioned him having such magic. Yes, and don't call him that. Besides, he used some sort of contraption. It looked much like one of those ward devourers, but it didn't devour a spell. It opened one up, I guess. It opened a portal in a mirror. I see. Red and I had used ward devourers before, the little cubic contraptions that contained potent spells, ready to be utilized. It made sense that Corey had one of those, given his trade, not the innate magic itself. That was rare. Did Mab trick you with the image of Skuld, do you think? Red went on. I exhaled heavily. To this day, I don't know, but I doubt it. There was no way for Mab to know about Skuld and her prophecies. Perhaps the mirrors in the Unseelie court were used for this purpose, so often they were easy portals for Skuld to use. Maybe I was imagining it? My subconscious mind reminding me of a prophecy I didn't want to heed. So, to conclude, you're unsure? I smiled and nodded. Yes. But you got a kick-ass wife who can freaking fly, too. Though she was lying with her eyes closed, Red cracked a smile at that, and her drawn and pale face looked somewhat alive for the first time in days. Yes. Don't, yes me. She opened one bloodshot eye, peering at me. You love her, no matter how things started. Never said otherwise. Yes, you, she trailed off. Wait. I raised an eyebrow at that. Well? I guess not, though you seemed somewhat apprehensive when we first met her and Corey. So? Ugh, never mind. You're impossible. I shrugged. And yet, here I am anyway, defying the odds, as ever. Red huffed and then retched. It happened so fast that her eyes snapped open as she inched forward to throw up into the bucket conveniently placed by the bed, left there from last time. As she heaved and nothing came up except a smidge of stomach acid, it was clear she had little left to give. Her frail frame shook with the effort, and she sank down, her head halfway off the mattress when the fit gave way. I waited as her breathing slowed, wondering why not one of the medicines the doctor had given her worked. She didn't always throw up right after taking them. I knew it was magic raging through her mind and body, but some of the symptoms should surely have been eased. Red reached out a flailing hand toward the nightstand. I sat up and took the bottle of mouthwash for her, unscrewing the cap and handing it to her. She used it liberally and rinsed out her mouth before spitting it into the bucket, long past caring about decorum, not that I cared at all. The fact that she didn't was worrisome. She was the kind to overthink such things. Thanks, she whispered and handed the bottle back. I think you should try to get some sleep now, I told her while putting the cap back on. No, everything is dizzying. I don't want to sleep, Loki. Well, you just stated yourself why you can't get up and do something else. She'd keel over at once, unless someone kept her upright. Just tell me one more thing, will you? Certainly. What? Why were you banished from Atlantis at the same time I was? I paused. I hadn't expected that. But she must have thought about it for a while to even ask. The entire ordeal had been a source of discord between me and Arlynn as well, which Red had picked up on when she'd met Arlynn the first time. Loki? I looked over at her. It never made sense to me, she added as she met my gaze. You were never a kinsman. I shook my head and chuckled mirthlessly. No, I was decidedly not. So what happened? Come on, I'm dying here. It's like my dying wish. You can't deny me that. She coughed a bit from having spoken the long sentence, but thankfully didn't retch again. Instead, she seemed warm now and pulled the blankets down so her t-shirt and leggings showed. I noticed a figure in the doorway and turned fully to see Walworth, a questioning look in his eyes. I got up, grabbed the bucket, and walked over to him with it. She's getting weaker by the minute, I told him as he took it, with not a moo of disgust on his professional yet worried face. I'll fetch the doctor again, he said, his voice low so as not to disturb Red. I nodded. And fetch the elven boy too. She seems comforted when he's around. Will do, the butler said, and went to his errands. I walked back to the chair next to the bed and sat with a heavy sigh. Now you just sound like the old-ass man you are, she whispered from the bed, likely because she didn't have the strength to use her voice properly. And when you guys whisper like that about me, it can't be good. It isn't, I confirmed, because why lie to her? That would be cruel in my eyes. I could hear a soft wheeze on her every breath. Then she closed her eyes. If only I had something to distract me. Like a dying wish? I asked, sarcasm roughening my voice. She smiled then and nodded. Very manipulative, I'd say. I've learned from the best. That's taking it a bit too far. You're showing your hand by stating your flattery so clearly. Loki, I sighed again. Fine. Do you remember the beloved 10? How could I forget? Something flickered across her face, and she turned over onto her back, opening her eyes. We were told it was a gas leak. Yes, that was reported in the paper the same day. It was a lie. I learned that the last day I was in the pyramid. Yes, revolutions usually happen fast, and this was the catalyst for it all, the final straw, as people put it. 6 years of buildup will do that, I guess. Red's voice creaked as she spoke. Too bad 10 boys had to die for it to happen. I nodded my agreement and added a yes since she couldn't see it. That was intolerable. Chapter 26. The buyer seated across from me let his gaze wander across the crowded room. We were in a bar in the Bayside Row area, dimly lit, the air thick with smoke and cheap ale. The patrons were a mix of rough-edged locals, traders, and drifters, with the occasional well-dressed figure who looked out of place among the dust and revelry. Laughter, shouted toasts, and the clatter of mugs blended into a low roar, the sound of cautious celebration as the city sensed freedom for the first time in 6 years. Satisfied we weren't under any scrutiny, the man finally settled on watching me. You have it? Of course I do. The buyer, known as Patch, a graying man who was quite good at his job, or else he wouldn't have lived long enough for that much gray, looked at me with an expression that was a mix of doubt and curiosity, his bushy eyebrows raised and his mouth set in a skeptical line. I'd dealt with him before, and still he doubted me. How insulting, not that I'd say that. These kinds of meetings were the kind where one said as little as possible. Patch facilitated trade between certain wealthy people in Atlantis and those who could procure what they needed. I was certain this particular object would lead to quite the intrigue in one of the richer families in the city, given its abilities. All right, let's see it then, Patch said. I took a swig of my beer and nodded toward the empty plate placed in front of him. It's right in front of you. With a movement of his hand that drew no attention from anyone nearby, he felt under the edge of the plate with his fingers until he found it. Then he withdrew it and peered down as he hid it between his fingers from everyone else. As you can see, I pointed out, lowering my tankard, that is a hemathyst. Patch nodded. A small piece of amber lay between his fingers. No larger than a coin, it glowed with deep red veins inside. It was a rare piece of magic, also known as the heir's ember. 1 drop of blood on a hemathyst, and the truth of one's lineage would be revealed. I had no doubt someone's bloodline was about to be exposed somewhere in the city. Oh, the drama that would follow. You'll find your payment in the usual place, he said, then looked at something behind me. The noise in the bar had shifted, some people going quiet, others still rowdy, drunk, and uncaring. A moment later, a figure dressed in red from top to toe came into my vicinity, stopping at my table. An armed kinswoman, her face partially hidden under a broad-brimmed red hat. I'm sure there's nothing illegal going on here, she asked in Lantean, but with an Agarthan accent. Of course not, I said, and smiled. You look like you have some magic in you, she went on. Usually, I would hide the color of my eyes when out in the city. The Redkin didn't take kindly to any sign of magic, but there was little point anymore. I'll be off then, Patch said, and left the table. And you look like someone who should be more careful signaling their colors this night, I answered the kinswoman. Which you never did to a kin member, especially the armed kind. Several people had gone quiet for a reason, and if I'd bothered to turn around, I would have seen the hate in their eyes. You are right, the kinswoman said, and lowered her voice so no one else heard her words, nor did they hear her drop the accent. I will see if Mrs. Treffer has something I can borrow. It is getting more dangerous out there. I nodded and watched Arlynn pass through the tap room and into the back to find Mrs. Treffer, who owned this place. The disguise was good. I knew Arlynn and could see past the makeup, wig, and the red clothes, but for all intents and purposes, she passed as a kin member to anyone else, even the kin themselves on occasion. "You better run," a drunk man shouted after her now that she'd left the room. This elicited laughter from the crowd, both at the retreating kin member and at the drunkard's selective courage. Even an armed kin on their own was a dangerous threat, and if they got killed, the rest were quick to anger and get their revenge. They hadn't lost power yet. They still held the pyramid from what I'd heard a couple of hours ago, and as long as that was the case, many thought it best to tread carefully. Soon, that would all be over, judging by the unrest in the rest of the city. Personally, I'd give the Red Kin a maximum of a day. There was rioting in the streets, kin members actually being attacked, and the citizens who'd been subjugated for the last 6 years would soon have their oppressors completely confined to the pyramid if it wasn't happening already. The angered Lanteans would likely gather there to see justice done. After about 10 minutes and 1 beer later, the front door to the pub opened again, and this time I turned, seeing Arlynn walk in without her Red Kin disguise. She wore a green dress that was a little too big for her, but held in place by a black belt with a dagger sheathed on it. Her black hair hung loose, and her face was devoid of any theatrical makeup to change her features. She must have gone out the back door to re-enter this way. She walked over and sat in Patch's vacant seat. "Apologies, darling," she said, with a dazzling smile. "I needed Patch out of here fast. There's bad news afoot." She spoke in her own voice now. Arlynn was quite good at playing with accents, but it took some concentration to pull it off, and she'd never quite shed her Seelie Fae accent over the centuries. When she played no role, she let it be. "Still," I said, "tonight is not the night to appear anywhere as a kinswoman." It was in Titan Heights still. I was scoping out the pyramid and... Never mind. She waved that off as inconsequential, but I noticed her dark eyes on the crowd in the room. I was not involved in whatever she was up to, but I knew she was working with her potential new apprentice, an elf who went by Corey. She rarely took on anyone in that capacity, so he had to show promise. And whatever she was up to, I assumed him to be involved, to prove his worth to her somehow. She wouldn't give of her time otherwise. "Anyway," Arlynn went on, "when there, I heard some bad news." "Bad for whom?" She pressed her lips together and gave a quick shake of her head. "Tiber Marcellus is involved. I heard some kin members talking. The whole situation has riled up the entire city. Everything will change soon." "Good, but what did you hear about Tiber?" The man in question was a fence I'd used now and then. Dealing with magical artifacts, you had to at times. "Tiber was involved with the beloved 10 debacle," Arlynn said. "What?" I snapped, louder than necessary. A few heads turned our way. Arlynn merely laughed. "I know, but we have to buy the flowers for the wedding anyway," she added, and the heads turned back to their own conversations and songs. It was getting louder in there. News was likely coming in from around the city. "What do you mean he was involved?" I said then, minding to keep the already rising anger from my voice. Arlynn placed her elbows on the table and leaned forward, any trace of her feigned mirth gone. "I heard them talking. They are scared, the kin are. Very scared. And they should be. All over the city they are being forced back to the pyramid, not by soldiers, but by angered Lanteans. All because of the beloved 10. I wasn't surprised. It was the final breaking point for the Lanteans, it seemed. 10 boys had died a few days ago in an explosion. They'd been out in the street playing a ball game, as innocent as could be, their parents thinking nothing of it. And why should they have? But the kin had already botched a job to take down a group of vampires who were roaming the city, tired of being forced to hide by the red kin. Vampires weren't exactly known for enjoying not being the top predators. Usually, they didn't even come in packs, but when they did, they were dangerous. And since the kin were in charge of the city, it had fallen to their armed faction to stop the killings. It had taken them too long, and when they had finally done so, the 10 boys had become collateral damage. At first, it had been reported as an explosion from a gas leak, but too many people had witnessed the whole thing. It was a silver bomb that had killed the children and the vampires alike. And the parents of the children didn't care about the threat of the kin anymore. The worst had already happened. What could the kin possibly do to them that was worse? They had arrested some of the parents, of course. People with their particular type of power never knew how to respond correctly in such situations. They truly never did. There was no understanding of what mattered in life when a tyrant sat gorging himself on people's misery at the top. "What does any of that travesty have to do with Tiber?" I asked Arlynn. As far as I knew, he stayed far away from the kin, as any sane person did. No one would do business with him if not. "I heard them talking about him. Apparently, Tiber is the one who sold them the silver bomb." I froze, staring at her. "You had better be certain that's true." "I am. I would not be telling you this if not." "Tiber sold them the silver bomb?" I asked, despite her telling me this 2 seconds ago. "Yes, and you sold him one a few weeks back, no?" she said, and didn't wait for my answer, as she already knew it. "So I came straight to find you, to warn you. If the next authorities find out, he might give them your name just to save himself." "He had buyers for that bomb," I said. "A vampire hunter here in Bayside Row. I thought little of it. He's never lied before." Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't. Most would for the right price. But Tiber also dealt in magical objects, and selling to the kin had never been an option. Or so I'd thought. I rose abruptly, my chair scraping on the floor from the motion. "What are you doing?" Arlynn asked, getting up too, looking at me with an expression that was a mix of suspicion and worry, her dark eyebrows knitted together and her lips pursed in concern. She really was a master at that. "What do you think I'm doing?" I said, and walked off. The chatter, shouts, and singing around me drowned out by the noise in my head. "Loki, whatever it is you are thinking, I am all for it. But maybe take a moment first," she said, as she came hurrying after me. "No, I'm going to kill Tiber for this. I don't need to think about it." Chapter 27. Tiber's house lay in the Solon Vale district of Atlantis, and it showed some suspicious signs if one knew what to look for. The brick building stood 3 stories tall, with over half the windows darkened, indicating it wasn't full of people. More telling were the gaps between his place and the neighboring houses, too wide to jump from roof to roof. An upper half floor opened onto a terrace, and on that terrace was a contraption that, even in the dark, was easy enough to read: a rig for a rope line. Tiber's escape route leading to a neighboring roof. He'd likely paid off that neighbor for the privilege. "Loki, this is a bad idea. You are too angry right now," Arlynn insisted. "I don't care," I said, and eyed the house. If I broke down the door, Tiber would run upstairs and use his escape route. I could burn the rope as he fled, of course, but he'd likely survive the fall, and by then it would draw too much attention. There were people in the street going about their business after all. That was bothersome when attempting to kill someone. "I see that," Arlynn said, shaking her head, arms crossed. "And you are being rash," she added, her tone making her opinion clear. I tore my gaze from the house and looked at her. The man sold a silver bomb, my silver bomb, to the Red Kin. You know what they did with it. Should I not be angry about that? You should. You should also be level-headed, husband. I do not like this. You do not even have a plan. Are you going to help or not? I asked. Arlynn sighed and lowered her arms. Of course I am. Good. Then you take the roof in case the bastard tries escaping that way. She added another sigh for good measure, but walked toward a nearby alley nonetheless. There were too many people about, and despite Atlantis being a city filled with both magical and non-magical people these days, seeing anything overt might alert the wrong eyes. I didn't see any kin around, but you never knew. I walked toward the house, trusting Arlynn to do what I'd asked. A few seconds later, I saw a shadow move overhead, but only because I was looking for it. The wide space between Tiber's house and his neighbors' roofs was no match for Arlynn's wings. I reached the front door, but didn't knock, nor did I bother with the lock. Tiber wasn't a man to answer a normal knock, and even if the lock had been pickable, it would have drawn attention. No, I could sense the magical ward the moment I touched the wood. Tiber knew how to watch his home, all right. I, on the other hand, knew how to open it anyway. I took out a ward devourer from a pocket and put the small metallic cube to use, sealing it to the door, where it got to work at once. A peach-colored magical shimmer woke from the door, only to be swallowed up by a gray force that spread from the device. I shielded most of the light from view with my body, and no one seemed to notice. Still, I knew I shouldn't linger inside that house for more than a few minutes. The ward devourer, finished with its task, dropped to the ground. I opened the door carefully so as not to arouse suspicion from the occupant, and stepped inside. I entered a workshop, a space filled with tools, contraptions, and gadgets littering the shelves and workbenches. The air smelled of oil, metal, and a hint of magic. It was the workspace of someone who dabbled in many things. I continued upstairs, knowing I'd find nothing of value, nor Tiber down there. I did, however, find him on the first floor. He was pulling gemstones from a safe when I walked into the room. It was a simple office, the safe set into a recess in the wall. Tiber, a tall, strong-looking man with blonde hair in his early 40s, was stuffing the gemstones into a backpack with hurried, jerky motions. One gem, a sapphire, fell to the floor, making a tinkling sound as it hit the wooden boards, and he didn't even care. Neither did I, but I should have. He was stuffing those gems into the backpack for a reason. "Loki?" he said when he noticed me and turned around. His brows drew together in confusion, then shot up as realization dawned. He had clearly not expected me, but he knew very well why I was there. "No!" he huffed and turned to flee. There was a door behind him, and he ran for it, yanked it open, and vanished with his backpack in hand. It smacked into the doorframe as he went. I knew where he was going, so while I hurried after him, I did not need to run. Next, I entered a large empty room with 3 windows on my right and a door at the far end. I caught a glimpse of Tiber rushing through it before the door slammed shut behind him. I could hear his feet pounding on the stairs beyond. Then came a yelp, and the sound drew closer again as he came running back down. I smiled, though it was a grim one. The door banged open as he stumbled back into the room. "Bloody hells!" he hissed, and drew the dagger from his belt. He glanced back toward the door and then at me, realizing he was trapped. "You sold magic to the kin," I said. My own bone-handled dagger hung at my side, but I didn't draw it. There was no need yet. Tiber began and said no more. "And more specifically, you sold them the silver bomb. You know what they used it for." It wasn't a question. There was a reason he'd run when he saw me in his office. "You have no idea how much magic they use, Loki." I shook my head, Of course they use magic, you idiot. How else are they to handle all the magic in this city? That doesn't excuse you from selling to them. The kin were known in certain circles of Atlantis to steal and hoard magical items. Ironic, given their stance on magic. They wanted to eradicate it, and so no one in their right mind sold any to them, except this man. The door behind Tiber opened, and Arlynn came into the room, dagger already in hand. Tiber glanced between us as he took a few steps forward, realizing just how dire his situation was. They were desperate, he said. They paid so much for it. Many people paid for that silver bomb, I said, and took a step forward. Tiber gasped and stepped back, only to remember Arlynn, who gave him a smile with no mirth in it. He yelped and came toward me again, still clutching the backpack straps. I'd known of Tiber for about 15 years and worked with him now and then for about 12 of those. He'd never given me cause to doubt him, even after the Red Kin took over the city. A vampire hunter using a silver bomb to take out a vampire didn't bother me in the least. Vampire hunters knew what they were doing. The Red Kin doing the same? That bothered me. And the Red Kin using it and killing all those children in the same explosion? That enraged me. Could I control what Tiber did with things he bought from me? No. But he had a reputation to uphold if he wanted to keep doing business in this city. And up until today, I'd never heard a word against the man. I glanced at his backpack. Where were you going? Away from this cursed city. It's impossible to do business here with the kin's eyes everywhere. That's a lie, I said. Magical life went on in Atlantis, despite the kin, only more hidden, of course. You know the kin are about to lose power. They are, Arlynn chimed in. He is fleeing because he knows some of them will rat him out. She was right. Those of the armed kin involved in the beloved 10 case would surely barter for lighter sentences. Of course not, Tiber protested. The sound of a door slamming downstairs made all three of us freeze. Then came the noise of multiple voices from inside and outside the house. I noticed a frown crease Arlynn's face and walked sideways toward the nearest window, careful not to lose sight of Tiber entirely. He saw my moving out of his way as a chance, though. He immediately ran forward, dagger raised. Arlynn didn't even move. She knew what I'd do, and what I did was send a flash of my fire right in front of him. He let out a strangled noise and backed up hastily. Keep quiet, will you? I told him, and looked outside the window. The sight that met my eyes was hardly uplifting. First, something thudded against the glass pane. A rope. Someone had cut Tiber's escape line from the roof, likely from the neighbor's roof. As I glanced down, I saw soldiers milling around the house. I hadn't seen the city's soldiers in years, but now they had mustered in force and they were here, surrounding Tiber's house, which meant whatever branch of the old government was about to take over was already well aware of who had sold the silver bomb to the kin. I'd bet a hefty sum at least one of the involved kin members was already arrested. Soldiers, I said, so Arlynn would know. What? They're after me, Tiber cried, and then he panicked. Despite the noise from downstairs that would, in a moment, surely spread up through the house, he went for me, hurling the dagger. He was decent enough with the weapon in a fight, but throwing it was not his forte. I easily sidestepped the flying dagger, noticing a fraction of a second too late that Arlynn reacted on instinct. She took 2 long strides forward, up to Tiber's side, grabbed his right shoulder, hooked his right ankle with her left foot, and in one smooth motion brought her dagger in front of him, blade toward his chest, so he fell onto it as he tripped. Arlynn, no, I shouted, but it was too late. Tiber hit the floor with a pained grunt and died instantly, blood seeping out beneath him, staining the wooden boards. The shouts from downstairs intensified, and I heard the expected boots pounding on the stairs. They'd reach Tiber's office in a second, and then come charging in here. I made a snap decision and pointed at the door behind Arlynn. "To the roof," I said as I ran toward her. She was already yanking her dagger free from under Tiber's body. "Why did you do that?" I chided as we ran up the narrow stairs. One light bulb hung from a wire overhead, casting a dingy glow over the steps. "Do what?" she answered. "Interfere with someone trying to kill you?" Yes, there was no need. She knew that, but our motives in wanting the man dead were different. She didn't want him arrested and mentioning my name. Arlynn kicked open the door at the top, and we ran through into another workshop of sorts. "It's called instinct, Loki. The stairs are through here," she added, as we crossed the workshop and rushed into a storage room, filled with many things I'd have liked to explore if I'd had the time. A door in the wall led to the final steps up to the roof terrace. We ran up and reached the door. I noticed the bolt on the inside. My guess was that there had been a magical ward up here as well, one Arlynn had taken care of the way I had at the front door. The bolt was intact because Tiber had long since begun trusting wards over mundane locks. The door slammed open under Arlynn's efficient handling. We spilled out onto the roofed terrace, the warm Atlantis air hitting us both. "Now what?" Arlynn hissed, glancing around. "Give me your dagger. I have an idea," I lied, and took it from her as she handed it over without thinking. Her eyes were already on the cut ropes of Tiber's escape route. "Loki, it's been cut," she said as I stepped back. "No matter, I can surely carry us both." She turned just as I stepped back inside and pulled the door shut, bolting it from the inside. "Loki!" she shouted from outside. I turned and ran down the stairs. "Loki! I can get us both out of here," she yelled, anger sharpening her voice. The thing was, she couldn't. A Fae couldn't carry any more flying than they could walking. That was not an option. "You asshole!" she shouted, pounding on the door. And then I heard no more as I left the stairwell and retraced our path back down with the bloody murder weapon in my hand. There was no way out of the house now that it was surrounded and crawling with soldiers. There was nowhere to hide. They would surely search it thoroughly. So what better alternative than to simply go and meet them? Chapter 28. "So that was it," Red uttered from the bed. She was freezing again and had pulled all the sheets and blankets available over herself. "It makes sense now," she added. "What does?" "I never could figure out why you were banished as if you were involved with the kin. Because you couldn't have been. You obviously have magic. Your eyes are a dead giveaway. And before you stop me, yes, I've learned there were some people in the kin who did have magical powers, but no one could see it. It was easier to keep hidden." Her voice rasped, and I swung my feet off the nightstand, leaning forward so I could hear her better. She changed the subject. "Is that why things were so tempestuous between you and Arlynn when she found out you were back in Atlantis?" I smiled. "When are things not?" Red scoffed and smiled herself, though her cracked lips seemed to pain her, for it faded quickly. "You two are impossible. She protected you, and you protected her. And then you get mad at each other. Freaking weirdos." I decided to ignore most of that. "You keep calling me impossible. It's very distressing." "Yeah, that's what distresses you in this life," she said. "How in the realms did you only get 2 years banishment for killing Tiber anyway?" "Easy. What newly reinstated state and court would hold a public trial to condemn someone for killing the man who sold the silver bomb to the armed kin? No jury would have convicted me. It would have backfired greatly on the state. So, I spent some time in a cell under the pyramid while the army tried creating order from the chaos left by the Red Kin. My turn in front of a judge was a swift and quiet affair, and then I was escorted to one of the gateways to the Earthside realm the same night. The 2 years were more for having sold the silver bomb to that idiot in the first place, which, fair enough. "We came back the same day," Red said. "We must have been sentenced the same day too." I nodded. "Yes, but I bet your trial was slightly more public." "Yeah, though I wasn't all that interesting since I wasn't one of the leaders or someone who'd been in the armed kin. So I was in the midst of it all, but lucky enough to not have any media, or many spectators at all, really." A shadow flitted across her face at the memory. For me, the stay in the dungeons beneath the pyramid had been nothing more than an inconvenience. I had honestly been through worse. But to Red, it had been a frightening experience. She'd been torn from everything she knew and thrust into uncertainty and loneliness. She'd come out of it stronger, though, and here she lay, wasting away because she was, in essence, too powerful for her own good. "I'm thirsty," she said suddenly, letting go of the bad memories. I reached for the half-full glass of water on the nightstand and handed it to her. She took it with a shaky hand and managed a couple of sips, spilling a few drops. Had I not caught it as she handed the glass back, she would have dropped it. "Thanks, Del," she said, and closed her eyes. Normally, being confused with a witch would have offended me greatly. In this case, something else was going on. "Where do you think you are?" I asked her. "In your shop, silly," she said, and managed a quiet chuckle. "Look at me, Red," I said, raising my voice slightly. She did as told, turning her head and looking right at me. "Where do you think you are?" I repeated. She frowned in confusion. "In my bedroom, Loki. Have you gone senile or something?" I set the glass back on the nightstand. "The doctor is here," I heard Arlynn say. I turned to find her in the doorway with Walworth, Corey, and the doctor behind her. I nodded and got up as the doctor came inside. "How much has she had to eat?" he asked me. "Nothing," I told him. "At least in the last 24 hours. Before that, hardly anything. And she can't keep the medicine you gave her down." The doctor responded with nothing but a grim nod as he passed me and went over to the bed. By the door, Arlynn gave me a sideways nod, indicating I should follow her. So I did, leaving Walworth and Corey to wait outside the room as the doctor did his job. "Both the doctor and the butler are worried," Arlynn said as we walked downstairs. "And your apprentice?" "He hardly speaks, which is unusual for him, so I would say he is distraught." Let us find some food," she said, and headed for the kitchen, clearly knowing her way around by now. "She'll try to corrupt him, you know," I said, as we walked through one of the salons. "What, with the way of the righteous?" Arlynn laughed at that. "She hasn't succeeded with you." "True, but he is young and impressionable. He is who he is for a reason. People do not truly change. But I will grant you he is young enough to be idealistic still. You and I, however, are super old, as she said." We passed through the library, the not-in-use dining room, and then entered the kitchen. "I am usually wont to agree with you," I told her. "People hardly ever change, but she is not in that cult anymore. And yet she still desperately believes in there always being a right way of doing things. Admirable, I will grant you, but none of the known realms work this way." I smiled as she opened the fridge and peered inside. She was right, but I supposed it was better trying to be a respectable citizen, as Red was attempting, rather than going for the direct opposite. Truth was, people were usually somewhere in the middle on a sliding scale. "It seems you have grown on the butler," Arlynn stated. "What?" There are 2 sandwiches with the turkey filling in here. Excellent, I said, and came closer. I didn't even have to barter for it this time. They really were delectable, the savory taste almost as sharp as beef jerky. I reached over her shoulder and grabbed one before making my way to the table. He cares for her, Arlynn stated as she took the last one herself and followed me, sitting across from me. I believe he appreciates you keeping her company. I shrugged as my mouth was full. The thing about living so long was that food got tiring from time to time, and I was in a period of a few years where I needed strong taste to enjoy it at all. Arlynn took a small bite of hers and eyed me for a few beats. Do you think the doctor will help? At least you're asking instead of stating he won't, I said, and took another bite. She could be blunt if she wanted to, and in this case, she chose not to. We ate in silence for a while. There were no sounds from the house. The rest were upstairs still. She cannot hold down the medicine, Arlynn said after a while, clearly weighing her words. I know. Do you? I sighed. Yes, I know she's dying, if that's what you're hinting at. Arlynn lowered her half-eaten sandwich, looked around, noticed a napkin holder at the side of the table, grabbed one, and set the food down on it. She has clearly become your friend, Loki, even partner, as she likes to taunt you in your shared sentence with the Office of Domestic Affairs. I rolled my eyes at this. Also, she is the red emerald the Norn spoke of, no? Yes, I believe so, I admitted. There were too many coincidences. Us being sentenced on the same day, so we'd return on the same day as well. Then being arrested and forced to work together? It was too much of a coincidence. Then I find it sad that she is dying now. Also, I quite like her, she declared, despite her wayward ways of goodness. I chuckled. I know, it's intolerable sometimes. Arlynn smiled and pushed her sandwich toward me as I took the last bite of mine. Thanks, I said, and picked it up. It had been quite a few hours since I last ate. We need magical interference, she said. We? Arlynn shrugged. She is important to you, and therefore to me as well, she said, matter-of-factly. She is also important to Corey, which makes him utterly useless in our work these days. I have preoccupied him by sending him out looking for anyone who can help, or who may know anything. No one does. This anti-magic inside a body with magical force is unheard of. Not quite, I commented, chewing around the food. True, but that goddess was mad with grief for her son, and she was a goddess. We will never know how this affected her. Frigg's madness could have been there from the moment she learned to wield the forces that nullified magic. She'd had to gain a lot of obscure knowledge to weave that force shield around her son. But Arlynn was right. It didn't matter. Red was not a goddess. She was human, and a witch. But that wasn't helping her now. Maybe if the medicines had some effect, Arlynn went on, I am certain if her body were stronger, then she could fight this. Maybe the good doctor will find a syringe in his bag. She can't throw it up then, I said. The doorbell sounded farther inside the house, but loud enough even in the kitchen to be heard. Neither of us got up. The doctor was already inside. Whatever anyone was selling was of no interest. Maybe a healer? Arlynn went on. That requires magic. Her nullifying powers will likely fight it. It is worth a try, no? I suppose, I conceded. I will seek one out tomorrow, or more than one, until we find someone who can do something. Atlantis is rife with the magically inclined. You're not sending your apprentice? She shook her head. I think he should remain here now. I nodded because I was fairly certain that was what Red would want too. Arlynn eyed me a moment, then, after this is over, I think you should come back home. What? Are you tired of arguing? She smiled. If I were, then the two of us would not last any longer. True, I agreed. And I haven't told you this, but living here is part of the deal with the state. To make it easier for them to keep tabs on us, I assume. Arlynn scoffed. There is no deal that cannot be altered in some way. Except a blood bargain. I am fairly certain even those can be, she huffed. I merely have not figured it out yet. In the meantime, I want my cantankerous husband back in our home. Oh, I'm the one who's cantankerous, I said, chuckling, when we both heard hurried footsteps approaching out in the dining room. I turned in my chair as Walworth came through the door. That Hunter man is here, demanding to see you and Miss Emery. Raldo Hunter. I shook my head as I rose. He could hardly have come at a worse time. I followed Walworth back to the foyer, Arlynn close behind. Raldo Hunter stood waiting by the door, a tall, imposing figure in light-colored clothing that did little to hide his muscular frame. A sword and several daggers hung from his belt, as usual, and a dark cloak was draped over his shoulders. His tanned face was framed by short blonde hair and a neatly trimmed mustache, his piercing blue eyes locking onto us as we approached. There you are, Raldo said at the sight of us, his voice clipped as if he were in a hurry, which he likely was. I need you to come with me. He trailed off as Arlynn stepped out from behind me, clearly not red. Where is Miss Morgan? In bed, I said. Then wake her. I have an order to take you to the pyramid. Of course he did. While Antigone Theano, principal specialist officer, was technically our handler in the Office of Domestic Affairs, Raldo Hunter was tasked with keeping us in check. I smiled then, and not the cheerful kind. Not today, Hunter. His eyes creased ever so slightly. I think you forget you are in servitude to the office. Yes, yes, I interrupted and waved him off. Miss Morgan is ill. Today is not a good day. That's not how this works, Mr. Loft. The two of you have an agreement with the state. To break it would be foolish. She is sick, not running away, Arlynn broke in, her voice as clipped as Raldo's. Arlynn was not a huge fan of the Hunters. Or do you want her throwing up all over your pristine offices of domestic affairs? Apparently, he did not want that, or he was worried about contagion. Come to think of it, I added, I don't feel all that good myself. The Hunter did not hide the skepticism on his face. His eyes narrowed. But even he understood when he could come no further. Tomorrow, I'll return, and she had better be up and spry then. Of course, I said, knowing the reality was far more grim than that. But for the moment, all I wanted was for this viper to retreat so we could regroup. About an hour later, the doctor left as well. He'd at least given Red some medicine with a syringe rather than in pill form, as well as some fluid intravenously. Hopefully, that would get her through the night. The house again fell quiet as it became night. Walworth had retreated to his rooms, and Corey stayed with Red. If something were to happen, he would alert us. It was, however, as I lay dozing off, in that place between true sleep and wakefulness, when one's mind tends to wander, that a possible solution came to me. It came, I suspected, because of Arlynn's earlier question about the Norn, schooled, who'd set so much in motion so long ago. At this point, the Black Wings and the Red Emerald were both here, with me. Schooled had spoken of the second end. I had no idea what that could be. And how would it play out anyway if one piece on the board was wiped out even before anything began? The Red Emerald. Arlynn, I said to her sleeping form next to me. Arlynn, wake up. What? She mumbled, and turned over, facing me. Loki? Arlynn, I think I know what to do. She drew a deep breath, forcing herself to wake. About what? She asked. About Red. I don't think we need some healer. We don't? She is so sick. Despite the darkness of the room, I could see the confusion on her face. Yes, she is. And you were right. We need magic to intervene. And because of that, we need to go back to where everything began. Chapter 29. The gateway will be unmanned, Arlynn said as she walked into the foyer. I'd seen the carriage come into the courtyard and was waiting for her. This Brogan fellow was very suspicious, I tell you, she added, as she unbuttoned her gray coat and hung it on the coat stand. Doesn't matter, I said, and began ascending the stairs with her on my heels. Brogan owes us. He won't make trouble. The Guardian had, after all, never been able to escape the enchantment Agaton Groth's mages had cast upon him, and his brethren had we not freed him from it. Now was the time to repay the favor. I certainly hope not. He has seen my face, after all. Are you planning anything near the shimmer soon? I asked. Not at the moment, no, she huffed, as if it might easily have been the case. We walked toward Red's bedroom, where the door was never closed these days. Inside, Red sat on the bed with Corey by her side. She was dressed in jeans and a long-sleeved black shirt now, her jacket lying across Corey's lap as they talked together, heads close. It is time, Arlynn said. The carriage is here. Besides that, the doctor had been back and given Red some more fluids intravenously, and while she didn't look well at all, her skin did at least look like she was one shade away from death, unlike yesterday. That was something. The couple looked at us, and Red nodded before closing her eyes. It was likely quite the strain for her to even sit like this. It did not bode well considering we had some walking to do in the coming hours. At least she was wearing sensible, ankle-high boots. Corey rose and swung her jacket around her, helping her get her arms into the sleeves. Then he simply lifted her and carried her out of there. The carriage ride to the shimmer and the gateway we needed to use was brief, but uncomfortable as always over bumpy cobblestones. I could see Red straining hard not to throw up. Arlynn seizing the time to braid her hair anew seemed to soothe her somewhat. It was strange with Arlynn. While she was in no way a nurse, more like a rough medic if needed, she did on rare occasions show this side if someone she cared about was suffering. Which meant she didn't simply care because I was involved, but because Red had made an impression on her. Despite her being on the dreaded good side, as Arlynn put it. The carriage took us to the eastern side of the canyon wall that surrounded Atlantis. The reddish stone was all-encompassing when you came so close to it. You had to crane your neck backward to the point of falling on your ass to try to see the top from down there. There were more gates around, of course, but they were also in little use, and there were only a few people farther down the way. They were uninterested in our affairs. People going through gateways were normal happenings here. The gateway in question was not one of the ones under constant supervision. It led to the Earthside realm, but was so hidden and secluded on the other side, it caused no risk of discovery. Usually, it was unmanned and would only be spot-checked now and then. Red's and my problem, though, was that we were prohibited from going where we pleased through the veil, as we were bound to the city by our deal to work off our punishment. It was therefore imperative we not be stopped by any guardian while doing this. As it turned out, one was there anyway, though dressed quite differently from the guardian's pale leather uniforms. Brogan, a young, dark-haired guardian, wore civilian clothes and a hat that hid his features as he approached us. "Brogan," I said as he rounded the carriage. I was pulling my backpack out, Arlynn standing next to me as we gave Red and Corey a moment. "I am not redirecting any of my brethren without checking if it's all true," he said, as a way of greeting. He glanced up at the coachman, who was minding his own business. Arlynn had hired this one for a reason. "Go see for yourself," I told the guardian as I slung the backpack on and adjusted the short sword I carried on my back, making sure nothing hindered me from drawing it if necessary. "Do not do anything foolish, Loki," Arlynn said. "You know me better than that." She sighed. "Do not do anything I would not do then." "Now you're just contradicting yourself, wife." She rolled her eyes and gave me a quick kiss. "You know what I mean." "Of course I do." I smiled at her and turned toward the other three. "I see you're not doing well, Emery," Brogan was saying. He was bending, a finger under her chin so he could meet her eyes as she leaned on Corey. "Nah, I'm just peachy," she croaked. "Nice to see you again, Brogan." "I hope you find what help you need," he said, and I could see on his face that he doubted that very much, given her current state. She was pale and gaunt, with shadows under her eyes. She could barely walk, and now she was out of bed. It didn't look good. It was our only chance, though. "Be quick about it," Brogan said as he passed me, "and good luck." With that, we all turned to the gateway. It was a small one, though high enough to walk through. The magical silvery green light of the shimmer flickered across the red stone underneath. "Ready?" I asked Red as Arlynn and I walked over to them. Red shook her head. "No, but I guess that's beside the point. Any resistance you feel should give a wide berth at this point. Yes." She nodded and let go of Corey, almost tripping the moment she stood on her own. I caught her, stabilizing her enough for her not to keel over. "This will be hard," I told her and pulled her left arm over my shoulder. "I know, I'll manage." "No, I meant for me. This is like wrangling a drunkard." "Shut up, Loki, you're the drunkard," she mumbled. I chuckled. She wasn't dead yet. "That's true on occasion. Now come on," I added, as we stepped through the shimmer and left Atlantis behind us. Arlynn and Corey remained there. They couldn't come all the way on this journey. The moment we stepped through the portal, the air shifted, crisp, thin, and laced with the scent of pine and dry dirt. The heat of Atlantis was gone, replaced by a refreshing mountain chill that bit at our skin. Before us, jagged rocks and wind-sculpted pines clung to the rugged slopes, overlooking a vast stretch of rolling forests and distant peaks. The golden grass rustled in the breeze. "Where are we?" Red asked as I helped her sit on the dry, rocky ground. "Spain somewhere." I shrugged my backpack off and looked around. It had been a while since I'd been in this place, and despite the landscape changing little when no humans lived here, things changed anyway. The undergrowth, the trees. The route I'd chosen was the quickest I could think of, one that didn't lead us through a manned gateway in Atlantis, and then a long trek later on. Even with help, Red's rapidly declining health wouldn't allow it. "It's beautiful," she said, slurring her words as she gazed at the mountainous view. The afternoon sun touched her face, and she closed her eyes, seeming to enjoy it. I ventured farther and searched for the gateway I knew to be there. Not the one we'd already come through. That lay a few meters behind Red, hidden from view from anyone. So was the one I was looking for, but I found it about 10 minutes later. Hidden on the side of a jagged outcrop of rock, the few traces that could be seen of it appeared to the untrained eye as flecks of mica. Satisfied I knew where it was, I returned to Red, who sat with her hands limp in her lap, still taking in the view. "I feel better," she told me as I came back and grabbed my backpack again. "I'd imagine you do. There's not really any magic here, remember?" Unlike her, I felt stronger in this realm, but there were other disadvantages to this place, and therefore best to not linger over a prolonged period. I know, but I feel clearer. That's because the forces battling it out inside you have no power here. Then why shouldn't I stay here? She argued. I dropped the backpack and hunkered down in front of her, effectively blocking her view. Listen to me, Emery. You are dying. There is nothing in this realm that'll save you. What goes on in here? I said, and touched her forehead with my index finger to hammer in the point. Affects all this nonsense, I finished, and waved my hand in front of her body. Geez, dude, way to boost a girl's confidence, she quipped. I can take you to a hospital if you wish, but given that your symptoms are all caused by magic, it won't work in the long run. She nodded. Okay, I trust you. I eyed her a moment. What? She asked. Very few have ever said that and meant it. Yeah, I get you had a reputation before, and certainly after the gods lost their powers, but you used my name. What? You never use my name unless it's important. So, I guess you mean it. I'll go with you. I simply nodded and rose, since her arguing was apparently over. Helping her to her feet, I grabbed my backpack, and then led her over to the hidden gateway. I could sense it when close to it, and I reached out and pushed away the cloak, suffocating the magic underneath, so the shimmering light came into view. Be ready, I warned Red. It will come back now. She drew a deep breath and then nodded with certainty. Okay. Chapter 30. Asgard spread out before us as we emerged midway up a mountain from the rock behind us. To the left, vast fields and forests stretched out as far as the eye could see, broken up by shimmering fjords and the distant glimmer of the ocean on the horizon. Birds soared overhead, their calls echoing across the landscape, and the occasional animal moved through the undergrowth far below. A few scattered houses dotted the land, tiny specks against the vastness of the realm. In the middle of it all stood a tree of impossible size and height, its branches seeming to touch the very sky. Yggdrasil, still standing tall and proud. To the right, a lush valley beckoned, the sun's golden rays painting the scene in vibrant hues. Verdant meadows were awash in a sea of color, wildflowers dancing in the gentle breeze. A sparkling blue river wound its way through the heart of the valley, its pristine waters reflecting the sky above. Even after all the realm had been through, time had healed it, and despite fewer settlements, it still looked like the realm that had been my home for so long. Is that the tree? Red asked as she gazed at the landscape before us. Yes. It's amazing. I don't think I understood from your telling me how big it actually is. We're not going there, I told her, hearing the hope in her voice. She went quiet. We're going there, I clarified, and nodded toward the valley. Oh, okay. The disappointment in her voice was clear, but it couldn't be helped. Had I any other choice, I'd have picked a shorter route through the Vale. As it was, with our situation in Atlantis, walking halfway down a mountain had been the best and shortest option. The descent was arduous, the steep and rocky terrain making every step a challenge. The scent of pine and wildflowers hung thick in the crisp mountain air as we made our way down, the distant roar of waterfalls and rushing rivers a constant accompaniment. Red leaned heavily against me, her weakened body stumbling and swaying with each step. Sweat beaded on her pale brow, and her breaths came in short, pained gasps, but she gritted her teeth and pushed onward, determination etched on her gaunt features. Down in the valley, things got easier as the ground flattened out. We took a break by the large river that flowed through, so Red could drink some water. As usual, she only managed a few sips before it became too much. We walked on after that, still having a couple of hours to go as we headed deeper into the valley. It was slow going due to Red's pained, stumbling steps. She clearly needed to lie down, but there was nothing for it now. "Tell me one thing," she said, after a long stretch of silence between us. The only sounds around us were birdsong and the babbling water nearby. "I think I've told you many things." Her left arm was slung over my shoulders, her right hung free, and she gave me the weakest shove I'd ever felt. "Even when I'm dragging you along like some common pack donkey." "Shut up, Loki," she muttered, head bent as we shambled along. "Fine, what is it?" "Why did you choose your mother's name as your surname in Atlantis?" "You remember that name?" I asked. "Yeah, Leufeyson. It's not that hard." That made me laugh. People seemed to struggle with it for some reason. "So, who was your dad? You told me his name, but nothing about him." "I didn't?" "No, and don't blame it on being senile, old man." I snorted. "You know, for someone relying on me to get you where your life can be saved, you're utterly impudent." "Dude, I'm literally dying here," she said, and then coughed hard. I stopped walking, letting her ride it out. "Fine," I said, when she calmed enough to take a few breaths without hacking up a lung. I started walking again, pulling her with me as I was the only thing keeping her upright. "His name was Farbauti, a Jotun. Why is this suddenly so important?" "You said it was." Her voice came out in a rasp, yet it was steady enough. "I did?" "Yeah, in the Enchanted Flatlands. You said it was important, that it was telling whose name a person chose." "It is. You never had to choose, though technically you could have." Her parents shared the same first name, Morgan, after all. "So, why did you choose the way you did?" Let's just say I had no interest in being associated with someone whose very name translates to "hits hard and in anger." She was quiet for a few steps. "Oh, wow. Okay, I get that." Apparently, he was very charming, until my mother saw through it. I didn't really remember him. That had all happened when I was but a lad. "Good for her," Red said, then looked up as the same glint from the sun that had caught my eye drew her attention. "What's that?" We stopped again as the sight spread out before us. It looked much as it had before the fall of the gods, and in the centuries after. "Idun's Hall," I told Red. The same cluster of large houses stood there, the sun glinting in a few windows. "The Apple Lady?" "I suppose that's one name for her." We walked on, nearing the buildings. "Why bring me here?" she asked. She hadn't been fully herself when she woke, and I'd been busy getting everything ready. Besides, this might have consequences it was best she not dwell on. As we approached, we could see the buildings were in good repair. Idun made certain her servants kept everything up to date. The old wooden fence had long since rotted away. There was no need for it anymore. When we came close enough, I reached out, and a flash of pale golden light emerged where my hand hit a force shield. "What was that?" Red asked, finally looking up from her feet. "Magic?" "A magical ward," I said, and started walking again. If I was correct, it would let Red through as well. It came to be as part of Livia's spell, and as part of my bargain with Idun. When the war broke out, her hall, and most notably her garden, was saved. No one can come inside unless Idun invites them in. "We just did," Red pointed out as the shimmering magic fell dormant behind us. "I can pass through at will," I told her. "Of course you can. That was your idea, I bet." I smiled. "And since you're clinging to me and not being a threat, the ward can't differentiate between us." "I am not clinging to you," she huffed and pulled away. I let her go, and she swayed on her feet for all of 2 seconds before reaching out and letting me steady her again. "Don't say a word," she warned. "You know me better than that, Red," I said, and laughed. We went on through the gateway, and I saw a few faces at the windows watching us, but no one came to greet or stop us. That was life in Idun's hall. Few had ever come with ill intent, and after the fall of the gods, no one came in with it. So they let us be. The sound of someone picking at a guitar reached us. "What the?" Red muttered. I said something fouler under my breath as we stepped into the orderly courtyard. The tree that had once stood there had been cut down long ago, but the stone bench remained, and on it sat the dim-witted Bragi, strumming a guitar. He'd obviously updated his instrument. I hadn't seen him in a couple of centuries, and what a blessing that had been. "Is that the bard?" Red asked. "Oh, Loki, what a surprise," Bragi said, when her voice drew his attention. "Better a surprise than an idiot," I replied in Lantean so Red could follow. Bragi stopped plucking the strings and smiled, a little too confident for my taste. I knew he'd been an enthusiastic rumor spreader after we were gods no more. There was a reason more people than I liked knew what I'd done. "Who have you brought there?" he asked, also in Lantean. "An enemy? What else do you have?" "Wits, for one thing." I made to move on. We were not here to see this poor excuse for an ex-god. "In shadows, he weaves his cunning schemes, yet stumbles, bound by his own dreams." I rolled my eyes and stopped, forcing Red to do the same. "This again? If I wasn't afraid to throttle you when we were gods, how do you think I feel about it now?" The bard shrank back a bit, but pressed his lips together in stubborn silence. Then he opened his mouth to sing more, but Red beat him to it. "Hey, shut up! Your song sucks! Can't you see my ears are bleeding? Take a course or something. I'm dying, and I kind of want it now after hearing that wailing." That comment, from a human, no less, threw the ex-god off. He simply gaped at her, and I took the opportunity to walk on while laughing hard. We entered the garden behind the building, and the sun warmed us as rows of apple trees surrounded us. "Oh, it smells nice," Red remarked, looking around. "Here, sit down," I told her, helping her do so beneath an old, gnarly apple tree. "I'll go see if I can find her." "Find who?" a familiar voice said behind me. "You're very efficient," Red joked. At least she still had the strength for that. I rose and turned to find myself face to face with Idun. "Loki," she said with a sigh, "were you not here only 2 years past? Surely it's not time again?" I smiled. "No, not for me, but I need your help." Idun tilted her head and looked past me, down at Red, who sat slumped against the trunk, yet still had her eyes on the former goddess. Idun wore her hair half up, ringlets cascading over a light blue dress, a golden necklace gleaming at her throat. "I seem to recall that I owe you nothing anymore. We have a deal, and I keep to it. Other than that," she spread her hands in a helpless gesture. "A deal? What deal?" Red asked. Idun smiled and looked to me. "You haven't told her? I assume she's important if you bring her here when she's at your daughter's door." "I'm extremely important," Red went on. "Can't you tell?" Idun frowned slightly. "Who is she, and how did you manage to bring her in here?" I shrugged. It was easy. I did not elaborate. I might have use for that trick again. "And she's part of the Norns' prophecy," I added instead. "The Norns are still goddesses, and I am not," Idun said. She'd harped on that before. It didn't change the facts. "You are connected to the magic of the Midgard realm. They are connected to so much more," I said, not for the first time. I let you have your home, your safety, and more importantly, to you, your apples. You've lived in peace all this time, and now I need something from you. I will not grant you any more favors, she said, bending to pull a wicker basket from under a nearby tree. It was empty today. I don't need favors, I clarified. I need you to hold up your end of our bargain. What is your bargain exactly? Red asked, not intimidated by this super-mundane creature in the least. That was one useful thing about her upbringing. She hadn't been taught to fear magic or those who wielded it. You don't know, child? Idun asked her with a sly smile. We are mortal now. How do you think we're still alive? Red's eyes widened slightly. Is that why Livia needed an apple? To become immortal? But she died. We're not immortal, Red. We never were. Merely hard to kill. But after the fall? After you essentially doomed us all, you mean? Idun added unhelpfully. Of course. Why not? I shrugged. After that, we became truly mortal. As in, we started aging. I know, Red said. Hercules told me this. You age like humans Earthside, and much slower in Atlantis. I have no idea how it works here in this realm, but I'm thinking you're doing all right, she added to Idun, who looked exactly as she always had, not a line on her youthful face. She is well informed, Idun conceded. Hercules also told me the ex-gods buy and eat ambrosia from the royals in Atlantis, essentially being controlled by them that way. But not the two of you. She pointed up at the apples hanging above, and then doubled over with a coughing fit, hands flying to her side. Oh crap, that hurt, she gasped, eyes wide with shock. I took off my backpack, bent, and shoved it under her other side, so she could lean on it. You likely cracked a rib there, Red. For crying out loud, she hissed and sagged over the backpack. It didn't look comfortable, but it eased the pressure on her injured side. I need an apple, I told Idun, who loomed over us. You had one 2 years ago. I never see you this often. Normally, 30 to 50 years went by between my visits, depending on how much time I spent in the Earthside realm. An apple for another, she went on. That was not our deal. Our deal was apples for me. What I do with them is my business. She knows about this place now, Idun argued. Yes, and I'll tell every ex-god about it if you don't help me. Idun had lived in quiet peace since the gods fell, tending her garden, receiving the odd visitor, hosting her husband when he wasn't off traveling and playing music in other realms. If word got out, she risked her garden being seized, controlled. The apples were too valuable. There was a reason Arlynn and Corey weren't here. I couldn't risk Idun panicking with too many knowing about the continued existence and location of her garden. Is she that important? Idun asked. She's a mortal human. Yes, and yes. Aw, that's so sweet, Red chose that moment to say, making me roll my eyes. She patted my arm. I told you I'd win you over. Oh, for crap's sake, she hissed, and snatched her hand back, clutching her side again. Oh, very well, Idun said, and walked down the row of apple trees. About 6 trees away, she found an apple she deemed ripe and came back with it. Here, Loki, she said, handing it to me. Take this gift from me. I did, and nodded my thanks before turning to Red. Here, I began, but she cut me off. Wait, what exactly happens if I eat that thing? Will I become extremely old and angry like you guys? Old? Idun scoffed. We are old, I pointed out to her. Maybe to a measly human, she muttered. Loki, tell me, what will happen? Red asked again, eyes pleading for the truth. You will heal, I told her. Remember what hell did for me? She nodded. And? It will prolong your life unless someone kills you, which has nearly happened more than once already. You're also a witch, and witches live longer than humans. I'm not sure I want to be more than human. This has caused me nothing but pain. She meant it. There was the faintest moo of disgust on her tired face. Think of it this way. Do you want to leave behind everything you have now? Everyone you care about? No, she said, without thought. Good. Then take this apple, which I am now gifting you, I said, holding the red fruit in front of her so she could accept it. The magic wouldn't work if it was stolen. With a shaking hand, she took it, lifted it toward her mouth, and just stared at it. This shouldn't be that hard, Red, I said. I can't eat it, she whispered in her raspy, weakened voice. If you're having doubts, then... No, I mean I literally can't eat it, Loki. If I take a bite, I'm gonna barf. What is barf? Idun asked, her grasp on modern Lantean not exactly broad, sequestered here as she was. She'll regurgitate it, I explained. My precious apple? Idun gasped. Give it back, she bent as if expecting Red to hand it over. Calm down, Idun, I said, and gently pushed at her until she straightened again. Let me borrow the apple, I told Red, and she let me take it without protest. I drew my bone-handled dagger and cut a small slice from the side. Here, just this bit will help you, so you can eat the rest. She pinched the piece of apple between her fingers and stared at it with clear disgust. Just put it on your tongue for a minute. She did as I said. There was more peel than flesh, but it was enough. As expected, her eyes widened, not in pain or nausea this time, but like that of a small child tasting something delectable and sweet for the first time. She began chewing, then swallowed. Excellent, I said, handing the fruit back so she could eat more. Idun, I heard Bragi call from somewhere behind us. I turned to see him just outside the garden, guitar in one hand as he looked to his wife. There's a man at the entrance, wanting to enter. Chapter 31. A man? Idun asked. As in human? Yes, Bragi said. Armed as well. And he wants inside? Bragi merely nodded. Idun met my gaze. It was strange that a secluded place like this would have more than one visitor on the same day. What does he look like? I asked Bragi. He rolled his eyes. Will you come, wife? He asked Idun, ignoring me. Answer Loki, husband. This is not a regular visitor. Bragi eyed me with his usual disdain, which didn't matter one iota to me. An armed fellow, light hair and mustache, a cloak, No matter, I interrupted. This man is not someone you want inside your home and hearth, Idun. He's followed us, not believing Red's illness and suspecting us of escaping. Have you? Idun asked. Have we what? Escaped whatever hold this man has over you? Only temporarily. We have, Red said, her mouth full of the apple she was munching on. I'll tell you about it later, I said, waving her off. I turned back to Idun and straightened. Do not let him inside. I won't, but by the sound of it, you can't leave that way either. I turned and looked down her garden. Rows of apple trees stretched far, with only the continuing valley and the mountain behind them. Is there a gateway nearby? Several, Idun said, then turned back to her husband. Tell him I'll be there shortly, and don't step through the barrier when you do so, she added, clearly having to remind the dimwit of this. Red was chomping eagerly on the apple now, the fruit almost gone. You can eat while we move, I told her, and grabbed the backpack from under her. That didn't hurt much, she said, glancing down at her side in wonder. I'm healing, she added, staring up at me. Good, I said, and reached out a hand for her. She took it, and I pulled her into a standing position. Holy crap, she blurted, as a dizzy spell hit her, and she almost fell. I grabbed her before she toppled. I thought it healed me, she said, confused. It has, I told her. She already had a bit of color in her cheeks again. The shadows under her eyes were gone, her lips no longer cracked, and her voice even instead of raspy. But you haven't eaten, and you've barely drunk anything in several days. The apple can't fix that. Now let's go. We were back to the same method as before, as we followed Idun between the rows of trees. Red had to lean on me to stay upright, but she moved her legs with more control now, and we kept a slightly higher pace. As we passed the last apple trees, the magical barrier let us through with no issue. It was entering that came with restrictions for anyone but Idun and me. Idun led us farther toward the mountain. Red and I hobbled after her as fast as we could until she stopped at the beginning of the rocky slope at the mountain's base. Here's one and another over there, she said, pointing at two gateways, their shimmering silver-green light a telltale sign. Where do they lead? Idun shrugged. I don't know. I've never used them. I only see them when I walk here. Of course you do, I said. Idun hardly ever left her garden, certainly not to travel the realms. At this point, her husband would have been more useful. He actually used the gateways. We'll just take one, I said, deeming the closest best since we could walk upright through it. Just as long as we don't end up in the bloody Elfine realm. Keep the man occupied, will you? I added to Idun. She nodded and turned back. I looked at Red, who took the last bite of her apple. She'd even eaten the core. That boded well, at least. Let's go, I told her. She nodded and tossed the small stem to the ground. We shambled up the few meters to the gateway and stepped carefully into the shimmering light. And straight out into nothing but water. Red yelped as a wave rolled over us and slammed us into the rocky wall behind. What in the realms? She yelled, then gulped as another splash hit her face and mouth. Where are we? I glanced around, treading water. There was nothing but rolling water and the cliff behind us, with the gateway sitting at surface level in the rock. And, we need to get down there, I said, turning her so she could see. Are you mad? She shouted, though we clung to each other so we wouldn't be separated. As you claim every so often, I shouted back. The roar of the crashing waves was deafening. Loki, I can't. Draw a deep breath, I told her, and she did it as I did the same. Then I dove, pulling her with me. The other gateway wasn't far below the surface, and though I could feel the pull of the current, it was easier to swim under than fight the waves above. I looked back and saw Red's blurred shape in the water, her legs kicking weakly as I dragged her the rest of the way. I swam straight for the shimmering gate, fighting the current and not letting go of her. Then I pushed us through the light, hoping we wouldn't surface in yet another underwater portal. Something shifted, and I fell. Gravity took hold, and I scrambled to my knees, crawling forward as I heard Red hit the ground behind me. Water poured out around us as it followed us through. We crawled out of a small cave into blistering heat. Dry air hit me, and I winced at the bright sunlight. A cracking noise sounded above us. I looked up to see something shift in the stone wall over the cave. It wasn't a solid cliff, but brittle and unstable. It's gonna fall, Red gasped. I grabbed her and hauled her unceremoniously forward as the cracks worsened and rocks rained down. With a thunderous roar, the stone wall above the cave entrance crumbled, sending massive boulders and debris crashing down. Clouds of dust billowed out, choking the air and dimming the sun as the avalanche of rock sealed off the gateway behind us. The ground shook with the impact, nearly knocking us off our feet as we stumbled away from the collapse. We went down anyway, just outside the fall radius, and stared back at the hovering dust cloud. "That was seriously unstable," Red said, then slumped onto her back, catching her breath. It had been. The water that came through with us must have destabilized it. I stared at the rocks. There was no going back that way. Breathing hard, I turned away from the collapsed outcrop. Beyond it stretched nothing but sand and stone, heat shimmering in the distance. "Where in the realms are we?" Red asked, rolling onto her stomach to see. I shook my head. I haven't the faintest notion. This has been Chains of Fate, Book 6 in the Atlantis Outcasts series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production. Copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.